Honourable Senators, the President.
I acknowledge the Ngunnawal and Ngambri peoples who are the traditional custodians of the Canberra area and pay respects to the elders past and present of all Australia's Indigenous peoples. Senators, I invite you as I read the prayer to pray or reflect in your own way on your responsibilities to the people of Australia and to future generations. Almighty God, we humbly beseech Thee to vouchsafe Thy special blessing upon this Parliament, and that Thou wouldst be pleased to direct and prosper the work of Thy servants to the advancement of Thy glory and to the true welfare of the people of Australia. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be Thy name. Thy kingdom come, Thy will be done in earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our trespasses, as we forgive them that trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For Thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory for ever and ever. Amen. Are there any documents to be tabled by the clerk?
President, I table documents pursuant to statute as listed on the dynamic read.
Are there any proposals for committees to meet during the sittings of the Senate?
Mr. President, committees have lodged proposals as shown at item 4 of today's order of business.
If there is no objection, the meetings are authorised. I call the clerk.
Private Senators' Bills, Order of the Day number 37. Climate Change Amendment, Duty of Care and Intergenerational Climate Equity Bill 2025, resumption of second reading debate.
Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise today to speak on behalf of young Australians, Australians who cannot yet vote, and future generations of Australians. These are not technically the people who sent us here to represent our states and territories, but they will inherit every decision that we make in this chamber and in any other place. This bill was the first private senator's bill I introduced after being elected as a senator for the ACT. It's something I've worked on with young people across the country, but I particularly want to acknowledge Anjali and Hannah, who are in the chamber today, but also Daisy and Jess, who together make up the Duty of Care team. Young people understand the huge impact climate change will have on their lives, and they are courageously standing up to fight for a better future. Every bill comes to this place with a history, a genesis, and I wanted to give a little bit of background. In 2021, Anjali Sharma and 7 other young Australians applied for a declaration that the Minister for the Environment owed Australian children a duty of care when using her powers to approve an extension to the Vickery coal mine. They were successful. The court found that indeed the Minister for the Environment did owe young Australians a duty of care. Then Environment Minister Susan Lee appealed the decision, and on appeal the court found that a duty is not owed under current laws. In the judgment, it was said that a duty of care was not for the judiciary, but for the Parliament to decide, for the Parliament to legislate. And so here we are. This bill seeks to fix that. It does something very simple. It establishes a duty of care to consider the health and well-being of children when making decisions to increase greenhouse gas emissions. Since it was introduced in 2023, the bill has been met with overwhelming support. And last year, the Environment and Communications Committee held an inquiry to allow members of the public to make their opinions known. There were 403 submissions, and only one outright opposed the bill. The one was from the Institute of Public Affairs, the same IPA that continues to deny the reality of climate change, and handed Gina Reinhardt an honorary lifetime membership. Meanwhile, more than 26,000 people have signed a petition backing this bill. And at the inquiry, doctors, nurses, midwives, scientists, young people, teachers, parents, and grandparents provided submissions and gave evidence. They all agreed and all spoke clearly to tell the Parliament, we do have a duty of care to young people and future generations. That surely is a big part of why we're here, to make decisions that are truly good for our futures, not just good for the next election, but good for our inherit the decisions we make. The most powerful submissions to the inquiry were from young people. And the government responded with a 2-page response to the report, a 2-page dismissal of this effort, this urgency, and this hope. And really disappointingly, there was no serious engagement with the evidence, no consideration of the recommendations of the dissenting report, no real engagement with the substance of the bill and suggestions for potential amendments, just a contemptuous brush-off, which was a stark contrast to when Labor in opposition and these young people took the then coalition government to court. I hear from young people that there was overwhelming support from many in the Labor Party who were in opposition. Now they're in government and they don't seem to want to hear it. Back in 2005, now Prime Minister Albanese said, and I'll quote, "Climate change is one of the most significant challenges facing the global community and one of the greatest threats to Australia's way of life." You fast forward 20 years, the need for a duty to protect young Australians from climate harm has never been greater. As Doctors for the Environment told the inquiry, children suffer 90% of the burden of death and disability caused by climate change. The Royal Australian College of General Practitioners told us that the health of a child born today will be defined by climate change. And doctors are a profession that understand a duty of care very well. They understand what it means. And they, at the inquiry, saw a very clear translation to elected representatives to have a duty of care to the people that they represent. Not a duty of care to the fossil fuel industry, not a duty of care to donors, but a duty of care to Australians, a duty of care to young Australians who cannot yet vote, and a duty of care to future generations of Australians who will inherit the world that we shape. Just 6 weeks ago, the federal government's National Climate Risk Assessment confirmed what experts have warned us for decades, that we are hurtling towards catastrophe. On our current trajectory, we're likely to see around 3 degrees of warming by 2050. And that will bring cascading, compounding and catastrophic impacts. According to the National Climate Risk Assessment, we'll see 4 times as many heat waves, leading to a 440% increase in heat-related deaths in parts of the country. We'll face 18 times more coastal flooding, exposing twice as many Australians to hazardous conditions along our coasts. And we're staring down the barrel of more than $600 billion in property value losses. This is not just about numbers on a graph or economic figures on a balance sheet, though. This is about losing things that make Australia what it is. This is about the people and places that we love. This is about losing the Great Barrier Reef as we know it. It's about watching the places we love, our bushlands, our coastlines, our communities become uninhabitable, unaffordable and unrecognisable. And this isn't hyperbole or fear-mongering. This is in the government's National Climate Risk Assessment. This is in the ONI's National Security Climate Risk Assessment. It's all in there. The government knows this. And yet today, decision makers are under no legal obligation to consider how their choices to approve coal mines or greenlight gas fields will affect the lives of children 10, 20 or 50 years from now. I argue that this isn't just negligent. This is actually immoral. This lacks moral courage to actually do what is right by young people, do what is right by future generations of Australians, actually leave a legacy for people to look back on and say, that was the Parliament that made the hard decisions, made the hard, long-term decisions to look after us. Australia can't solve the climate crisis, but what we can actually do is think longer term, is have emissions reduction targets that are in line with science, have long-term thinking embedded in our law that forces ministers to actually take into account the impact that projects will have on young people and future generations. We're obviously having this debate on this bill in the context of environmental law reform. We know that the EPBC Act is broken. Graham Samuel, who reviewed it, basically said it should be torn up and thrown in the bin. We've got a government that has said so much on climate and on the environment, but has gone on to approve 31 new or expanded coal or gas projects since taking power. A Labor government who very cynically delayed the approval of the North West Shelf until straight after the election. At least the coalition had the decency to tell electors that it would be approved. Labor knew that Australians didn't want that. They knew that the people in the south of Canberra in Bean, who Labor held onto that seat by 351 votes, probably would have seen the approval of one of the biggest fossil fuel projects in Australia's history as a bit of a red flag for a government that promised the world on climate and the environment, but delivered the North West Shelf approval straight after the election. This bill seeks to embed long-term thinking in our politics, in our legislation. And I just wanted to say a few things to the young people who spoke to the committee inquiry, who wrote submissions, who sent letters, who made their first visit to Parliament. I want you to know that you are being heard. You are right to demand more. You are right to say that this is not good enough. You are right to say that we are not the ones who created this mess. Do not leave it to us to clean up. And while Labor and the Coalition may lack the courage to act, the tide is turning. More and more Australians are waking up to the intergenerational injustice. More and more people are demanding change. More and more people want to see longer-term thinking and decision-making. And while you may not see a duty of care today, there will be one someday soon. Because as one student told us, our existence should influence your course of action even before we reach voting age. There's a clear choice in this chamber. We can refuse to hear the voices of the young Australians. We can refuse to deny the science of climate change. We can continue to have targets that aren't actually aligned with the science, and we can make up all sorts of excuses as to why it's just too hard to listen and to act. Or we can listen to young Australians. We can listen to climate scientists, and we can make changes to ensure that those who will live with the consequence of decisions made in this place look back on what we have done with pride. This bill is a simple, powerful step forward when it comes to real climate accountability. To show young people that their voices matter, that their futures matter. to again quote now Prime Minister Albanese from 2005, talking about introducing a climate change trigger bill that would have amended the EPBC Act. We cannot any longer afford to be complacent on this issue. We need action, and one of the actions that we need, which has been acknowledged by the government for many years. And to the government I say this: will you stand with young Australians, or will you stand with the IPA and the fossil fuel industry, who clearly don't want a duty of care to young people and future generations? Again, I want to thank the young people who've engaged on this bill. I want to thank the many Canberrans who have put a huge amount of time and energy into helping shape it, helping advocate for it. It may not be successful today, but clearly the tide is turning. Australians understand what is at stake. They understand that this is about the people and places we love. And they understand that it's political will that can actually change that. It is the cold, hard numbers in this place with enough elected representatives who agree and say, of course I've got a duty of care to young people and future generations. Of course I do. I'm an elected representative. That's how I should be making decisions. So again, I thank young people who've engaged. I thank the Senate committee in the last Parliament for engaging on this bill, and I commend it to the Senate.
Senator Ananda Raja.
Thank you, Deputy President. I thank Senator Pocock for bringing forward this bill, and I thank all those many young Australians who have advocated also for this bill. I thank their protest. I thank them walking the corridors of power in this place and seeking the support of the many parliamentarians, including myself. I wish to tell them and all those millions of young Australians out there that we do care. We do profoundly care. We are entirely focused on acting on climate change. We understand that this is the issue of our generation and that we have run out of time. Now, I came into politics to be a good ancestor, and I belong to a Labor government, a team of people who also wish to be good ancestors. We do this in order to leave a legacy, this country in a better shape than what we found it. And I know acutely what it was like when we came in. In May 22, when we took government, energy was in a state of complete disorder. We had gone through nearly a decade of coalition rule, and we took the reins of a portfolio that was characterized by chaos and secrecy, of 22 failed energy policies, where 4 gigawatts went out of the grid, 1 gigawatt went in, and that in turn put pressure on prices as well as reliability. And this was against a backdrop of 10, 15 years of the climate wars, which a young generation now will not appreciate. If you're in your teenage years, you wouldn't really understand what that meant, but I remember what that was like. And in this Parliament, there were arguments about the science of climate change, and it went on for 15 years. Those opposite, the coalition, the Liberals and the Nationals, are still arguing about the science of climate change. But we're not disputing the science of climate change. We know it is real. We know that we are in the teeth of this climate emergency. The climate imperative is bearing down on us, but we also understand that there is an economic imperative, an environmental imperative to act on that science. And I think the mistake that has been made over many, many years in Australia and elsewhere globally is that we have seen this purely through a scientific lens. If only it was just a scientific problem to be solved, that would be easy. If it's a scientific problem, you can create a vaccine to a disease. Disease goes away. Smallpox is a good example. Measles, another one. But this is not a purely scientific problem. This is as much a social problem as it is a political problem and a scientific problem. And that's what makes this hard. Now, we as a federal government, as a Labor government, are not here to dispute the science. We understand climate change. The arguments we have are really on how we best act. So it's not why. We don't talk about why. We get it. It's not like those opposite who are still arguing about the why. For us, the debate happens around the how. How do we get to net zero as efficiently as possible, while maintaining this pesky little concept called energy security, while ensuring that we do not industrialize this country while we decarbonize. Why? Because people's jobs and livelihoods rely upon us getting this energy shift right. We must transition in an orderly fashion rather than a disorderly fashion. And we take our lead, actually, from the Australian people. A survey of 6,800 Australians done by CSIRO in 2024, published in April 2024, showed that Australians want to have an orderly transition. They do not want blackouts, and they are completely intolerant of high bills. So the way I see it is those are the parameters, those have been set by the Australian people. If I had my way, like Senator Pocock, I would flick the switch and we would go straight away from fossil fuels to renewable energy. We would stop approving or expanding fossil fuel projects, if I had my way. But that's not the reality that we have to deal with. We are shifting from a nation, a species, us, who have been entirely entwined in this toxic marriage with fossil fuels for 200 years, to now becoming more reliant on clean energy. And that shift is well and truly underway. When I go to schools and I talk to young people, they are genuinely shocked when I tell them that the amount of renewable energy in our grid is now approaching nearly 50%. In the last quarter of last year, it was 48.6%. They can't believe it. They think that we're sitting mostly at around 20 to 30%. We're not. That's in the rearview mirror. The momentum has begun, and it is unstoppable. It is unstoppable. And it is being driven by policies that we put in place and that we are building upon. Foundational climate policies that we put in place in our first term of government. So while those opposite had 22 energy policies, all failed, left the grid in a mess, left this country overexposed and vulnerable to fossil fuels, we came in, and the order of the day when we took government in May 22 was passing our Climate Change Act. We have one policy, not 22, one policy. And that is the foundation of everything we do. So we set targets in our first term of government, 43% by 2030. We've recently updated those targets. The 2035 target is now 62 to 70% by 2035. And we need to do that because in the next decade, most of our coal-fired power stations, the 90% or so, will shut. So we're not waiting for some, great white knight to come over the hill. We are putting in place the supports needed to ensure we have energy reliability that is underpinned by the cheapest form of energy, and that is renewable energy. And Australians know that. That is why they are taking up rooftop solar in droves. 4.2 million households already have rooftop solar. They are marching with their feet. They are voting with their feet. So irrespective of the interjections from those opposite, Australians get it. They realise that renewable energy is the cheapest form of energy. And that has been backed in by record uptake of home batteries. Home batteries. On the 1st of July, we announced our home battery, cheaper home battery scheme. We've already seen 100,000 households take up home batteries. When you have rooftop solar, you reduce your bills by $1,500. You slap a home battery on that, your bills come down another $1,000. Australians get it. Despite the
Senator
interjections
McKenzie.
from those opposite who left this country in a mess, they can dare open their mouth. Australians understand that renewable energy is the cheapest form of energy, and they are embracing it in droves. So we have rooftop solar, we have home batteries, and what's the next in that trinity? Electric vehicles. Australians have already bought 400,000 electric vehicles. When we came to government, sales were moribund, stuck at 2% under those opposite, flat, going nowhere fast. We brought in tax breaks, thanks to the support of the crossbench. And we have seen
Senator
an increase in
McKenzie.
electric vehicle sales now of 12–13%, 400,000 EVs on the road. And you know where most of those sales are? Most of those sales, you'd be surprised, are actually in the regions and in peri-urban areas. Why? Because Australians in those areas have rooftop solar. They're now charging their cars, negligible cost, if any, and then they're also realising that these cars are a lot cheaper to run. The servicing costs are considerably cheaper than fossil fuel or ICE vehicles. So, these are what Australians are doing. But this is not all we are doing. We are also, as part of those foundational supports, climate policies, we brought in a suite of measures to help industry. One was the safeguard mechanism, and this was passed thanks to the support of the crossbench, and it's designed to help big industry decarbonise without deindustrialising. So every year, around 215 big emitters in this country will be forced to reduce their emissions by 5% year on year on year. And that has a strong incentive built in for them to electrify their powertrains. So the big miners, for example, aviation companies like Qantas, and with our assistance, we have backed in sustainable aviation fuels to enable our aviation companies to also decarbonise. We brought in something called the Capacity Investment Scheme. It's getting into the weeds here. But the Capacity Investment Scheme was designed to underwrite large-scale renewable projects like grid-scale batteries, for example, solar farms, wind farms. And when we first came into government, we set the ceiling on that at 32 gigawatts. 32 gigawatts. Because of the overwhelming interest in this scheme, we raised that ceiling to 40 gigawatts by 2030. With these measures, what we have seen is a huge uplift in renewable energy in our grid. So while under those opposite, 4 gigawatts left the grid, 1 gigawatt came in, left this grid unstable, unreliable, and too costly, what we have seen under our stewardship is 18 gigawatts of energy, renewable energy, has entered our grid, thanks to these suite of policies. We've also approved 6 offshore wind zones, which are designed to help electrify large industrial areas that are important for our country, noting that offshore wind has a much shorter transmission build-out than just about anything else. We've established the Net Zero Authority to enable those workers who are exposed to fossil fuel industries to have a transition into good, secure, well-paying jobs, like in the manufacturing sector, underpinned by renewable energy. And within the National Reconstruction Fund, which is a $15 billion investment vehicle, we have over $5 billion dedicated towards clean technologies. So you can see how, with a suite of policies, we are turning the supertanker, right, that is this nation, towards a much greener, cleaner future. But it's not going to happen by sloganeering. It's going to happen with policies. The how. This is the how we get there. Along with the 2035 target that we announced, was also a net zero plan and a set of sectoral plans, 6 sectoral plans. And these sectoral plans are pathways for areas in our economy to get to net zero. It's a roadmap, effectively. And it covers energy and electricity, agriculture, the built environment, transport, industry, and our resources sector. So if you're interested to better understand how we get to net zero, have a read of these plans. And what is clear from reading these plans is that there is an enormous economic opportunity for us to seize with this transition, with this energy shift that is already underway. And those economic opportunities are for our future generation, for our children. We're not necessarily going to be the beneficiaries, we're too old, but it's absolutely going to be yours for the taking. It'll be jobs, secure, well-paid jobs that are immune to the boom and bust of mining, a sustained prosperity in a high-wage economy. That is effectively the Holy Grail. And Australia, although it contributes 1% to global emissions, has the potential to lower the world's emissions by 10%. 10%. That's based on advice from the Climate Change Authority, who also set the 2035 targets, which are achievable and ambitious at the same time. So unlike Senator Pocock, I actually am very optimistic about our future, as long as we stay the course. The foundations have been put in place by our government with support from the crossbench. Now we need to follow through and ensure we are not swayed by nonsense from the other side.
Thank you, Senator Anandaraja. Your time has expired. Senator Hodgins-May.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. This is an issue that I've spoken on before and, frankly, the main reason that I am in this place. It is an issue that is both painfully simple and yet dangerously ignored. The decisions that we make today must reflect the interests of the children who will inherit them. I say it again because it bears repeating. The decisions we make today must reflect the interests of the children who will inherit them. That is the plain logic behind the concept of a climate duty of care. That when the government or its agencies approve projects that lock in emissions and risk long-term harms, they must explicitly consider the health and well-being of our youngest Australians. Anjali Sharma, who's here in the chamber today, and other brave young Australians took their government to court, and they won. They showed that protecting young people from climate harm isn't just good policy, it's a moral duty. But what happened next says everything. The then Environment Minister, of all people, challenged that win, argued in court that the government doesn't owe a duty of care to young people. I mean, honestly, if that is not your core responsibility in this place, then what is? And let's be honest for a moment about who's making decisions in this place. We are, on the whole, a chamber of Gen X and Boomers making choices that will be lived with for decades by people who are currently not old enough to cast a vote. Maybe if climate action came with a seniors discount, the government would finally act. The mismatch between decisions and their outcomes is extreme. So I want to acknowledge and thank the young people who are actively fighting the idea that children must be a mandatory consideration in the decisions that shape their lives well into the future. The contents of this bill to consider the health and well-being of young people in our climate decision-making isn't radical. It's common sense and the bare minimum that we can do for the next generation. In many areas of public policy, we already require decision makers to consider how a proposal will affect people's health and well-being before approvals are granted. Health impact assessments are standard practice in planning and major project approvals. We ask businesses and governments to assess the likely impacts on local communities before we give projects the green light. So why should the climate and the health of children be exceptional? Why is it somehow beyond the pale to insist that the youngest and least powerful members of society be considered when approvals will shape their lungs, their mental health, their food security and their futures. To digress for a moment, if we were actually serious about putting young people at the centre of decisions that will define their lives, then our democracy should actually let them have a say. Right now, too many of the choices that will shape schooling, housing, jobs and the climate are made in a chamber whose average age is decades older than those it most affects. The Greens have long argued that 16 and 17-year-olds should be allowed to vote because they work, they pay taxes and they study. And the right to cast a vote about their future is a natural extension of these responsibilities. This isn't an untested experiment. Countries from Austria to Scotland, from Brazil to Ecuador already allow 16-year-olds to vote, and the evidence is clear. Studies of Scotland and other places show that giving people the vote at 16 increases political participation in young people and can reset engagement patterns for life. It reduces that gap in turnout between younger and older voters. If we want young people to care about what we're doing in this place, the most straightforward step is to let them vote on it. But voting age aside, imagine for a moment if the substance of this bill had been made the norm a long time ago by a government much bolder than this one. If this duty of care had been front of mind when decisions were made about the large fossil fuel projects, would we have extended the life of the North West Shelf to 2070, a facility that will burn gas into the lifetimes of our children and beyond, until my own son is in his 50s? If we were serious about giving our children a fighting chance, would we have perhaps set ambitious 2035 emissions reduction targets that actually move us towards a cleaner and safer future? And might we choose to reject the interests of fossil fuel companies, raking in billions of dollars by pillaging our land and paying next to nothing in taxes? These questions are questions that a duty of care would force decision makers to ask. The harms that we are trying to avoid are toxic, physical and psychological realities that young people are facing right now. Young people are already reporting higher levels of eco-anxiety, distress and despair. Doctors for the Environment and medical groups across Australia have documented rising climate-related mental health harms, particularly among young people exposed to repeated disasters, chronic uncertainty and the sense of an increasingly hostile future. This manifests as anxiety, as depression, trauma, and a growing burden on youth mental health services. Not far into the future, this is happening right now in our communities. More frequent, more intense heat waves are already causing hospitalisations and worsening chronic conditions in children. Heat stresses young bodies. It worsens asthma and other respiratory illnesses and increases emergency visits during extreme weather. Changes in climate patterns expand the range and seasonality of diseases. Droughts and extreme weather disrupt crops and food supply chains. Air pollution, including from fossil fuels, is linked to increased risks of cancer and chronic respiratory disease. Climate-driven shifts in disease ecology, coupled with stressed health systems, increase the drivers of antimicrobial resistance. These aren't dreamed-up events that might impact future generations. They are measurable impacts on children and young people living today and on those soon to be born. A duty of care simply nails what good public health requires. When the evidence shows a risk of harm to children, governments must act to avoid it. We are told sometimes that this would stifle development, that would hobble regional economies and put jobs at risk. But a duty of care is simply rebalancing an unfair equation, one that currently privileges industry, short-term profits and environmental destruction above health, well-being and long-term economic prosperity. A duty of care insists that we balance short-term gain against long-term human costs. If a project cannot meet a test that protects children's health, then we must question whether its benefits truly outweigh its harms. We must also acknowledge who too often bear the brunt of these harms. First Nations young people, here in Australia and the Torres Strait, as well as across Aotearoa and the wider Pacific region. These people are already living on the intersection of cultural loss, rising seas, food insecurity and widening health disparities. But these are also the people that are leading the fight for climate justice, and their leadership, knowledge and priorities must be central to any duty of care. And let's be very clear, while the voices of young people are too often dismissed, the fossil fuel industry is never ignored by the major parties in this place. These companies shower political parties with donations, and the revolving door between government and the industry spins relentlessly. Almost every single federal resources minister now works in the fossil fuel sector. Shame. I ask this chamber, how much time do you all spend with young people in your electorates versus at industry lunch invites in boardrooms or in policy briefings with big corporations? The fossil fuel industry also targets children directly, hiding behind so-called educational programs in schools that prime our kids for careers shackled to coal and gas without ever telling them the truth of the climate legacy they inherit. If we are serious about protecting children's health and well-being, we must stop letting fossil fuel money and influence drown out their voices. We also have obligations under international law. The International Court of Justice, of course, recently confirmed that states must respect and ensure the effective enjoyment of human rights by taking necessary measures to protect the climate system and other parts of the environment. Australia cannot ignore this responsibility. We need domestic laws that reflect these obligations, laws that enshrine a duty of care. The voices of Pacific youth are especially instructive. Vishal Prasad testified before the International Court of Justice. If greenhouse gas emissions are not stopped, we are not just risking our future, we are welcoming its demise. Lily Tiafu from Tuvalu recounted the horrors of Cyclone Pam. 9 years ago, during Cyclone Pam on the island of Nui, I saw my 16-year-old cousin cuddling towards her mother's bones. I saw her mother cry out to the moana, searching for the corpse of her son. Cynthia from the Solomon Islands reminded the court that those who stand to lose are future generations. Their future is uncertain, reliant upon the decision-making of a handful of large emitting states who are responsible for climate change. These testimonies aren't pleas for pity. They are calls for fairness, justice and urgent action. And finally, this is about honesty. Young people didn't create this mess, but it is young people who will inherit it. Yet time and time again, they are asked to litigate, to protest and bear the emotional labour of demanding action where adults in this chamber are failing. I want to take a moment to thank the young people around the world who are leading the fight for our planet. From Greta Thunberg in Sweden to Vanessa Nakati in Uganda, from Ridhima Pandey in India to the Pacific Island students fighting climate change, and of course our very own Anjali Sharma, for their courage and clarity in fighting and lighting a way forward. They aren't just protesting, they are demanding justice, accountability and a future that honours their right to live in a safe and thriving world. I think of my own children and what future they're going to inherit. My 7-year-old son had the pleasure of seeing the Great Barrier Reef. Many of that coral is already bleached, and there's a very realistic chance that my 2-year-old daughter will never see those bright colours and those gorgeous ecosystems. About a month ago, I had the pleasure of meeting the next generation of climate activists here in Parliament House, hosted by the Australian Democracy Network. They know we do not have time for incremental change, that we need action in this place urgently. And they know their existence relies on us all acting with that urgency and putting those vested interests to one side and listening to their crucial voices in this debate, which shouldn't be a debate. For those in this chamber who have children, I ask this. When you go home at the end of this sitting week and look your kids in the eye, will you be able to tell them that you've done absolutely everything you can to give them a safe, clean world to inherit? Because to do that, we need to act right now. We need to stare down the climate-wrecking polluters. We need to sideline the fossil fuel interests who crawl the halls of this parliament. We need to listen to and act for the young people who will inherit this beautiful but increasingly fragile planet Earth. So I'll finish where I began. This is common sense, and simply the right thing to do. Young people get it. Climate action isn't optional, it's survival. Young people, you have led this movement with courage and clarity. Now it's time for us in this Parliament to step up. Let's commit to a climate duty of care for you and for all of us.
Senator Payman.
I rise to support the Climate Change Amendment, Duty of Care and Intergenerational Climate Equity Bill 2025, and I thank Senator David Pocock for his work in bringing this bill before the Senate. I also acknowledge the presence of Anjali Sharma, a proud, unapologetic young advocate whose courage inspires many of us in this chamber and across our nation. I also acknowledge the contributions of my colleagues before me in taking part in this debate. So a lot of you might be like, well, what's the whole significance? Why is Anjali Sharma here? Well, in October 2021, Anjali led a class action against the federal government, which found that the federal government had, and I quote, a duty to take reasonable care to avoid causing personal injury to the children and young people of Australia. That landmark ruling gave hope to so many young Australians who believed their government would finally be held accountable for the decisions they make, not just today, but in the years to come, that will shape the world they will inherit tomorrow. In 2022, the federal court overturned this decision on appeal. Since then, the Albanese government's efforts in the environment portfolio have been wanting, to say the least. The words nature positive are sure to send a shiver down the spine of some in this place. The nature positive bill package began with the dysfunction of the EPBC Act that pushed the former coalition government to begin the Samuel Review. Based on the recommendations of that review, former Environment Minister Tanya Plibersek worked conscientiously towards a deal that would balance the political realities of this chamber with the environmental needs of our country. In the final moments of the negotiations in November of last year, the entire proposal was blocked by the Prime Minister. The bills were brought up again at the start of this year, but the Prime Minister again ruled out enacting the reforms. He couldn't have a secure future for the environment hanging over his head. There was an election coming. Now, we have the fixer, Minister Murray Watt. He fixed the CFMEU, if you ignore the resignations and the misconduct that is going on in the administration, and now he's going to fix the environment. Let me tell you though, we won't have an independent EPA and we won't have a climate trigger, but he's going to fix it. Under the Environment Protection Reform Bill 2025, we're told the government is taking a balanced and pragmatic approach to this reform. But when you look closer, what you see is a blueprint for backroom exemptions and double standards. The so-called national interest exemption gives the minister power to approve designated projects even when they fail to meet environmental standards. In other words, if a project is politically convenient, it can be fast-tracked even if it causes unacceptable harm to our environment. It begs us the question of, if the environment truly belongs to all Australians, why should certain proponents, particularly those backed by international investors, get a free pass from the rules that apply to everyone else? Why should local communities and traditional custodians have to meet all these requirements, every condition, every test, every consultation requirement, while multinational corporations can bypass the standards in the name of national security? This sounds more like political discretion dressed up as policy rather than actual environmental reform. And that's why Senator David Pocock's bill matters so much. It is a crucial step in the right direction for the environment. This bill puts a positive obligation on the government to consider the rights and well-being of future generations of Australians, to treat their health, their mental health, their safety, and their security as central to every decision we make in this place. Our first duty is not to the next election cycle, it's not to corporate investors, but it's to Anjali and her generation and the many more generations to come. They shouldn't just be invited to Parliament House for photos and tours and lectures, but we need to provide them a seat at the table. We need to hear their voices and their concerns through inquiry processes and consultations, especially on issues that will impact their futures and their lives. And let's not just stop there. I mean, the UK recently had election reforms of lowering the voting age. I think we, as Australians here, we should allow voluntary voting for 16 and 17-year-olds to have a say, to elect their federal representatives, to really take part in our democratic process, because they deserve it. You, young Australians out there, advocating and fighting for a better future, you deserve it. Now, we hear from the government about how they're leading the way on renewables and that the opposition is divided on net zero. Yet, at the same time, the government is approving new coal and gas projects like a Liberal government in disguise. If you know deep down that you're not on track to achieve your own renewable and climate goals, then you can't keep doing the same thing and expecting a different outcome. You need to change your strategy. You need to find a better way forward. And this duty of care and intergenerational climate equity bill is part of that better way forward. It's a reminder that the decisions we make in this chamber must outlive us, because their consequences surely will. And as Senator Hodgins-May outlined, our young people deserve better. Their psychosocial health is already being impacted by the lack of action that we're seeing by this government on environmental reforms. So, with that being said, I commend this bill to the Senate and look forward to the government's support.
Thank you. Senator McLaughlin.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to speak to the Climate Change Amendment, Duty of Care and Intergenerational Equity Bill. I do so in my own singular capacity as a senator, and I don't profess to speak on behalf of my party at this time. I support the bill and commend Senator Pocock for bringing it to the chamber for consideration. The bill seeks to add to a variety of bills that relate to the environment two statutory duties on decision makers, that they must consider the likely impacts of emissions on the health and well-being of current and future Australian children, and in the case of decisions involving the extraction of coal, oil and gas, the decision maker is prevented from making decisions where the resulting greenhouse gas emissions are likely to pose a material risk of harm to the health and well-being of current and future Australian children. I think that's a noble ambition. I would like to think, even without the duties in there, that the decision makers would be doing so at this time. But I think it's worthy of consideration for this Senate to inject, or insert, I should say, those statutory duties. I'm always minded when discussing environment matters to go to one of my favourites and quote them, and it's Sir Garfield Barwick, not necessarily a friend of the left in his day, but someone who had a great passion for the environment. And my point is that there have been social commentary, possibly post my outing on the front page of The Australian, that it's illiberal to care for the environment and it's illiberal to support climate change initiatives or responses, and it's illiberal to support initiatives to drive down emissions and accept that we should have net zero. In fact, I probably have even a stronger position privately, but you'll have to wait for that at another contribution to the Senate. And it's not. It's very conservative. It's actually more conservative than a liberal progressive position to care for the environment. So I want to push back on particularly some social media posts which tend to divine what a liberal is and isn't. Acting Deputy President, Garfield Barwick said, "The community has to learn to make less demand on the resources, and particularly less demand through its own indulgence, its own extravagance, as we know we are extravagant and indulgent." He went on to say, and this is in The Lawyer in the Environment in 1995, "The problem of finding the balance between what this generation might lawfully, reasonably take from resources and what it ought to leave behind and how it ought to restrain itself is a very, very large problem indeed." So I commend the mover of this bill, who is trying to solve this problem by inserting duties. Perhaps we should also give consideration in this line of debate to whether we should also be changing the nature of the duties of decision makers to put nature first and then consider economic considerations subsequently, because nature has intrinsic value, not just because we extract it economically. I thought I'd conclude this contribution by leaving you with a quote from King Charles, not necessarily considered radical. He said in his 2023 Christmas message, "To care for this creation is the responsibility owned by people of all faiths and of none. We care for the earth and for the sake of our children's children." I feel my contribution may be too conservative for some in this chamber, but I support the bill and commend its passage.
Thank you, Senator McLaughlin. Senator Ghosh.
I'm happy to defer to Senator Orman-Payne. I would like to be
not on the
list,
list, Senator Orman-Payne, but I'm happy to call you.
I move that the question now be put.
Okay. Oh, that's... I'm sorry, Senator Orman-Payne, but that is... I'm not going to allow that. Senator Ghosh, please continue. That was not... I understood that you wanted to speak. I said you were not on my list. And I had called Senator Ghosh, and Senator Ghosh was offering you a courtesy which I extended on his behalf. Senator Ghosh, you have the call. Oh, Senator Pocock.
Can we get a clarification on that? We had a senator on their feet. They asked to put the question. My understanding is that the Senate then has to deal with that before we move on.
I don't believe that that was the case, Senator Pocock, but I will check with the clerk. One moment. On advice from the clerk, Senator Orman-Payne is entitled to seek closure if the chamber is not, does not want to provide that, then we can vote against that. So Senator Orman-Payne, if you would like to proceed down that path, and then I seek the position of the chamber. The advice of the clerk is that the speakers list is a guide and it is not firm, but it is... I'm talking to the... thank you. I believe the courtesy that Senator Ghosh extended was a courtesy, but I will leave it to you now, Senator Payne, to decide which way we go.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I was on my feet first and I do wish to proceed down that path, so I do move that the question now be put.
Okay. So... Okay, the question is that the motion put by Senator Orman-Payne be agreed to. Those in favour say aye. Those against? I think the Ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Seem to attract. Do you want to do it? Yeah, yeah. Lock the doors. The question is that the question be put on the second reading. The ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Collins as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. The result of the division is 37 ayes and 23 noes. The matter is resolved in the affirmative. The question now is the bill be read a second time. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute.
Hello. Yours. The question is that the bill be read a second time. All those that opinion will move to the right of the chair and those against will move to the left of the chair. I call Senator Pocock, teller for the ayes, and Collins, sorry. Senator Collins, teller for the noes. It is one of those days. I know who Jess is. Yeah. The result of the division is ayes 14, noes 40. The question is resolved in the negative. Clerk.
Government Business, Order of the Day number 1, Competition and Consumer Amendment, Australian Energy Regulator Separation Bill 2025, resumption of second reading debate.
I'll just wait for the Minister to get back to the chair. Colleagues, we're going to move on, so if you're not participating in this debate, if you could quietly leave the chamber, that would be helpful. Okay, so Minister, you've concluded, just confirming. Okay, so we shall move on then. Just one moment. The question is that the bill be read a second time. All those that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Clerk.
A bill for an act to separate the Australian Energy Regulator from the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission and for related purposes.
No amendments have been circulated. Unless anyone is seeking committee stage, I'll call the Minister. Minister. Third reading.
Yeah, I move that the bill be now read a third time.
Question is the bill be read a third time. All those that opinion say aye. I didn't hear anything. Aye, thank you. Those against say no. The ayes have it. You have to stand in your chair. I'm in the hands of the chamber. Would like to do the vote again? That's fine, we can do that. So the question is that the bill be read a third time. All those that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. Noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells. 4 minutes. Lock the doors. Question is that the bill be read a third time. Those of that opinion will move to the right of the chair and those against will move to the left of the chair. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes. And Senator Bell, is it? Yep, it's teller for the noes. The result of the division is ayes 38, noes 4. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Clerk.
Act to separate the Australian Energy Regulator from the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission and for related purposes. Government Business Order for Day number 2, Commonwealth Workplace Protection Orders Bill 2025. Resumption of second reading debate.
Thank you. I believe we're waiting for Senator Bragg. Okay, colleagues, we're going to move on, so if you could please leave the chamber quietly so that we can all, those that are here can hear Senator Bragg.
Thank you very much, Deputy President, and I rise to speak on the Commonwealth Workplace Protection Orders Bill 2025. This is the second piece of legislation to come before this Parliament in the wake of the horrific attack on a Services Australia employee who was just doing her job. A public servant going about her day, doing a job like public servants in every part of our country do every day, was punched in the face and stabbed in the back, leaving her with life-changing injuries. This is appalling. No Australian should be attacked at work. So when former Victoria Police Chief Commissioner Graham Ashton made recommendations following a review of security arrangements at Services Australia and indeed in all Commonwealth workplaces, we took them very seriously. One of those recommendations led to the Criminal Code Amendment Protecting Commonwealth Frontline Workers Bill 2024. This was a bill to expand the criminal offences for assaulting a frontline worker employed by the Commonwealth. The Coalition supported the bill and passed it through the Parliament on a bipartisan basis. Another one of those recommendations in the Ashton Review has led to this bill that we're considering today. As the Minister for Home Affairs said when reintroducing this bill, and we acknowledge his comments on the need for this and the constructive approach that all sides of politics have taken to this legislation, there have been more than 1,700 serious incidents at Services Australia between July 2023 and July last year. But all of us in this place know that Services Australia employees are not the only ones to face these threats. It's also the employees in the embassies, the contractors and subcontractors on our defence bases, private security guards routinely found on Commonwealth premises, officers of the Australian Federal Police, and indeed the staff in our own electorate offices. As recently as May 2025, 2 Australian Border Force contractors were assaulted and stabbed while at work. The potential risks faced by the Commonwealth workers are not just limited to Services Australia. They are also linked to the broad definition of the term Commonwealth worker. We believe that is appropriate. So this broad definition means that the orders will be able to protect Services Australia employees, Australian Federal Police, contractors, security guards, volunteers and electorate office staff. This approach is sensible and it warrants the support of this chamber. In terms of the substance of the protection orders, the bill would also allow a court to direct a person not to attend a particular Commonwealth workplace, not to go near an affected worker, and to comply with other appropriate conditions. Only a court can make such an order, and it must be cancelled if the grounds for the order cease to exist. To make this type of order, a court must be satisfied that a person has engaged in personal violence or made threats of personal violence, and there is a real risk that the person will engage in further violence if the order is not made. This legislation came before Parliament last term, and we indicated at the time that we would support the bill after a quick committee inquiry. That committee inquiry was handed down on a bipartisan basis, with a recommendation for minor changes but otherwise supporting the legislation. The legislation passed the House on 28 August this year with bipartisan support, and the Coalition is pleased to facilitate the swift passage of this bill through the Senate today.
Senator Whittaker.
Deputy President. I rise today to speak in strong support of the Commonwealth Workplace Protection Orders Bill 2025. We often talk about workplace safety in the context of mining sites, construction sites, or heavy industry. But we're here today because even in Commonwealth offices, the risk of violence is very real. As Joanne Caesar set out for work on the 23rd of May 2023, she thought it would be like any other day. As a team leader at Services Australia's Airport West Service Centre in Melbourne, she was preparing for the biggest morning tea with biscuits she had baked and decorated herself. But that morning, a man previously identified as a risk but with no legal means to be barred entered the office. When Joanne asked him to leave, he did, only to return later with a knife. Covering for a security guard on his lunch break, Joanne was attacked. She was punched, chased, and stabbed in the back, the blade missing her spine and kidneys by only centimetres. Joanne has suffered lifelong injuries from the stabbing. She said she had known of a lack of safety measures and that they were a major concern for her before her life-threatening attack at work. She has said, "We should all be safe at work. We all have family we want to get back to. It took me 7 days to get home, and I am one of the lucky ones." That truth is at the heart of this bill. All Australians deserve to feel safe at work, to be safe at work, and to return home from work. And no public servant should face violence or aggression for doing the really important work, protecting, helping, and supporting our community. Sadly, Joanne's story is not an isolated one. In the period between July 2023 and June 2024, Services Australia recorded almost 1,700 serious incidences across its face-to-face services. This is an unacceptable number. The staff who greet people at these offices are not faceless bureaucrats. They're mums, dads, neighbours, friends, community members, workers who are dedicated to public services. And there is never an excuse for aggressive behaviour. There is no excuse for violence or abuse. This bill delivers on recommendation 17 of the Ashton Review, which made 44 recommendations to improve safety for Commonwealth workers. It establishes a framework that allows Commonwealth entities to apply to courts for workplace protection orders. These orders can prohibit or restrict contact with a worker, prohibit or restrict access to a particular workplace, or establish alternative service arrangements, such as phone-only appointments. This bill empowers the courts to issue a range of orders. Workplace protection orders apply to all Commonwealth workplaces, from service centres to mobile pop-ups, Commonwealth vehicles, to a worker's home when they are working remotely. This applies to our own electorate staff in our offices right across the country, who are also included in the protections. This bill also provides that offences apply regardless of whether conduct occurs here in Australia or overseas, and whether threats are made face-to-face, over the phone or online. That reflects the reality of modern work. Abuse and violence can come from anywhere, in many forms, and our laws must keep pace. While worker safety is, of course, paramount, this bill also ensures fairness and balance. Where an order might limit access to services, agencies are required to propose alternative arrangements so that no one is cut off from support they need or are entitled to. Breach of a WPO will be a criminal offence, with penalties carrying up to 2 years imprisonment. That is an important deterrent needed to stop repeat violence. We are really clear on our message. Assault a worker and you will be punished. Importantly, this new law will not just be set and forgotten. The legislation requires a full review after 3 years, ensuring we assess its effectiveness, learn from experience, and keep protections up to date. When violence closes an office, when staff are traumatised, when services are disrupted, it is vulnerable Australians who lose out. This bill protects the community because safe workplaces means safe and reliable services. It matters everywhere, right across the country, in regional and remote towns where Commonwealth offices are the first door people walk through to access Medicare, aged care or income support. And if those offices are unsafe, it puts whole communities at risk. This bill has been welcomed by my comrades at the Community and Public Sector Union, who do excellent work representing workers in Commonwealth workplaces. The CPSU's National Secretary, Melissa Donnelly, called it groundbreaking because it makes worker safety an integral part of public service delivery. She said it's not just about protecting staff from threats and violence, but also about making sure community members can access these services in a safe environment. This bill does not just stand on its own. It builds on a wider program of reform by this government. Last year, Parliament passed the Criminal Code Amendment Protecting Commonwealth Frontline Workers Act 2024, which strengthened penalties for assaults on Commonwealth workers. And with that foundation in place, this bill now creates a preventative framework so we can act before violence occurs. And last year's budget, and the one before it, this government invested over $300 million in safety and security upgrades at service centres across the country. There has been additional funding for 606 new security guards and better designed and enhanced security at high-risk centres. With a centralised security operations centre, live CCT monitoring and closer ties with local police. This is a real, funded, practical safety package. Of course, we haven't just stopped at safety. This is also about rebuilding Services Australia itself, who in the past have suffered government staffing cuts, leaving call wait times and claims processing blowing out to unacceptable levels, and Labor has been committed to fixing that. Last year, we recruited 3,000 permanent staff, and in 10 weeks, those teams cleared 500,000 outstanding claims. Medicare online claims dropped by 78%, low-income card claims dropped by 77%, seniors card claims dropped by 59%. These workers that dedicate so much of their time to this work should be protected in their workplace. And our government is investing in its people, in our workers, and delivering for Australians. Commonwealth workplace staff right across our country, in our cities, in our regions, in our towns, do such an important job for our community, and they deserve our support. This bill ultimately, like any other bill about workplace safety, is about respect. Respect for workers who dedicate their lives, in this case, to public service. Respect for the communities who deserve safe and accessible government services. Minister Burke in the other place said, "A life of service should be honoured. It should never be ridiculed, and it should never be unsafe simply to go to work. Everyone deserves to go to work safe everyone deserves to go to work safe, and everyone deserves to come home safe." This bill draws a clear line that violence and aggression towards Commonwealth workers will not be tolerated by this government. That is the Labor way. Safer workplaces, stronger services, and a government that has the back of people who do this work for the public. And I commend this bill to the Senate.
Senator Dowling.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise today also to support and I'm honoured to present my reflections on the Commonwealth Workplace Protection Orders Bill 2025. This is a bill that speaks directly to safety of those public servants who serve our communities with professionalism and with compassion. Public service is not just a vocation, it's a privilege, and its heart, that service must ensure dignity and safety. Between July 2023 and June 2024, frontline public service faced some 1,694 serious incidents across Service Australia's face-to-face service channel alone. These incidents include threats, aggression, violence, and they're not mere statistics, they're harm against people who are doing essential work. Workers helping Australians to access benefits, assistance and emergency support. So when these staff are put at risk, our entire public service is weakened. We are weaker as a community. So this Workplace Protection Orders Bill 25 builds upon the Ashton Review's Recommendation 17, which called for the adoption of an ACT-style protection order scheme for Commonwealth workers nationwide. Under the bill, agencies can apply for protection orders when a worker who has suffered personal violence in the course of their duties and there remains a real risk of further harm. So this measure is both compassionate and sensible. It preserves the dignity of public servants and allows agencies to act quickly and decisively. So if we look at some of the key features within the bill, firstly, it broadens definition and coverage. The bill uses the term Commonwealth worker in a very broad sense. So that means it's inclusive of contractors, volunteers, security staff, and all of those who are working under instruments such as the Parliamentary Staff Acts. It also ensures protections extend beyond formal workplaces to other areas around adjacent, parking lots, homes, or even online encounters. Secondly, the bill reduces the burden on individuals by allowing an authorised agency person to apply on behalf of a worker. So that provides both speed, efficiency and emotional relief for the affected worker. The difference is measured in hours instead of days, and the staff member is protected without having to manage the process themselves, a huge relief. The third feature being that the courts retain the discretion to issue orders specifying no contact conditions, location prohibitions and any tailored restrictions that are deemed necessary, provided they ensure due process and rights are balanced. Fourth, its critical provision mandates that service access must be preserved, even for those subject to orders, with courts required to ensure alternative, safe means of access to services remain available at all times. And finally, the bill includes a provision for review of its operation 3 years after commencement, which is sensible. It allows assessment of outcomes and future improvements. Acting Deputy President, let's begin by just recalling a simple reality. Frontline Commonwealth workers are the face of government for millions of Australians. They are the people who answer the door when tragedy strikes, when someone's lost their job, their home, or just lost their way. They are the people who sit behind Centrelink counters, passport desks, call centre phones, and mobile service vans across the country. They are not just administrators, they are listeners, fixers, responders. And sometimes, tragically, they become targets. When these workers face intimidation and violence, we're not just witnessing a failure of individual conduct, we're seeing a failure of systems to shield those who shield us. And that is why this bill matters so much. It moves from a reactive posture to a proactive and protective one. It allows agencies to act swiftly and legally to prevent harm. And more than that, it embodies the values of our great Australian Labor Party, the dignity of work. Labor has always stood for the dignity of work, not just the right to work, but the right to work in safety, without fear. This bill is a natural expression of that core value. It affirms that the right to feel safe at work is not limited to police or emergency services. It extends to the often unseen but essential workers within our federal public service. Secondly, it's about a fairer and safer society. Labor believes that government must serve the people, but it must also safeguard its own workers from systemic risk. That is what fairness means in practice: protection for the vulnerable and accountability for the aggressive. This bill does not vilify frustrated clients. It does not punish protest, but what it does is draw a clear legal line between expression and abuse, between discontent and between violence. And drawing that line is overdue, and it's necessary. It also recognises that workplace violence is not abstract, it's often gendered. It is sometimes racially motivated. It disproportionately affects women, casuals and younger staff, many of whom are employed in frontline public service roles. So in that sense, the bill is also a gender equality measure and a diversity protection measure. It's also about empowering our public institutions. Labor has always believed in the power of strong public institutions. We see the government not as a burden, but as a mechanism for equity and compassion. Our institutions must be strong and responsive. They must be agile enough to address emerging threats like rising aggression in an age of social stretch, digital disconnection and declining trust. The bill gives institutions the legislative tools they need to act without needing to wait for police intervention or personal legal action. So I'll say this: no worker should have to navigate the court system just to feel safe at work. This bill lifts that burden and puts it where it belongs, with the institution itself. It's also about evidence-based reform. Labor has governed through listening. This bill was born of that principle. It's a direct response to the Ashton Review, which made it clear that Commonwealth workers are facing unacceptable levels of risk and that a legislative solution is needed. We didn't ignore that advice, we acted. And we acted not with a blunt instrument, but with precise, considered legislation, modelled on the ACT framework, adapted for national needs, and balanced against legal rights. It's also about public sector leadership. The bill reinforces our belief that public sector should lead by example. We cannot in good conscience call on the private sector to improve their workplace safety if our own agencies are left exposed. We cannot push for domestic violence protections while ignoring workplace harassment of our own. So the Commonwealth must be a model employer. It must set an example, and this bill is a necessary step towards that goal. Acting Deputy President, the Commonwealth Workplace Protection Orders Bill declares that work should be free from fear and that our public servants deserve both legal protections and political recognition. This bill reflects those values that we hold dear as a Labor movement: respect for work, compassion for people, belief in institutions and trust in evidence. So I commend this bill to the House, to the Senate. Thank you.
Senator Delia.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. And can I thank other senators and members in the other place for their remarks and their strong support of this bill. Some may know that I was a former public servant. I worked at the Australian Taxation Office for 15 years. And following that, I was an employee of the Community and Public Sector Union, the union that represents public sector workers. And the tragic incident that occurred at the Airport West Service Centre on the 23rd of May 2003 was just horrific, and it could have been prevented. The Albanese Labor government does take work health and safety seriously. This bill is going to fill important gaps in the security and safety for Commonwealth public servants who are the heart and the backbone of government delivery and service delivery for the community. This bill, as we've talked about in this place, is the result of a stabbing in a workplace, something that should never have occurred, but was unfortunately the result of a unilateral decision at the time of agency senior leadership to reduce security guards in service centres without adequate consultation with workers and their union. I can inform senators, then those that are watching and listening at home, that CPSU members, delegates and health and safety reps strongly oppose these changes in control measures. CPSU National Secretary Melissa Donnelly, our Deputy National President Matthew Harrison and our Section Secretary Emma White worked tirelessly to fight against cuts to the frontline safety and security and to push for better safety outcomes and to make sure that our members' voices were heard. And I'm pleased to say that this bill is a result of the work of our union members and union leadership to be able to improve these systems and these controls. I do remember being a union official at the time following the stabbing at Services Australia. My direct responsibility was for members in Services Australia and looking for their work health and safety, looking out for their work health and safety interests and organising. And there was a terrible amount of fear across the workforce of copycat attacks. And unfortunately, there was a period of time where people were just numb to the thought of getting attacked, of getting yelled at, of being abused, being spat on in their workplaces for doing their job of serving the community. And I can tell people in this house, in this chamber, that Centrelink workers, they genuinely care about their customers, and regardless of the risks and some of the abuse and some of the bile that has been put towards them, they have still performed their work tirelessly and amazingly, and I thank them for their work and their service and their dedication to serving some of the most vulnerable people. Following the stabbing, there's been a lengthy investigation by the Work Health and Safety Regulator, Comcare, and on the 23rd of May 2025, Services Australia was charged by the Commonwealth Director of Public Prosecutions for breaching our federal work health and safety laws. It's remiss, I have to mention that this is at a time when we were recovering from a decade of cuts and degradation of the public service, where there were toxic anti-worker vibes in the senior leadership of some parts of the public service. And I really commend the work of the government and Minister Gallagher, who have worked tirelessly to improve the culture in the APS, to improve the culture at Services Australia. And I thank the new CEO as well for his work in engaging with workers and their representatives to improve the culture for workers at Services Australia. Consultation about work health and safety matters shouldn't be seen as a burden, it should be seen as an opportunity to improve the lives of working people, whether we're talking about public servants, whether we're talking about workers. This morning I had the opportunity to hear from workers from the ETU, apprentices. Everyone should have the right to come to work and to go home safely to your family and to your loved ones. And this bill goes a long way to improving the lives of Centrelink workers and public servants to have that outcome, to be able to go home safely. Excuse me, I've had a bit of a cold. Acting Deputy President. Workplace protection orders are one of 44 recommendations that were made by Graham Ashton to improve the safety and security of Services Australia workers. Many of these recommendations have already been implemented and they have been very well received by workers in Services Australia, including things like improved fit-outs of service centres with safer layouts, with safer uniforms, and a more worker-focused approach for when people come into the offices. It's really important. The workplace protection orders were recommendation 17 of the Ashton Safety and Security Review to adopt provisions that were very similar to that have been in place in the ACT, with the implementation of this legislation, it is going to provide Commonwealth public sector workers with safety and certainty that it's not just them. If they suffer an incident of aggression or violence in the workplace, that their employer can actually the Commonwealth can take out a protection order on their behalf, whether it is a worker, whether or not it's a workplace that's been affected, the workplace protection order can be taken out so that worker doesn't have to look at individual restraining orders or individual orders. It allows the employer, the Commonwealth, to be able to look out for our workers. I note that Senator Dowling and Senator Whittaker, their comments in support of the public sector workers, it's really heartening to hear from our colleagues the sheer amount of support for the public sector and the public service. As I've mentioned, they are the backbone of our government and us being able to deliver for Australians. I'd also like to acknowledge the work of the former Senate committee who made recommendations after consultation with stakeholders and community groups to make sure that communities, to make sure that customers who are affected by workplace protection orders, they can still access government service delivery. This is not about cutting people out. People can still access, but it gives the workers certainty. We've also got in the bill, as a result of feedback from the unions, that workers who have suffered aggression or abuse, they don't have to be wearing a uniform to be immediately identifiable, to fall under the guys to be able to have a workplace protection order taken out on their behalf. Violence, aggression and unacceptable behaviour has no place in any workplace in our country. It takes nothing to be kind. It takes nothing to say thank you, to say hello to a worker in the office. It takes more energy to be upset. It takes more energy to be angry at somebody or angry at the system. And I implore people, when we are dealing with workers, to be kind, to be respectful, and to be humble when we're in and seeking support of whether it's in a Centrelink office, whether it's in a supermarket, whether you're getting a passport. Kindness takes nothing, and everyone has the right to be able to come home safely. I commend the bill to the House. Thank you.
Minister.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President, and I thank my colleagues, senators across the chamber, for their contributions to this debate on the Commonwealth Workplace Protection Orders Bill of 2025. And this bill will strengthen protections for Commonwealth workers and Commonwealth workplaces where workers and visitors are at an increasing risk of violence and aggression while at work. Too often, violence and aggression has devastating impacts on workers and their families, as well as on the safe operation of Commonwealth workplaces and the delivery of Commonwealth services to the Australian community. The bill seeks to protect public servants like Joanne Cassar, whose people have spoken about today in the chamber, who at 55 years of age and after decades of service set out for work at a Services Australia branch at Airport West one Tuesday morning in May 2023, not knowing that her life was about to change forever. Later that day, she was brutally attacked by a man who Services Australia had identified as a risk to workers, but had no legal authority to ban. He punched her in the face and stabbed her once in the lower back, just missing her spine and kidneys, but leaving her with life-changing injuries and enduring pain. Unfortunately, Joanne's attack is not isolated, and we know that Commonwealth workers and workplaces continue to face an unacceptable risk of violence from members of the public. Indeed, in just a one-year period with Services Australia, staff faced almost 1,700 serious incidents. These attacks should never have happened. All Australians have the right to feel safe and to be safe at work. The Services Australia Security Risk Management Review was commissioned after Joanne's assault. And it was a comprehensive review led by former Victorian Police Commissioner Mr Graham Ashton, who made 44 recommendations to increase the safety of Commonwealth workers, and the government has committed to implementing all of those recommendations. This bill implements recommendation 17 of that Ashton review by creating a Commonwealth Workplace Protection Order scheme, and the bill complements the Criminal Code amendment which the government already passed last year to implement recommendation 18 of the Ashton Review, and that increased criminal penalties for harming a Commonwealth frontline worker. This bill will enhance the Australian government's ability to protect its employees, particularly those in frontline service delivery roles. The bill was first introduced in 2024 and passed the House of Representatives in February 2025 before the 2025 election. The bill was then quickly reintroduced in the first sittings of this Parliament to prioritise the establishment of a framework to enable a Commonwealth entity to apply for a court for a Commonwealth Protection Order, or WPO, to protect a Commonwealth worker or workplace from threats of or actual harm. The bill defines a Commonwealth worker to include Commonwealth employees and contractors, such as security officers. Before issuing a workplace protection order, the court must be satisfied that the respondent has engaged in personal violence in relation to a Commonwealth worker or the workplace, and that there is a real risk that the respondent will engage in further personal violence if the order is not made. And personal violence means conduct that causes or threatens to cause harm or a reasonable fear of harm. A court would be able to apply any conditions or restrictions, if determined necessary, to prevent any future risk of personal violence to a Commonwealth worker or workplace. And conditions could include prohibiting or restricting contact with a Commonwealth worker, prohibiting or restricting attendance at a particular Commonwealth workplace, or or a restricted servicing arrangement, such as phone-only appointments to allow ongoing service delivery as required. A WPO is available for all Commonwealth workplaces, extending to anywhere a Commonwealth worker is conducting official Commonwealth work. This includes, for example, an office of a particular Commonwealth entity, mobile servicing such as pop-up shops in shopping centres, Commonwealth vehicles or a Commonwealth worker's residence when they are working from home. The safety of Commonwealth workers comes first, but we also want to ensure individuals can continue to access necessary government services. The bill ensures that if proposing conditions that would limit the respondent's ability to access Commonwealth benefits or services or contact their electoral representatives, the applicant is to be required to provide the court with information about alternative procedures or arrangements for how the respondent may access or obtain those benefits or services. The court would also be required to consider the personal circumstances of the respondent when determining the conditions attached to an order and ensure that the person still has the ability to access essential public services and retain the ability to engage in political communication. The bill would allow either party to apply to the court to vary or revoke an order, and the court would be able to vary the conditions in the order and/or the period for which the order is in force. This would allow flexibility where the circumstances of either the Commonwealth entity or the respondent change. The bill also provides that either party would be able to appeal a decision of the court relating to the making, varying or revoking of a final order. Breaching a condition of an order will be a criminal offence punishable by 2 years imprisonment or 120 penalty units or both. This penalty will act as a deterrent for non-compliance with conditions while protecting workers from any future threatening behaviour. The bill also requires a review 3 years after commencement. And in conclusion, Acting Deputy President, this bill sends a strong message that the government values the contributions made by Commonwealth workers and that violence and aggression towards those workers and workplaces is never acceptable. This bill creates a whole new act and is a serious reform on worker safety. The bill is a further step towards creating safer workplaces for Commonwealth workers and allowing the Australian community safe access to Commonwealth government benefits and services. And the bill offers new protections to all Commonwealth workers, just like Joanne, who we've been speaking about today, who had dedicated her life to helping others. Public servants devote their professional lives to serving the public. A life of service should be honoured, it should never be scorned, it should never be ridiculed, and it should never be unsafe simply to go to work. Every Australian worker deserves to feel safe, to be safe, and to come home to their loved ones each day. And Acting Deputy President, I table a replacement explanatory memorandum relating to the Commonwealth Workplace Protection Orders Bill 2025.
Thank you, Minister. The question is that the bill be now read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Call the clerk.
A bill for an act to establish a workplace protection orders scheme in relation to Commonwealth workers and Commonwealth workplaces and for related purposes.
No amendments have been circulated. Does any senator require a committee stage? If not, I shall call the minister to move the third reading. Call the minister.
I move that the bill be read a third time.
The question is that the bill be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. Call the clerk.
A bill for an act to establish a workplace protection orders scheme in relation to Commonwealth workers and Commonwealth workplaces and for related purposes. Government Business Order of the Day number 3, Telecommunications and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025, second reading debate.
Senator Duniam.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise to make a contribution to the Telecommunications and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025. This bill amends the Telecommunications Interception and Access Act 1979 and also the Surveillance Devices Act 2004, along with the Crimes Act 1914, to ensure key provisions operate as intended and makes technical amendments flowing from the government's decision to reconstitute the Home Affairs portfolio following the federal election. Schedule 1 of the bill permits protected network activity warrant and warrant intercept information to be used, communicated and recorded to meet disclosure obligations. It also allows the information to be admitted in evidence where necessary to ensure that the defensible prosecution of criminal activity while retaining the intelligence-only purpose of network activity warrants. Schedule 2 of the bill amends the Telecommunications Interception and Access Act 1979 to transfer the statutory function of the Communications Access Coordinator, otherwise known as the CAC, from the Secretary of the Attorney-General's Department to the Secretary of the Department of Home Affairs. This change is of course only necessary because this government prioritised party politics over the protection of Australians by dismantling the Home Affairs portfolio after the 2022 election. Following the last election this year, the Albanese Labor government restored the Home Affairs portfolio to its original structure established under the coalition by returning the Australian Federal Police, the Australian Criminal Intelligence Commission and the Australian Transaction Reports and Analysis Centre to Home Affairs from the Attorney-General's portfolio. This came after the coalition took this commitment to the election, while Labor made no such commitment. The decision to reconstitute the Home Affairs portfolio following the election and the Prime Minister's acknowledgement that there were issues with information sharing during the Dural caravan incident are an admission that the national security architecture that he put in place by dismantling Home Affairs had failed at a critical time. The government should frankly apologise to Australians for putting party politics over Australia's national security by changing the Home Affairs portfolio 3 times in 3 years in a pointless factional tug-of-war. Schedule 3 amends the Telecommunications Interception and Access Act to permit limited access to stored communications to allow agencies to undertake development and testing activities in circumstances where they would otherwise have been authorised to intercept the same communication if it was still passing over a telecommunications system. These changes will ensure the framework remains fit for purpose in the modern operating environment where stored communications may pass over the telecom system alongside and become indistinguishable from live communications. Schedule 4 corrects a technical issue with the operation of interception of international production orders in the TIA Act that was preventing international production orders from being given to US-based prescribed communications providers in certain circumstances under the agreement between the Government of Australia and the Government of the United States of America on access to electronic data for the purpose of countering serious crime. The amendments clarify that interception orders issued to Australian law enforcement and national security agencies may be used to obtain a prospective content data from communications providers in a country with which Australia has a designated international agreement, regardless of the technical method by which that prospective data is sent to the agency. Schedule 5 amends the Crimes Act to clarify the threshold for authorising and varying controlled operations and the circumstances in which a participant is protected from criminal responsibility and indemnified against civil liability. The anonymous nature of online crime means law enforcement may lack information to assess potential risks when deciding whether to authorise vary a controlled operation. The amendments will clarify that authorising officers must consider the direct and reasonably foreseeable consequences of a controlled conduct when authorising or varying a controlled operation. Schedule 5 also provides clarity around legal protections for officers involved in undercover operations targeted at taking down sexual abuse syndicates. In the 2024-25 financial year, the ACCCE Child Protection Triage Unit received 82,764 reports of online child exploitation. This equates to an average of 226 reports per day. The need for strong action against these predators has never, ever been more acute. These amendments ensure that the law is fit for purpose in addressing the most abhorrent online crimes where the persons under investigation are anonymised, including on the dark web and encrypted communications platforms. The changes in the Telecommunications and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025 provide essential clarifications to ensure that the agencies that keep our nation safe can continue to do so in an era of rapid technological development. The Coalition will always support sensible reforms which ensure that the men and women serving in intelligence and law enforcement roles have the tools they need to take down criminals no matter where they're hiding. The opposition will, of course, be supporting this legislation without amendment.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy. I rise on behalf of the Greens to indicate our opposition to the Telecommunications and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025. The Minister in the second reading speech, and indeed also the opposition, described these as technical amendments, but I think we should be clear that the bill massively expands surveillance powers without any consideration of adequate safeguards or any adequate consideration of accountability. And whenever Home Affairs or part of the security agencies talk about technical amendments, it always pays to look closer. And in my experience, when Home Affairs say technical amendments, normally it's anything but. And of course, that's a deeply concerning pattern of behaviour from this government and from Home Affairs. The Independent National Security Legislation Monitor, the INSLM, tabled just barely a month ago, on the 1st of September, a report on the Identify and Disrupt Act. And of course, that report from the INSLM would have been essential to be properly considered before yet another bill is passed, granting yet more extended surveillance powers and the use of extended use of information obtained under existing surveillance powers to the Parliament. Of course, Parliament hasn't properly considered the INSLM report, and nor would have Home Affairs been able to adequately consider the INSLM report before bringing forward this legislation. And indeed, it gets better, because as we're pushing to rapidly adopt this bill, without reference to the INSLM report even, we also know that Home Affairs is conducting a major review of the entire electronic surveillance framework. So we're being asked, on the one hand, to expand surveillance powers before any consideration of the INSLM's report, which had many critical concerns about the lack of proportionality between powers that have been given to security agencies over the last 2 decades and basic expectations of due process and rights. And it's in the middle of Home Affairs undertaking a major review of the entire electronic surveillance framework that it's responsible for. Of particular concern for my party, the Australian Greens, is Schedule 1, that expands network activity warrant disclosure powers. And in that regard, and I'll reference it shortly, I really am grateful for the considered submission that went to this bill from the Internet Association of Australia, not what you'd call a radical group, a very carefully reasoned and considered submission from the primary industry association responsible for managing the core infrastructure of the internet in Australia. And I will deal with their concerns about the bill shortly. But can I say their concerns in relation to Schedule 1 and the expanded disclosure of the existing information obtained under warrant, the absence of robust safeguards, they are right to raise very real concerns and to ask the Parliament to press pause on that. Schedule 3, of course, also lets agencies access stored communications while testing and developing interception tech. That means real people's private messages are going to be accessed not for a security purpose, not for a public interest purpose, but just so that they can be guinea pigs and have their information used for testing. The government promises this information can't be used for investigations, but of course there's almost no oversight of this. All happens in the dark And this is another part of function creep that the Internet Association of Australia points out in relation to this entire bill. And of course, Schedule 4, another so-called technical amendment, significantly expands the IPO scheme, which currently only exists between Australia and the United States. And when you look at what the impact of that will be, it's quite clear that we're talking about a potentially significantly expanded data flow of Australians' data going to US law enforcement just at a time when the United States judiciary is being weaponised for political purposes. So as we're literally watching the Trump administration politically weaponise the US criminal justice system, the Albanese government, with barely a blink, without a pause, is proposing a radically increased amount of information that can be given directly to the United States law enforcement agencies, directly impacting on Australians' privacy. It's almost as though this government hasn't realised that there's a change happening in the United States, a change that is harmful to basic principles of human rights, harmful to due process at law, and indeed harmful to what the Greens think is a democratic and prosperous future for the planet. But putting that all to one side, the Albanese government is proposing, without really telling the public, they've decided with this bill to massively increase the amount of information going to the United States on the request of the Trump administration. So the Greens are joining with the Internet Association of Australia to say this bill should be paused. It should be pulled at the moment. There should be proper consultation before this legislation is passed. The Home Affairs Electronic Surveillance Review, the comprehensive review, should be finished before we grant extended powers. And someone should probably read the Insulam report before they bring in fresh legislation that seems directly contrary to the concerns raised by the Insulam as recently as the 1st of September, and perhaps even a regulatory impact analysis. Because the industry says none of that has happened with them. But instead, what are we seeing? We're seeing the Coalition and Labor join together, as they always do, to remove rights, to increase the surveillance state, to hand yet more of our information over to the Trump administration and the United States, and to do it without even a blink. That's what's probably going to happen today. I do want to just put on the record the concerns of the Internet Association of Australia. And again, I want to credit them for being one of the few organisations that really came to terms with this bill. Complex, difficult, technical bill, and to read on their concerns in their communication to the PJCIS. And of course, you know, the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Intelligence and Security operates in secret, deliberates in secret, and sometimes we can only find out what happens because of the occasional public submission that is published by the PJCIS. And the Internet Association of Australia said this: "We reject the framing of the Toller Bill as being primarily technical or administrative corrections in nature, as suggested in the explanatory memorandum. As will be further detailed below, in particular, Schedules 1 and 3 represent a function creep by expanding the admissibility of information gained via extraordinary electronic surveillance powers and expanding the scope of stored communications access." And the IAA, and I'll quote from their submission, strongly recommends that the Toller Bill not be passed until a full public consultation process and regulatory impact statement has been completed. At the least, the Toller Bill should be split so that only the administrative adjustments proposed under Schedule 2 are passed, while Schedules 1 to 3 and 4 to 5 of the Toller Bill are delayed for further consultation and scrutiny. They go on to say, "We further note that the electronic surveillance legislative framework is currently subject to a major review by the Department of Home Affairs. It's thus concerning that there are changes being proposed by the Toller Bill seemingly without reference to that ongoing work." And of course, they are right in doing that. And part of the departmental review is looking at some of the human rights and privacy issues that are obviously at play in this Toller Bill. According to the department's website, the department review is looking to develop a single electronic surveillance act that will, and I quote from the department, better protect individuals' information and data, including by reflecting what it means to communicate in the 21st century. Is clear, transparent and usable for operational agencies, and contains appropriate thresholds and robust, effective and consistent controls, limits, safeguards and oversight of the use of these intrusive powers. All of that would be necessary, you would think, before you massively expand the use of information obtained under already quite extraordinary surveillance powers. But no, this government just presses on regardless. The IAA point out the importance of the Insulam's most recent report under the Surveillance Legislation Amendment Identify and Disrupt Act, the SLADE Act. In that report, and again I'll quote from the IAA's summary, the Insulam report made many recommendations to ensure the use of powers under the SLADE Act is fit for purpose and better balances providing agencies with legal authority to combat serious crimes while also upholding core democratic principles. With many of the recommendations pertaining to bolstering the safeguard and oversight mechanisms, we are highly concerned that the TOLA bill seeks to increase powers without regard to the Insulam's call for corresponding safeguard measures. And to read their recommendation, the IAA strongly recommends that the committee recommends the TOLA bill not be passed until the Insulam report has been thoroughly reviewed and considered by Parliament and the department. Acting Deputy President, it's interesting, isn't it, to watch the debate between the government and what goes for the opposition. Of course, when it comes to national security, it's not an opposition. It's a kind of, you know, it's a bunch of people in suits acting as a cheer squad for the government. But it's interesting to watch what goes for debate on this. No reference to the Insulam report. No reference to the review being undertaken by Home Affairs. No reference to privacy. No reference to core democratic principles. No reference to any restraint. But instead just a big fat rubber stamp from the so-called parties of government who have never seen a demand or a grasp for power by executive government that they haven't been willing to cheer through this parliament. It goes to show why there are so many concerns about the way this place operates, why there are so many concerns about the creep of surveillance powers, the expanding reach of surveillance powers and the diminishing spaces in which citizens can act without the obtrusive hand of the state reaching in, surveilling without notice, and impacting upon our privacy. And the core reason this happens is because there's a culture in this place of never questioning the next executive power grab that comes, particularly from agencies like Home Affairs and ASIO. It is dangerous to civil liberties, and in the long term it's dangerous for democracy, and for those reasons we oppose this bill.
Senator Shoebridge, I have a piece of paper in front of me.
And I have obviously not finished my contribution, and I move the second reading amendment that's been circulated in my name, and commend it to the House because it's excellent.
Thank you, Senator Shoebridge. Minister.
Thanks very much, Acting Deputy President, and I thank honourable members for their contributions to the debate on this bill. The Telecommunications and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025 remedies defects preventing agencies from exercising powers in the manner that Parliament intended. The bill makes 5 key amendments across the Telecommunications Act 1978, the Surveillance Devices Act 2004 and the Crimes Act 1914. Schedule 1 to the bill contains amendments to ensure the Commonwealth is able to comply with its duty of disclosure owed to courts while preserving the intelligence-only nature of network activity warrants. The bill will also permit the admission into evidence of information obtained under a network activity warrant where necessary to support a fair trial, operate with sophisticated levels of anonymity online and target those most vulnerable in our community. In conclusion, the Telecommunications and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025 will address defects preventing agencies from exercising powers consistent with Parliament's intent when enacting the relevant provisions of the Telecommunications Act 1979, the Surveillance Devices Act 2004 and the Crimes Act 1914. I commend the bill to the Senate.
Thank you, Minister. The first question is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator Shoebridge be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the noes have it. Is a division required? A division is required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that the second reading amendment moved by Senator Shoebridge be agreed to. The ayes will move to the right of the chair and the noes to the left. I point Senator Grogan as teller for the noes. And I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the ayes. There being 15 ayes and 24 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. We now move to the substantive bill. The question is that the bill now be read a second time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. I think the ayes have it. Is a division required? Okay, a division is required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. The question is that the bill be read a second time. Ayes will move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the noes. There being 30 ayes and 10 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. Call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to telecommunications interception and access and law enforcement and for related purposes.
I understand that there have been amendments circulated, so we will now move to a committee stage. I'm just going to take some advice from the clerk, so hold on that last instruction. Okay, no amendments have been circulated. Does any senator wish to have a committee stage? Senator Shoebridge.
It's my understanding that sheet 3474 has been circulated.
Aye.
Amendment sheet, and I'm partly emboldened in that by this dark grey thing which has amendment sheet 3474 written on it.
In which case, that was my error, Senator Shoebridge.
Yeah.
An amendment has been circulated,
Yeah.
and so we will move into the committee stage.
Thank you.
Got them?
Sorry. Is it the wish of the committee that the bill be taken as a whole? There being no objection, it is so ordered. The question is that the bill stand as printed. For the benefit of the chamber, I understand that amendments have not yet been circulated to everyone, but we're waiting for the hard copies of the amendments to be circulated. In the interim, I see Senator Shoebridge on his feet. Are you content to proceed at this point, Senator Shoebridge?
I'm content to proceed. I have a few short questions to the Minister that may resolve all of my concerns.
Thank you. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy. Minister, obviously one of the concerns that's been raised by the Internet Association of Australia is that this legislation is being brought forward before the conclusion of Home Affairs review into surveillance. Are you in a position to provide the Parliament with an update on where that review is, what the expected time frame for the provision of the recommendations from that review is?
Minister.
Thank you, Chair. Thanks, Senator Shoebridge, for the question. The review is underway. We're expecting progress on that in this term of Parliament.
Senator Shoebridge.
One of the terms of reference for the review, at least according to Home Affairs, is to better protect individuals' information and data, including by reflecting what it means to communicate in the 21st century. Minister, given that this legislation proposes a significant increase in the sharing and distribution of private data obtained under surveillance warrants, did the government consider holding off on this bill until you had the mature reflection from Home Affairs on that issue?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Shoebridge. We believe that it is necessary to progress this bill urgently. It's necessary to address the technical issues that are preventing agencies from exercising existing powers in the manner that the Parliament intended, required to support prosecutors and agencies to comply with disclosure obligations and to support a fair trial, and required to finalise machinery of government changes following the making of new administrative arrangements order on the 13th of May 2025.
Senator Shoebridge.
Well, of course, this goes beyond just changing the names and the entity that can use existing powers. This significantly increased the powers, increases the how information can be shared, and expands the purposes for which information can be shared. It's not the government's contention, is it, that this is simply a technical change to deal with the re-establishment of Home Affairs? That's not a serious contention for the government, is it?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Shoebridge. That was one of the components that I mentioned, Senator Shoebridge, as well with preventing agencies from exercising existing powers in the manner that the Parliament intended, and it's required to support prosecutors and agencies to comply with disclosure obligations and to support a fair trial. So there were additional reasons for the urgency.
Senator Shoebridge.
The PJSIS report deals at some modest length with the proposed changes to IPOs, or international production orders. It's true that Australia has an arrangement with the United States for IPOs under the Oz-US Cloud Act agreement. Is that the arrangement, the existing arrangement under which information, this expanded amount of information, will be provided to the United States if this bill is passed? Would it still be the Oz-US Cloud Act agreement?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. That is still the agreement, and it doesn't expand the ability of those agencies to gain increased information from Australians.
Senator Shoebridge.
Minister, I hear what you say. The problem I have is what you just told the Senate is starkly at odds what PJSIS has said, and I'll just read from their report. The IPO framework in Schedule 1 enables Australian law enforcement and national security agencies to obtain an IPO where Australia has a designated international agreement with a foreign country, and that's where they reference the Oz-US Cloud Act agreement. And then to quote, "This means that Australian law enforcement and national security agencies can ask communications service providers in the US to provide content or data to investigate or prosecute serious offences in Australia, and allows US law enforcement and security agencies to similarly request access to content or data held by Australian-based communications service providers to investigate or prosecute crimes in the US." So that's them describing the current arrangements. But they then go on to say this: "The bill seeks to amend Schedule 1 of the Telecommunications Intercept Act to replace the term intercepting with accessing in relation to IPOs. The effect of this is to broaden when an IPO may be issued. An eligible judge or nominated administrative review tribunal member must consider the agency's access to communications, messages, voice calls or video calls in relation to IPOs, rather than the technical method by which the information is captured, stored or retrieved." So is PJSIS right when it says it broadens when an APO may be issued, or are you right when you say there's no change?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Shoebridge. So the amendments are necessary to give effect to the original intent of the legislation, allowing for interception international production orders to be used to receive prospective content data. In the course of operationalising the international production order framework, it became evident that the framework does not accurately cover the technical methods used by some providers to collect, store and return prospective communications. In essence, the existing provisions assume data will be delivered to agencies in real time, but in reality, providers may be unable to provide real-time interception, and it could instead occur on a periodic basis. The amendments therefore provide certainty that interception international production orders may be used to receive prospective content data regardless of the technical method used to create, copy and send prospective data. And the point I made before, that this does not expand the ability of the US to access information from Australians.
Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy. And I think I might have said that reference was from PJCIS. It's actually from the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights. So I just want to clarify that. So I'm sorry, Minister, it was from the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, their report 5 of 2025. Again, Minister, what you say and what the unanimous report of the Parliamentary Committee says is somewhat at odds, because the Human Rights Committee says at 1.26, in relation to proportionality, broadening when an IPO may be issued and allowing prescribed communication providers to share stored communications exacerbates the previous concerns identified in relation to the IPO framework and the right to privacy. In particular, in relation to B-party orders, where an order is made in relation to services used by an individual who is not the target, allowing a prescribed communications provider to provide stored communications regarding this person appears to greatly broaden the amount of personal data that a provider can share, even where the person is not the target of the investigation. Now, Minister, is that right? Is the unanimous report from the Parliamentary Joint Committee right, where it says that these amendments appear to greatly broaden the amount of personal data that a provider can share, even where the person is not the target of the investigation? That's the effect of this bill, isn't it?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Shoebridge. So, in regards to the Human Rights Committee report and in regards to the amendments, they do not affect Australian providers or how incoming orders from foreign partners may be handled. The amendments only relate to the compliance by foreign service providers with Australian orders.
Senator Shoebridge.
Well, you see, Minister, at no point has your government clarified with the Human Rights Committee that that's the case. And indeed, it's my understanding the Human Rights Committee came to this conclusion on a thorough review of the legislation, and including with the assistance of information from Home Affairs. So we are left again in a difficult situation where a unanimous report of the Human Rights Committee that considered this bill at length says that it appears to greatly broaden the amount of personal data that a provider can share, even where the person is not the target of the investigation. And against that, we have the rhetoric of both the government and the opposition that this is all technical, nothing to see here, don't you worry about it. I've got to say, on behalf of the Australian Greens, we find the unanimous recommendation after careful deliberation of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights more persuasive than the bare assertions that are being provided by both the government and the opposition. Can you explain if what you say to the Senate is true, how it is that at no point has the Minister sought to clarify what looks like, on your version, and I've got to say I think there's a credibility gap, such a significant mischaracterisation by the committee?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Shoebridge, for that contribution. What I would point out is that the PJCIS have recommended that this bill be passed without amendment, and that's what the government intends to do.
Senator Shoebridge.
Sometimes you know you're tilling some barren ground, Deputy Chair. So I might move on. Have the amendments now been circulated?
Yes, Senator Shoebridge.
Yes. I move the amendment on sheet 3474, but I think it might actually be addressed in how the question is put.
That's right, and it will be, Senator Shoebridge.
Right. I just might quickly explain the amendments. Schedule 4 changes the language of intercepting to accessing in certain circumstances, which on our understanding, it's informed by cogent submissions by the Internet Association of Australia and the conclusions of the PJ Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights, is intended to broaden the issuing person's considerations to access of the information. It qualifies the use of the expression interception in some instances by interception as permitted under an international production order. And that's about an issuing person needing to consider the broader concept of a target's information and therefore potentially significantly expanding the operation of the IPOs. And of course it does so in the context of the US agreement. As I think we heard earlier, the only country that Australia has an agreement with for the IPOs is the United States. But indeed, I might just close that gate. Minister, is that right? Does Australia have agreement with anybody other than the United States for IPOs?
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Yes, I can confirm that's correct.
Senator Shoebridge.
It's only the United States that we have an arrangement with? I see you nodding. Yep. In fact, I even heard correct. So I won't repeat what I said in the second reading contribution, Acting Deputy, but just to make it very clear, the Australian Greens do not trust the current United States administration. We believe the Trump administration is erratic and dangerous. We see it weaponising and politicising its criminal justice system, and we see the erosion of basic rights within the United States, the democratic and legal system happening at pace. We are deeply concerned that while that is happening, the Albanese Labor government is proposing to significantly increase the amount of information that they are willing to give to the United States about Australian private citizens that has been obtained without their consent and without their knowledge using existing surveillance laws. We are deeply concerned that the proposal here will greatly broaden the amount of personal data that can be shared with the United States, including when the personal data is of a person who is not the target of an investigation. And we rely upon the conclusions of the Parliamentary Joint Committee on Human Rights to confirm those concerns. We think it is reckless and dangerous to be providing such a large, expanded amount of secretly obtained surveillance data from Australian citizens who are not the target of an investigation to the Trump administration at this point. And that is why we moved these amendments to try and remove Schedule 4 of the bill.
Minister.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Senator Shoebridge. And the government will be opposing these amendments for the reasons that I've set out earlier. And we intend to pass the bill unamended.
Thank you, Minister. We are dealing currently with Australian Greens Amendment number 1 on sheet 3474. The question is that Schedule 4 stand as printed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against say no. Aye. The ayes have it. Is a division required? Okay. A division is required. Please ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. The question is that Schedule 4 stand as printed. Ayes to the right, noes to the left. I appoint Senator Darmanin as teller for the ayes. I appoint Senator McKim as teller for the noes.
Darmanin teller. Yeah.
The result of the division is ayes 30, noes 12. The question is resolved in the affirmative. The question is now that the bill stand as printed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. All those against say no. The ayes have it. The question is now that the bill be reported. All those in favour say aye. All those opposed say no. That is resolved for the ayes. The committee has considered the Telecommunications and Other Legislation Amendment Bill 2025 and agreed to it without amendments. Minister.
I move the report of the committee be adopted.
The question is that the report of the committee be adopted. All those in favour say aye. All those against? The ayes have it. Minister.
I move the bill now be read a third time.
Question is that the bill now be read a third time. Senator Shoebridge.
Thanks, Acting Deputy. Could I just have it noted that the Greens oppose the third read, but we won't be insisting on a division because we're such nice guys.
Yes, the question now is that the bill be read a third time. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to telecommunications interception and access and law enforcement and for related purposes. Government Business Order of the Day number 4, Private Health Insurance National Joint Replacement Register Levy Amendment Bill 2025, second reading debate.
Senator Ruston.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I rise today to speak on the Private Health Insurance National Joint Replacement Register Levy Amendment Bill 2025. This bill makes a series of technical and administrative amendments to ensure the National Joint Replacement Register Levy operates in line with its original policy intent. Specifically, the bill redefines who is responsible for paying the levy, ensuring it applies to the current responsible person for a medical device listed on the prescribed list of medical devices and human tissue products, not just the original applicant. This is sensible and a necessary change. It ensures that the levy keeps pace with commercial changes over time, including where responsibility for a device listing is transferred between companies. The bill also includes validating provisions to mitigate against risks from past levy collections. The National Joint Replacement Registry, or the NJRR, plays a vital role in monitoring and improving patient safety and surgical outcomes for Australians receiving joint replacements. The registry, administered by the Australian Orthopaedic Association, collects and analyses data from all relevant hospitals across Australia to help define, improve and maintain the quality of care of joint replacement surgery. The Australian Orthopaedic Association receives Commonwealth funding for aspects of the registry's administration through a grants agreement, and these costs are efficiently recovered through the levy imposed under the Private Health Insurance National Joint Replacement Register Levy Act 2009. The bill ensures that the levy continues to function effectively and consistently with its original purpose to support the continued collection and analysis of high-quality data on joint replacement outcomes. Therefore, the Coalition supports the bill. It is a sensible technical measure that improves the operation of the levy. These amendments are administrative and they are consistent with the Coalition's long-standing support for the efficient, transparent and accountable administration of Australia's healthcare system. While the Coalition supports this bill, it is also worth noting that greater action is needed by the Albanese Labor government to ensure that Australian patients have timely access to elective surgeries such as joint replacements, including ensuring our hospital systems have funding certainty going forward and addressing the underlying causes of bed block in our hospitals. Reports from the States and Territories about the ongoing negotiations on the next National Health Reform Agreement, the agreement that determines the Commonwealth's contribution to hospital funding, are deeply concerning. The Prime Minister has already broken his promise on hospital funding. He promised to deliver a new 5-year National Health Reform Agreement with the States and Territories from the 1st of July 2025, but he has failed to negotiate it, leaving our hospitals in a state of uncertainty at a time when they're facing enormous pressure. Instead of fixing this failure and securing the future of our hospitals, the Prime Minister appears to be sending them backwards. The Prime Minister needs to be honest with the Australian public about whether he intends to break another promise, and that is his promise to fund 42.5% of hospital costs by 2030. If he does, that would not just be a broken promise, it would be a betrayal of patients, families and frontline health workers who rely on the certainty in hospital funding. The Albanese Labor government is clearly failing Australian patients at a time when our health system needs stability and confidence more than ever. Across the country, waiting lists are growing. Hospitals are stretched. Patients are waiting months, sometimes years, for procedures that are critical to their mobility, independence and quality of life. As part of this challenge is the growing issue of bed block, where older Australians who are ready to be discharged from hospital cannot leave because they are waiting for access to home care packages. This is not only distressing for the patients and their families, it also has a direct impact on the availability of hospital beds and the ability to perform elective surgeries. The Albanese government must address the underlying causes of bed block, particularly by ensuring older Australians have timely access to the aged care support that they have been determined as needing. Most urgently, wait times to access home care packages have skyrocketed under Labor. Before the election, the government promised to deliver 83,000 new home care packages from the 1st of July 2025. But instead of following through, they withheld that support, even though the sector and the department said they were ready to deliver these packages. As a result, not a single home care package was released into the system for the first quarter of this financial year. This failure has had devastating consequences. The priority waiting list, that is, Australians have been assessed as needing care to keep them in their homes, has blown out to 121,000 older Australians. Wait times have tripled, and tragically, many thousands of Australians have lost their lives while waiting to get the care that they've been assessed as needing. And it was only after a coordinated campaign with the Coalition, and the Crossbench and the Greens in this place that we forced the government to cave in and start releasing some of those 83,000 packages recently. And we demanded that all of those packages were released by the end of this financial year, and we also demanded that they immediately released 20,000 of them. This was a win for older Australians, and a further 20,000 will be released before the end of this calendar year. As I said, it's a win for older Australians, but it should never, ever have needed to happen. and it shouldn't have needed our pressure for this to take place. Labor faces a choice. Listen to older Australians desperately in need of assistance, or vote against us and continue to deny vulnerable Australians the support they desperately needed. The Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese, his Health Minister, Mark Butler, the Aged Care Minister, Sam Ray, still need to explain to Australians why it took the Coalition and the Crossbench and the Greens holding their ground in this place in the Senate for them to release this much-needed support. As I said, this should have happened months ago, but at least it's happened now. And it is a black mark against the government that they were purposely withholding the support from over 100,000 older Australians who had been assessed by this government as needing that care. So the Coalition has stood up for older Australians across the country, Australians who the government has abandoned. The money was in the budget, the capacity was there. The only thing standing in the way of older Australians getting aged care packages was the Labor government. And this is a crisis of the government's own making, because there's still much work to be done. We know that as we stand here, there are nearly 120,000 additional older Australians who are waiting to be assessed for a home care package. So they aren't even reflected in the figures that we see of the 121,000 older Australians who are actually assessed for a package and waiting for one. So we're talking about nearly 240,000 older Australians who are being denied the care that they need because this government is actively choosing not to make it available. The Coalition will continue to fight for older Australians with one clear goal, that no one should have to wait for the care that they have been assessed as needing. So once again, as I said, the Coalition will support this bill because it represents practical policy to improve the efficiency and integrity of a key health administration process. But we will continue to hold the Albanese Labor government to account for its failures on hospital funding, elective surgery access and aged care delivery. Australians deserve a government that delivers on its promises, not a government that says one thing and does another. Australians deserve access to support they need when they need it, whether that's in our hospitals, through our aged care system, at home or in residential care. And that is why I am tabling a second reading amendment, as circulated in my name, to call out the government for this hospital crisis that they are perpetuating.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you very much, Acting President. Today I am speaking in support of the Private Health Insurance National Joint Replacement Registry Levy Amendment Bill of 2025, which makes a small but important administrative amendment to the operation of the National Joint Replacement Registry. Now, the registry plays a vital role in collecting data on joint replacements, including hip, knee, elbow, wrist, ankle and spinal disc replacements. And it collects data from hospitals across Australia. It's one of those quiet yet essential pieces of our healthcare system that many people never really hear about. Yet it is critical to keeping our Australian community healthy. Joint replacements are life-changing for many people who, in their lives, have been dealing with chronic pain or disability. This registry helps surgeons, healthcare professionals, governments and the companies that manufacture joint replacements to understand what is working well and what is not. It helps doctors improve surgical outcomes, track complications and strengthen accountability in joint replacement surgery. The bill before us doesn't change the registry's functions. It simply clarifies who is responsible for making payments and ensuring that the right entity, in this case the manufacturers and importers of joint replacement prostheses, contribute to the cost of running a robust oversight system. We support the principle that underpins this legislation, the principle that corporations that profit from medical devices should contribute to maintaining the systems that keep people safe. Maintaining a strong and transparent national joint replacement registry is vital. While this bill may be small in its scope, its impact matters. Accurate data and proper accountability are what underpin trust in our healthcare system. This registry has supported the recording, monitoring and analysis of performance outcomes for joint replacements for decades. This collaboration between government, health professionals and the health industry has driven patient safety and improved outcomes for people. Now, while we are on joint replacements, many in this chamber will know friends and family members who have expressed and shared an experience of a joint replacement and know what a relief having a successful replacement can bring. I also know that for many people who are living with pain day in, day out, experiencing the challenges of being able to afford or access in a timely way joint replacement surgery, it's really tough. For many in our community, people facing long wait times, and in our public hospital system, so many are being pushed to the brink. This year, in my home state of WA, we are seeing Category 2 and Category 3 surgeries rescheduled because our hospital system is at breaking point. Because the system is under so much pressure, because overworked emergency departments are creaking under the strain, people are seeing every single day their vitally needed surgeries delayed or postponed. In recent reporting, we learned of a story of a person called Debbie. Debbie is a woman who is based in regional WA, in Albany, who had her double hip replacement
Senator
cancelled.
Steele, John, it being 12:15, I now need to proceed to Senator's statements, but you'll be in continuation.
Indeed, thank you.
With the concurrence of the Senate, the clerks will set the clock in accordance with the informal arrangements for speaking times agreed by the whips, and I call Senator Gallagher.
Thank you very much. Women should be safe everywhere, always. But as two horrific attacks on women running in Mulligan's Flat and Tuggeranong earlier this year made painfully clear, that is still not the reality for women here in the ACT or indeed across Australia. Like so many Canberrans, I was shocked and saddened by these attacks. And in the aftermath, I joined hundreds of women who gathered in Mulligan's Flat in an act of solidarity, many with their own stories of fear, of constant vigilance, and of the daily compromises women make in order to feel safe. It was the collective voices of these women and their experiences that prompted me to launch the Safe Everywhere Always survey in a bid to give all women and girls in our city an avenue to share their experiences directly with government, and importantly to tell us what changes they think would make the most meaningful difference to their lives. More than 2,500 women and girls in Canberra generously took the time to complete the survey, and their responses are as powerful as they are confronting. 86.6% of women reported changing their plans or behaviour to stay safe. 43% of young women aged 15 to 24 take safety precautions every single time they leave home. Civic, Braddon, Dixon, bus interchanges and nature reserves were the most frequently reported unsafe areas. And there were 1,164 mentions of inadequate lighting, especially at bus stops, interchanges, parks and pathways. 49% of women said they lack confidence in current reporting structures, and over 500 women called for an education campaigns focused on changing men's attitudes and behaviours. The women who completed this survey didn't hold back, and I thank them for that. One survey respondent wrote, "As a female runner, I take a lot of precautions to stay safe. I have headphones that don't cover my ears so I can hear my surroundings. I will tell someone where I'm going and have my location shared for some family and friends. I will only run in daylight, and I will often have my dog with me. Conversely, my male partner doesn't even consider these things when he goes out for a run. Another respondent articulated the frustration many women feel. I should be able to move through the world without having to adjust my behaviour, sometimes with costs attached, such as taxis, or devote as much mental energy to planning my route or attire just so that I feel safe from getting from A to B. This is the lived reality for women, not just here in Canberra, but across Australia. The mental load of constant vigilance, the financial cost of choosing safer, more expensive transport options, the abandonment of exercise routines and social activities. When women avoid public transport after dark, abandon exercise routines or spend money they can't afford on alternate transport because they fear for their safety, we are failing as a community. When 43% of young women aged 15 to 24 in Canberra take safety precautions every single time they leave home, we are denying an entire generation of young women the freedom to fully participate in city life. The findings in this survey are confronting. Women have identified specific locations where they feel unsafe, like bus stops and parks, and pointed to infrastructure issues that leave them vulnerable, like the lack of lighting. As a direct result of this survey, I've written to the Chief Minister of the ACT seeking to work together to improve safety for women in Canberra. And to the CEO of the National Capital Authority, I've also written requesting an urgent update on the lighting review, which is currently underway, as priorities coming out of the survey focus heavily on improved lighting to move around the city after dark. Women have told us that they must be taken seriously when they make reports about behaviour that makes them feel unsafe or when they have experienced them. They told us consistently that women's safety is not solely a women's issue. As one respondent put it, this is a men's problem. Their behaviour is making women feel unsafe. It is a small number of them, but it is still men who make us unsafe. The solution needs to involve men advocating and calling out other men. While we must continue to improve infrastructure, lighting and transport safety, we cannot engineer our way out of a cultural problem. We can improve lighting and take other public safety steps, but we also have to focus on changing those harmful attitudes towards women. We need to continue to focus on efforts to change men's attitudes and behaviours so that there is no longer a risk of violence for women to actually fear. I want to thank and acknowledge every woman and girl who participated in this survey. I know how difficult talking about this can be, so thank you for sharing your experiences of feeling unsafe, of being harassed or threatened, and of having to change your behaviour to stay safe. These are not easy stories to tell. But thank you for believing and caring enough to push for change and to push for improvements. I can assure you that your voice matters, your safety matters, and that your demands for change will drive action. As your local senator and federal minister for women, I'm committed to taking these results with me as I work for change, because every woman should feel safe and be safe everywhere and always.
Senator McGrath.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I'd like to start by addressing the Labor government's Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal Bill 2025. This is a stinker of a bill, because this bill has rightly caused deep concern and anger across Australia's veteran community. And let me be absolutely clear. This is a bill that should never have made it this far. It is an unnecessary and mean-spirited attack on our veterans and the independent Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal that puts a use-by date on the words, "We will remember them." This bill would impose an arbitrary 20-year time limit on reviewable decisions made by Defence about honours and awards. So in practice, if you served your country decades ago, your right to have your service properly recognised could simply expire. This is wrong and it is unfair. There should be no expiry date on honour and gallantry. Labor should hurry up and admit they got it wrong and abandon this legislation completely. A Senate inquiry into this bill was due to report this week, but the reporting date was yesterday pushed back until November 21 because Labor's proposal has triggered outrage. Put simply, the Albanese government should just bin it. Labor has managed to unite 62 of the 63 submissions to the inquiry in opposition against this bill. Veterans, their families, historians and ex-service organisations are all saying the same thing. This legislation is unnecessary, inappropriate and offensive to those who have served. The Defence Honours and Awards Appeals Tribunal itself opposes the bill. Its chair gave scathing evidence to the inquiry, and I quote, "In what parallel universe can Defence even contemplate claiming that the well-being of its people is enhanced by stripping them of their present rights to challenge Defence decisions?" The tribunal, the independent body established, ironically, by Labor in 2011, has also been clear that this bill would abolish existing rights of ADF members, veterans and their families. How can this possibly be justified? The New South Wales RSL told the Senate inquiry, and I quote, "We feel this bill will completely be detrimental to not only veterans, but their physical and mental health. It will also devalue their service." These are the voices of people who have served our nation. The people who ensure we sleep safely in our beds at night. This is the voices of the organisations who support them and of the families still fighting for overdue recognition. Yet despite this, the Minister for Veterans Affairs is missing in action and the Prime Minister is silent. Labor is yet to provide a single compelling reason for why this change is needed. This bill doesn't honour service, it undermines it. It doesn't strengthen trust in defence, it erodes it. It doesn't matter how much they try to polish this bill, it still stinks. The Coalition stands with our veterans. We will not support legislation that puts an expiry date on remembrance or on recognition. If Labor had any sense or any understanding of what it means to serve for this country, they would withdraw this bill. Acting Deputy President, I stand before you today to highlight the teal hypocrisy that has emerged in the wake of the 2025 federal election. For 6 years now, Australians have been hoodwinked by these so-called teals who present themselves as grassroots community candidates when in reality they're anything but. Recent funding disclosures show that donor network Climate 200, which bills itself as a community crowdfunding initiative, distributed close to $11 million to 35 individual teal candidates during the election. But here's the kicker. That fortune was made up of donations from high-flying business moguls, hedge fund managers, share traders and private equity. So where are the climate-conscious grandmas that Simon Holmes' court would lead us to believe are the majority donors? Where are they? Now, these donations are well and good. Private individuals and organisations should be able to donate to the political candidates and parties they choose. However, it is the hypocrisy of the teals that is beginning to be shown to the Australian people. And perhaps that's why they went backwards at the 2025 federal election, despite their top-funded 10 candidates spending between $1.2 and $2.1 million per electorate. These hypocritical teals preach accountability, transparency and a commitment to a clean and green Australia. Yet laid out bare now as the reality, they are overwhelmingly accepting large donations from millionaires whose wealth is generated and supported by investments in fossil fuels. One such donor provided $666,000 to a Climate 200-backed teal candidate. This person manages an asset firm whose fund holdings include oil and offshore drilling companies, including Karoon Energy and Noble Corp. But despite the repeated rhetoric about grassroots community campaigns, a commitment to political transparency and being strong backers of climate action, The Teals have proven themselves to be hypocrites of the first order. In the lead up to the 2025 election, the ABC offered all 35 Teal candidates backed by Climate 200 the opportunity to declare where they are getting their money from. Only 19 were willing to provide some information on the record about their donors. Perhaps this is because this had something to do with all that money coming from fossil fuel investors. It is a classic do as I say, not as I do attitude that they've inherited from their elitist donors. Australians deserve to know that when a Teal candidate speaks of ending fossil fuel subsidies, can you trust them if their campaign is funded by a major investor in a fossil fuel company? When they say they stand for community, is that credible if their funding comes from high-rolling donors whose interest is not the local kitchen table but global investment portfolios? The Teals promised grassroots community campaigns, but instead we had slick multi-million-dollar campaigns funded by deep pockets and vested interests. Acting Deputy President, when it comes to misleading the Australian public, Anthony Albanese and his Labor government really do take the cake. During the most recent Senate estimates, the Foreign Minister and officials from the Prime Minister's own department refused to provide basic details about the return of ISIS brides and their children to Australia from Syria. This is despite Mr Albanese previously denying reports that a number of ISIS brides were set to return to Australia by the end of the year. So not only has the Prime Minister not told the truth about the fact that ISIS brides were returning to Australia, his own department and Foreign Minister were refusing to provide basic details about the repatriation of radical jihadis to our shores. This is a deliberate attempt to keep the Australian people in the dark. These ISIS brides are individuals who decided to, of their own accord, join a radical Islamist death cult with the express aim of developing a global caliphate. The fact that such individuals have returned to Australia under a cloud of Labor secrecy is a matter that is highly concerning to all Australians. The public has a right to know basic details, including exactly how many ISIS brides have been resettled in Australia, where are they residing, if they are a security risk, if they are facing criminal charges, and if they have been let free into our communities. The government's secrecy on such a serious national security issue is unacceptable. Australians deserve to feel safe, not just in their own homes, but in their community. But instead of being transparent and upfront with Australians, Labor is quietly bringing home individuals who once turned their back on our country, people who willingly joined a terrorist organisation that sought to destroy our very own way of life. And the worst thing is, the Labor Party do not want you to know about this.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Deputy President. Australians are rightly proud of our healthcare system. For decades, Medicare has been a lifeline for millions of people, giving access to life-saving cancer treatments, surgeries, and essential healthcare when they need it. At its heart, Medicare is built on two fundamental principles: universality and comprehensive coverage. But sadly, it is these very principles that are under threat. Successive governments from both major parties have cut funding, failed to expand coverage, and allowed out-of-pocket costs to soar. As a result, too many people in our community are being forced to try to find other ways to pay for vital, often urgent, medical treatment. For some, that means draining their superannuation, maxing out credit cards, turning to buy now, pay later schemes, or relying on predatory lenders that sometimes charge up to 47% interest. No one wants to do this, but it's what people are having to resort to because the government has failed to invest in our healthcare system. Now, last year, more than 63,000 people in Australia withdrew some $1.4 billion from their superannuation just to cover medical costs. $817 million of this amount was for dental care alone. We are in a cost of living crisis. Going to the dentist is wildly unaffordable. Even the most basic dental treatment is out of reach. People are being forced to raid their financial future to pay for essential healthcare. And we know that when you take money out of your super, you don't just lose the amount that you need to withdraw, you lose the compound growth that it would have earned over your working life. That means that every dollar withdrawn today could cost you twice as much, if not more, in retirement. No one should have to drain their superannuation to access healthcare. Labor must reform dental care so that it is affordable and accessible for everyone. And as this gap in public health coverage continues to widen, capitalism's worst actors are moving in. We're talking about predatory lenders, profiteering credit schemes, buy now, pay later companies, exploiting people's desperation to turn profit from pain. So let's talk about buy now, pay later vendors like Afterpay and ZipPay. You can stroll into dentist offices and psychologists' clinics today, and you will often see advertisements encouraging people to use these services to cover treatments that Medicare doesn't cover. This kind of marketing is borderline predatory. After all, we would not accept advertising for credit cards or high-interest loan sharks in a healthcare setting. If you need further proof that these companies are exploiting people to turn a profit, consider this. They've actually hired executives with titles like Head of Healthcare Payments. There are currently no obligations to stop these companies from targeting healthcare providers and their patients directly. And the result? Members of our community are being left thousands of dollars in debt, simply because they need to access essential healthcare. I totally get why people turn to these services. But let's be clear, they shouldn't have to. The latest Australian Healthcare Index found that 3/4 of Australians said that cost of living pressures had caused them to delay visiting a GP, seeing a dentist, even buying prescribed medicine. That's 76% of Australians making decisions about healthcare based on cost. Amongst young people, that number jumps to 86%. Of those, 44% are now using buy now, pay later services to fund their healthcare. These aren't just statistics. They represent real stories, real people. One such story brought to my team's attention is a constituent struggling to pay for healthcare services that their child desperately needs. They shared with me that they had to take out a loan of $6,000 so that their child could undergo urgent dental surgery under a general anaesthetic. After the interest, the fees, commissions, the total repayment will reach around $10,200 over 3 years. All of this so that their child doesn't have to live in pain. No one should ever have to choose between their health and financial ruin. Now let us talk about the money involved here. Block Inc., the parent company of Afterpay, made $8.89 billion in gross profit in the 2024 financial year, all while Australians are being forced to raid their life savings just to access essential healthcare. Billionaire corporations making massive profits at the expense of our literal pain and suffering. This ends now. This government must act. It must do more to regulate buy now, pay later schemes and other credit providers that are embedding themselves in our healthcare system and preying on people in crisis. No one should have to risk financial ruin to get the healthcare they need when they need it. The Greens have been out there knocking on doors, talking to people about just how broken our healthcare system and our hospital system has become. We have a healthcare system that no longer has universal coverage, a public hospital system on the brink of collapse, healthcare workers fleeing the sector, and patients taking on thousands of dollars in predatory debt. At Royal Perth Hospital in my hometown, the drinking water is unsafe because of the presence of Legionella bacteria. And almost every month, we seemingly break a new record for ambulance ramping. We can no longer just sit here and say, well, if we don't do this, the healthcare system will collapse. It is literally collapsing before our eyes. We have seen during COVID that when a government commits to serious and significant investment, it can get it done. It is a question of political will. And the Albanese government must find the political will to fix our healthcare system and to fix the broken hospital system. If they are looking for money to do it, may I suggest that they consider redirecting some of the many tens of billions that they are currently committing to passing off to US arms dealers to keep the Trump administration happy. It doesn't have to be like this. We can make Medicare the pride of our country once again, and our hospitals world leaders in patient care and research. All it takes is the right initiatives and a bit of political courage. We must get dental care and mental health care into Medicare. We must lower the cost of accessing urgently needed care where those cost barriers exist. Many love to call Australia the lucky country. Many in here love that quote and use it often. But I'm here to remind you that so many people in this country do not share the luck of the powerful in this place.
Your time has expired. Senator Henderson.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. Well, this morning I was very pleased to hold a briefing in Parliament House with Sal Grover entitled Protecting Women's Rights, No Laughing Matter. As many Australians would be aware, Sal is the respondent in the Tickle versus Giggle court case. In that 2024 federal court case, the judge found that Roxanne Tickle, a trans woman, was indirectly discriminated against when Tickle was removed from a women's-only app, Giggle for Girls, by its CEO, Sal Grover. The judge concerningly said, sex is changeable. Sal, I'm very pleased to report, is now appealing the 2024 decision, and I want to wish Sal all the very best with her lawyer, Catherine Deeves, who was also in the briefing this morning, in their plight to correct an absurd injustice in our justice system. As Sal said very clearly, we want to see common sense returned to the Sex Discrimination Act. I'm pleased that we were also joined by Drew Hutton, the co-founder of the Greens, the co-founder along with Bob Brown, who is enduring his own battle to restore common sense on this issue. Because of Drew's defence of women, the protection of women-only spaces, women and girls-only sport, and keeping biological men out of women's jails, Drew has been inexplicably expelled from the party he founded. He is now challenging that expulsion in the court. He is rallying against what he says is extremist ideology which has taken over the Greens. This is not just unjust, these decisions, this is insanity. And the importance of the briefing this morning was that we could see this was not about politics and what side of politics you're on. This is a very strong message that Drew and Sal and Catherine sent today. I do want to make a very important point. One of the opponents of Sal Grover in her litigation to protect women's only spaces is Equality Australia, which appears now to care very little about the equality of women. Its patron is the Governor-General, Her Excellency Sam Moyston. Because Equality Australia is now caught up in this controversy, I think it is incumbent on the Governor-General to step down as patron of this organisation. It is beyond time for our nation to have a reckoning with the politicised and ideological trans movement. But first I want to say something about transgender in general, a topic requiring nuance. In Galileo's Middle Finger, published in 2015, bioethicist Alice Drager discusses intersex. She notes that in America, about 1 in 2,000 babies is born with indeterminate sexual organs requiring consultation with specialists. It's impossible not to feel compassion for these babies and for these people, or for their parents who often must make very difficult decisions. It's also impossible not to feel sympathy for someone who feels they've been born into the wrong body. It's understandable why such individuals may choose to dress as the alternative sex or as informed adults exercise their free will to undergo surgeries to alter their genitalia. I draw a distinction here between informed, consenting adults and impressionable, vulnerable children. As we've seen in cases around the world, children have been prescribed hormone-altering treatments and permitted to have irreversible life-altering transformative surgeries. In some cases, treatments and surgeries have been foisted upon children by ideologically driven clinicians or parents. In other cases, children have imbibed ideologies and been allowed to proceed with treatments and surgeries against their parents' will. A study published in February of more than 100,000 patients with gender dysphoria found those who undergo gender-affirming surgery are at significantly higher risk for depression, anxiety, suicidal ideation and substance use disorder. It's no wonder there's been lawsuits in Western countries against those who have prescribed such treatments and surgeries. This context in mind, it's important to draw a distinction between, on the one hand, people who are trans and simply want to get on with their lives quietly and with dignity, and on the other hand, the loud, politicised and ideological trans movement, which is driven by something much more sinister. A delusional movement which wants to deny biological sex, a dangerous movement which wants to infect vulnerable children with poisonous ideas, including in the classroom, and a dogmatic movement which wants social overhaul and everyone to kowtow to the religion of gender fluidity. As Douglas Murray wrote of so-called social justice movements, their desire is not to heal but to divide, not to placate but to inflame, not to dampen but to burn. And frankly, too many people in positions of authority have jumped aboard the politicised and ideological trans train under the false pretences of compassion, tolerance, diversity and inclusion. The Victorian Premier, Jacinta Allan, is one such leader. Look no further than the Victorian Premier's supine response to the case of Hillary Maloney. Maloney sexually assaulted his 5-year-old daughter on at least 19 occasions. In 2023, Maloney sent videos of his monstrous acts to a pedophile in the United States. Shockingly, Maloney received a reduced sentence of just 2.5 years. The Victorian County Court judge showed leniency to Maloney because the defendant had commenced a gender transition in 2021. The judgment was woefully inadequate and contemptible. And here's the kicker. In the state of Victoria and other states, corrections policies allow criminals to be incarcerated based on the gender with which they identify, not their biological sex. That's why Maloney, a biological man, a convicted child sex offender, was imprisoned in Victoria's largest women's prison. Premier Allen looked the other way. Her silence was deafening. Her deflection was disgraceful. Her inaction has ramifications for the safety of women. Beyond the prison system, there are alarming revelations about Victoria's education system. The Australian's Rachel Baxendale, and I have to commend the incredible work of Victorian MP Moira Deeming, who's been a champion of these issues, has reported that Victorian teachers are advised they must not tell parents about a child's desire to change their gender without the permission of the child, and that Victoria's curriculum has been updated to teach children as young as 5 that their body parts may not match their gender. Premier Allen is abrogating her duty to protect women and children, and I want to contrast her lack of leadership with the principled leadership of Leah Finocchiaro. The Northern Territory Chief Minister has banned trans women from being placed in the Territory's women's prisons. I also want to commend the Queensland Government and its decision that, blow me down with a feather, women are adult female human beings, and also the commendable decision to reinstate the ban on puberty blockers, which has been announced today. Across Australia, we need to see so much more of this common sense, and we need to see so much more of this common sense here in Canberra, including from the appalling Australian Human Rights Commission and its Sex Discrimination Commissioner, Dr Anna Cody, who said in Senate estimates, as a result of excellent questioning by Senator Chandler, that, as Dr Anna Cody said, she doesn't understand the term biological men. So just think about that. Our Sex Discrimination Commissioner, which is meant to uphold sex-based rights, refuses to acknowledge biological sex. It's positively Orwellian, but we should not be surprised. The Sex Discrimination Commissioner is part of the Australian Human Rights Commission, which has now become an activist organisation. So I say to those in this place, we need to get a grip. The law is completely out of control. Australians can see with their own eyes the damage that this ideological extreme movement is causing, particularly to women and children. And my message is simple. Your voice matters to Australians. Do not be silent. Be resilient. Resist this in workplaces, in schools, in every institution. Do not let the ideologues win.
Senator
We've
Henderson,
got to defeat this.
Your
Thank
time
you.
has expired. Senator David Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. Here in the 48th Parliament, we are confronting some serious challenges. They range across many portfolios and policy areas, but they have one thing in common. They demand cooperation, actually listening to our communities, and political courage to solve them. And I want to touch on a few of these today. First, on early education and care. And I want to start by acknowledging the extraordinary investigative work undertaken by ABC journalist Adele Ferguson. Adele and her team have exposed absolutely chilling details of the most horrific predatory behaviour against the most vulnerable people in our community, our children. They've uncovered wide-ranging regulatory failures. This has left parents around the country afraid and completely unsure who they can trust to care for and educate their sons and daughters. While commending both the federal government and the state and territory governments and their respective departments and regulatory bodies for the steps that have been taken, including legislation in this place to strengthen protections, I think it is absolutely clear now that we need a much bigger discussion in this country. A discussion about the model of care and who should deliver early childhood education and care in Australia. I hear from more and more Canberrans that they want to move towards a not-for-profit model, a model that is actually embedded in schools. There are reports today that Australians have withdrawn $817 million from their super just in the last year to cover dental. This should shock all of us in this place, and it should also signal to us that we need to take action. Last time I checked, the mouth was still part of the body, and yet we have a health system that provides care for the rest of your body, but when it comes to your mouth, you're in trouble. There is growing evidence showing the links to cardiovascular disease, to kidney disease, to stroke, to diabetes, to respiratory illness. And there's even research now showing that poor dental actually is linked to dementia. The health of your teeth and your mouth is so consequential to your overall health. Instead, we're seeing, and yet we offer almost no support to Australians to maintain their oral health. Instead, we're seeing people draining their retirement savings in order to pay for essential dental care. What is Medicare for if not for this? And also, what is private health insurance for if it won't even cover the full cost of a basic scale and clean and the odd filling here and there? If you have a broken bone, Medicare, including our public hospital system, will be there for you. But a broken tooth, that's probably thousands of dollars or a month-long wait at a public clinic. We really need to take this more seriously as a public health issue, because it is one. I also want to touch on the reports of inappropriate behaviour by dentists, and particularly the report of a man in Western Sydney who withdrew $40,000 to fix his teeth and has devastatingly been left with no teeth. This was all facilitated by a dental practice that linked people with so-called early superannuation release agents, so they could hollow out their super for their overpriced services. This kind of behaviour is not just exploitative, it's disgusting, and it's now not, if it's not criminal now, then I think we should seriously consider making it criminal in the future. Stinging people $40,000 for dental treatment is a rort. The industry might say that it's just a few bad actors, but this clearly reflects poorly on the whole industry, and I urge the government to look into this closer, because when we see a predatory industry developing in the health sector, strong action is clearly required. Since being elected, I've spoken to dozens and dozens of current and former police men and women in Canberra about their experiences of working in the AFP. And I have to say, it has painted a pretty grim picture of what it is like to work in that organisation. And I've heard too often of a culture that demands a lot, demands high standards, and yet provides no help to its people when and where they need it. I've heard stories of people being left to battle endlessly with Comcare for injuries obtained on the job. I've even heard one story of a former cop who desperately needed hydrotherapy and was told to just swim in the pool outdoors in the middle of winter. I've also heard stories of people who've been left with no support when they've been facing an internal investigation. I'm aware of at least one case where an officer was questioned shortly after giving birth and was not allowed to have her husband in the room for support. I've raised these estimates and was assured that it would be looked into. This kind of treatment of AFP officers and employees falls well below what we should expect of a public agency, and it really needs to end. I've been really heartened to hear from Commissioner Barrett that one of her focuses for her new role will be on staff wellbeing, and I wish her all the best in doing that and changing the culture in the AFP. There are things we can also do in the Parliament. As police commissioners across the country have said in a letter to the PM, if the government wanted to help, it could introduce reforms to help retain police in all services across the country, including reforms to super. Police today are having to respond to increasingly complex social issues, and they're also witnessing disturbing issues, things that many of us would hope to never have to see in our lives. The work can be traumatising. We have known this for a long time. And yet successive governments of both stripes have been sluggish to implement what people have been asking for, a strategy to help first responders stay on top of mental health. I want to thank the many AFP personnel current and former, who've come forward to raise issues and will continue to listen and advocate for changes within the AFP, and really thank AFP for the really important role that they do in keeping communities across the country safe. Also wanted to talk about INPEX for a second. I think INPEX is a case study when it comes to gas leaches. This is a 100% foreign-owned company. They export 9 million tonnes of LNG from Australia every year. For a bit of context, that is more gas than is used by households and businesses in New South Wales, Victoria and South Australia combined. This is the same company that turned up to a Senate inquiry in the last Parliament and tried to tell us that opening up new gas projects was really important for our domestic gas security. And when I asked them what percentage of their gas was used domestically, they sheepishly admitted, oh, we export 100% of our gas. And the kicker is that they don't pay for the gas that they export, because the Australian government does not charge a royalty on most offshore gas extraction. INPEX have never paid a single cent of petroleum resource rent tax. Early this month, INPEX admitted to drastically, and I mean drastically, underestimating how much benzene they're dumping into Darwin's air. We know that benzene can cause cancer, and INPEX has dumped 556 tonnes of it into the air, just a few kilometres from where people live and work in Darwin. And this came just days after INPEX reported an oil spill at the facility, with the anti-EPA confirming 36,000 litres of oil had leaked and had also leached into Darwin's harbour. And this is not the first time concerns have been raised. At an inquiry into the proposed Middle Arm gas expansion project last year, I was told by the anti-EPA that there were no issues with how much benzene INPEX was dumping into Darwin's air. They told me that it was all within limits. Well, now we find out that that wasn't the case. So what will it take for either the federal government or the NT government to protect the health of the people of Darwin? Because this isn't just about the harbour or the plants and animals that live in the area. It's about the actual health of children in Darwin and their right to live free from a classroom full of benzene. And to bring this to a federal level, I think this actually shows how important it is to have a truly independent national EPA that actually has some teeth. Because so far we've seen absolutely nothing from either government to hold INPEX to account. We've just seen a deference to INPEX, and that needs to end.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Mulholland.
Acting Deputy President, I wish I had the opportunity to meet Louise Blacker. I wish I could have told her everything was going to be all right. I wish I could have stopped her from taking her own life in 2001, when her baby girl was just 9 months old. But 2 decades ago, Australia didn't talk about mental health, let alone perinatal anxiety or depression. We failed Louise, but her legacy is a shining light for all of us. She was affectionately known as Gidget because of her resemblance to Sally Field in the 1960s sitcom of the same name. I first heard her story last week in Burleigh Heads, where it was my honour to open Gidget House at Stockland Burleigh on behalf of Minister Mark Butler and Assistant Minister Emma McBride. Gidget House at Burleigh is a Medicare service funded by the Albanese government. The service is named after Gidget, and she was known by everyone as a warm, vibrant and wonderful woman, the literal life of every party. She had a marriage she loved, a home she treasured, and a baby on the way. But beneath the surface, Gidget was suffering. She had unrecognised postnatal depression, and despite being in constant contact with her own mum and usually telling her mum everything, Gidget never found the words to explain the despair and the sense of loneliness she felt post-birth before taking her own life. And here's the heartbreaking reality that we must confront. Nearly 1 in 5 mums experience perinatal anxiety and depression, and nearly 1 in 10 dads experience something similar. In fact, demand for specialist perinatal counselling service at Gidget House has soared by 214% in just the last 4 years. While Gidget's death is a tragedy that can never be corrected, her legacy offers a beacon of hope for all new mums. The mission of the Gidget Foundation is to make sure no mother, father or expectant parent has to face those dark hours without someone to talk to, someone trained to help, someone to reach out to. As a new mum, I know the loneliness of a pregnancy journey, when for the first 12 weeks you are at your sickest and most tired that you've ever been in your life, while your body is changing in ways that you can't imagine. But you're told not to talk to anyone, not to say anything, because the pregnancy may not take, only to arrive home 9 months later and feel a different kind of isolation as you learn to care for a new life, while panicking every minute of every day that something could go wrong. While I will never get to meet Gidget, it is my privilege to honour her memory not just by telling her story, but by acting on it. The Albanese government has provided $16.7 million to fund 20 perinatal mental health centres like Gidget House nationwide. They offer a free telehealth service so you can access free bulk billed mental health support no matter where you live. So please get online and visit the website Gidget Foundation to find a Gidget House near you, or just call them. It is our responsibility to rally around new and expectant parents to have these difficult conversations for them. And as a proud part of the government that generally cares about women and women's health, the Albanese government has announced a $500 million funding package for women's healthcare over the next 5 years, which will flow from this Saturday. This package includes, for the first time, PBS oral contraceptive pills, the first in 30 years, saving around 300,000 women up to $400 annually. It also boosts Medicare rebates for insertion and removal of long-acting reversible contraceptives, expands bulk billing services, and also new services in mental and menopausal hormonal therapies and endometriosis and pelvic pain clinics. Improving access to affordable contraceptive not only empowers women to make informed reproductive choices, it supports the management of conditions like endometriosis. And isn't it nice, in 2025, Australia has a government that can talk about sexual health like empathetic adults, instead of using weird metaphors and dog whistles, the type of bizarro stuff we are seeing going on in the Fed chamber at the moment with the likes of Barnaby Joyce and his ragtag bunch of bros using the baby Priya bill to dog whistle their rubbish. So I'm so proud to be part of a government that gets on and looks after women and families and not that kind of rubbish.
Oh, thank you. Senator Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks, Acting Deputy. Early in the new year, Bangladesh will be going to an election, and it follows the mass uprising of the July Revolution. For 16 years, the people of Bangladesh suffered under the authoritarian rule of former Prime Minister Sheikh Hasina, enduring severe human rights abuses and the ongoing suppression of democracy. A transition to a democratic government that respects the rights of the people of Bangladesh is welcome and must be supported. The people of Bangladesh and the students who protested so bravely a year ago deserve a peaceful transition to democracy. However, we have also been seeing extremely concerning instances of abuse. In late September, people were killed, injured, homes and shops were burnt following peaceful protests in Indigenous communities in Gimara and Kagrachachi. The Human Rights Congress for Bangladesh Minorities is calling on the Australian government to ensure that the Indigenous peoples of Bangladesh are not left voiceless in the face of violence and impunity. And it's a call the Greens support. We must do all we can to support to stop the violence against Indigenous peoples around the world and make sure there is a just and peaceful democratic transition in Bangladesh. And we call upon the Australian government to provide materials and support to support a peaceful, free and fair election in Bangladesh. Deputy President, we are seeing some devastating reports coming out of Sudan right now. And I met with the Sudanese Australian Advocacy Network yesterday, who told me literally horrifying reports of what is happening on the ground with the Rapid Support Forces, or the RSF, committing widespread atrocities. I won't detail them, but they are shocking. Members of the Sudanese community, the Sudanese Australian community, have already lost loved ones and cannot contact those that are still there. They are rightly terrified. Cities of El Fasher in North Darfur, the RSF are reportedly committing ethnically motivated violence and deliberately targeting civilian populations. The UN High Commissioner for Human Rights, Volker Turk, made it clear when they said the risk of further large-scale ethnically motivated violations and atrocities in El Fasher is mounting by the day. Action needs to be taken by the world, and including by this government, and it starts with speaking out against what is going on in Sudan. But it also means supporting urgent humanitarian access to El Fasher and the surrounding areas, and supporting the Australian Sudanese community right now. There must be a clear condemnation of the RSF's atrocities, and those responsible need to be held to account, and we need to make that commitment. I know that so many in the Sudanese Australian community are feeling right now deeply anxious and fearful, often totally lost contact with their families. And I hope that they know that there are many Australians here at this time who join them and will continue to speak out, continue to call out the atrocities, and will stand with them on the long pathway to justice. Deputy President, Minister Wong said the quiet bit out loud earlier this week with this extraordinary quote. One of the rules of politics is that you try not to play the US relationship into our domestic politics. She said it right there. And then she said, the US relationship matters more than some domestic politics about environmental reform. And in that regard, the minister was talking about the generational reforms for the EPBC Act. Well, that's the modern Labor Party for you. If it's between Donald Trump and the Australian environment, they are picking Trump. And it reminds me of another quote from the Foreign Minister from last Parliament, who was scolding the Liberals for not getting on with the latest anti-environment, pro-fossil fuel push by Labor, and saying to the coalition and accusing them of saying no to Santos, no to Woodside, no to Impex, as though it was a problem. We should be saying no to big corporations, cooking the planet to fill their own pockets, and we should be able to say no to Donald Trump dragging us into the next US war. But we are watching in real time how Labor cannot look beyond its donors and can't stand up to Donald Trump and the United States. The Labor Party seems only to be caring about keeping big business and their US handlers happy. Labor actually thinks environmental laws should appease Gina Rinehart, Clive Palmer and Donald Trump. And they say it here in the chamber. The Australian public and our natural environment can just suck it up, according to Labor. When the coral reefs turn grey, when homes in Lismore go underwater again, and when the sky turns red from bushfires, well, that's on the Albanese government's inability to stand up for fundamental rights. When farmers watch the rivers run dry, that's when we know they've chosen Anthony Albanese and Gina Rinehart over the interests of Australians.
Expired. Senator Brown.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I was pleased to visit Headspace Hobart recently to announce over $412,000 in funding from the Albanese Labor government to expand services, employ additional clinicians and reduce waiting times for young people seeking mental health care. This investment is part of our $1.1 billion mental health commitment, the largest in our nation's history, to ensure every young Australian can get help when they need it. Headspace centres are trusted, welcoming places for young people aged 12 to 25. Whether it is school stress, family pressure or finding work, having someone to talk to can make all the difference. Across the country, demand for youth mental health services continue to grow. In Tasmania, around 1 in 5 people experience a mental health problem per year. a rate higher than the national average, and nearly half of all young Tasmanians report high or very high psychological distress. That is why this funding is so important. It will mean shorter waiting times for support and more hours of service, so young people are not left waiting months for care. At Headspace Hobart, the team will now be able to expand opening hours and bring on more clinicians. This means more young Tasmanians can get the right support close to home when they need it most. The Albanese Labor government is expanding the Headspace network across the country through the Headspace Demand Management Enhancement Program. This program targets key priorities: reducing wait times, building cultural capability and improving infrastructure. It supports Headspace centres to grow sustainably and continue delivering safe, inclusive care for young people from every background. This investment strengthens care in our local communities, ensuring young people can access the right support free from stigma and unnecessary barriers. And it's not just happening in Hobart. Young people on Hobart's Eastern Shore, Minister Julie Collins' electorate of Franklin, will soon have access to a brand new Headspace service in Bellarive. This new service, championed by Minister Collins, will help meet growing demand on the Eastern Shore and provide another safe and welcoming space for care closer to home. Right across Tasmania, our government is supporting upgrades to Headspace. Right in Launceston, the electorate of Bass, with the wonderful member Ms Jess Teasdale, also championing and announcing delivering a new Headspace upgrades there. Also delivering a new Headspace Plus model in Burnie in the electorate of Braddon, championed of course by the wonderful member for Braddon, Anne Urquhart. Together these investments form part of a national network of 172 Headspace centres, supported by more than $290 million in operational funding this financial year. And more services on the way, with commitments to grow the network even further. When I visited Headspace Hobart on Liverpool Street, I met with a dedicated team led by CEO Rory Wilson. Rory told me that this funding will help reduce wait lists and ensure young people have access to enhanced support 6 days a week. And as he put it, it will allow more young people to walk through the door and receive the support they need when they need it. It is a reminder that mental health support is at its heart about helping people, about the young Tasmanians who finally feel confident enough to reach out, about the clinicians who now have the time and resources to be there when it counts, and about local partnerships with schools, sporting clubs and youth organisations that help create supportive environments long before a crisis point. When I visit centres like Headspace in Hobart, I am always struck by how it changes lives. For many young people, that first conversation can be life-changing or even life-saving. It shows we are breaking down the stigma around mental health. More young Tasmanians are reaching out for support, and that is a good thing. It means we are creating a culture where asking for help is seen as a strength, not a weakness. The Albanese Labor government is deeply committed to improving mental health and well-being for every Australian. Through record investments in Medicare mental health centres, Headspace and digital service, we are building a system that is fairer, stronger and easier to access no matter where you live.
Senator Brown. Senator Bell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. This is not my maiden speech. Australia is in crisis. The Labor government and the Liberal National Coalition are failing our farmers and destroying our agricultural land, all to serve the destructive net zero agenda. This isn't incompetence, it's deliberate. They are sacrificing our farmers and their farmland to satisfy toxic green ideology and foreign interests. An example of this is the destruction that is taking place in Lumbra, prime farming country. It's a shameful example. A massive foreign-owned solar factory is being rammed into this community without proper consent. It will cover more than 1,400 hectares of some of the best land in New South Wales. That's the equivalent of almost 60 Sydney CBDs covered in expensive, intermittent industrial solar. It is madness. Alumba has been farmed since the 1900s. It's 5 generations of hard-working Australians who fed this country. Now the government wants to bury that history under an industrial solar plant. This isn't progress or a green transition. It is a takeover by foreign corporations with no loyalty to this land or its people, and by a government that does not care. Ven Energy, backed by overseas investors, will pocket the profits, funded by taxpayer money, while local families are left to pay the price. The people of Alumba are surrounded by torn-up paddocks, productive land replaced with inefficient, expensive net zero waste. Their warnings have been ignored, their livelihoods are being destroyed. No farmers means no food, no future, no Australia. The community didn't ask for this. They weren't properly consulted. They were dictated to. Now their insurance costs are skyrocketing, their property values are collapsing, and if a bushfire spreads to one of these solar farms, it is the farmers who will be held responsible. How is any of this fair? It is not fair. What does the local community get from this project? Nothing. Not a cent of cheaper power, not a single benefit. All the electricity is pumped into the grids of the cities while the bush pays the bill. This is the reality of the net zero crusade. Foreign profits, lost farmland, broken communities, and a government that doesn't give a damn. Our land ruined, our soil damaged, our country roads clogged and torn apart by construction trucks, less construction, more destruction. All for Labor's net zero obsession. This is not saving the planet, this is gutting the soul of our nation. And the locals have told me they've been told that sheep will be able to graze among the panels. Now, I love a good lamb roast like anyone else, but not one that has been slow-cooked under an array of solar factory panels. 50 to 60 football fields of New South Wales farmland are already lost, or about to be lost, and still it is not enough. We are being sold out. Sold out by a government that pretends to care about Made in Australia while letting foreign companies carve up our land. And sold out by a weak coalition that refuses to stand up for regional Australians. Where is the loyalty of the people who feed this nation? Where's the respect for the men and women who work the land? This isn't an environmental policy, this is economic vandalism, it's national self-harm. Enough is enough. It's time to put Australia first, time to protect our farmers, time to stand up for our communities. We need to listen to the people on the land, not to foreign investors and not to some unelected bureaucrat in the United Nations. Let us invest instead in reliable, cheap energy made from Australian coal-fired power, and let us build a future that works using this energy, because this land belongs to us, not to foreign corporations, not to foreign speculators, and not to crazed net zero zealots. And now I was in Tamworth recently, where I had the honour of helping launch our One Nation branch. Locals turned up in force. Farmers, families and small business owners, all sick of being ignored and ready to take a stand. Full credit to the new executive team there. They've done a fantastic job, and they are the ones who've helped bring this to my attention. They're not just passionate, they're organised, determined and ready to fight for their community. They are showing what real leadership looks like. And this is not just happening in Tamworth or New England. One Nation branches are opening all across the country, in towns and regions, suburbs that have been forgotten for too long. One Nation is part of a grassroots movement powered by everyday Australians who've had enough of being dictated to by people who don't understand our lives and don't care to listen. And this is how we send a message. This is how we take our country back, with action and organisation. If you love this country, if you care about its future, now is the time. Join your local One Nation branch. Be part of the fight for our country's survival. Because when Australians stand together, we win. But if we don't stand up now, there'll be nothing left to stand on. Remember, this is our land, our people, our future, and it is time to fight for it.
Senator Payman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Nearly everyone in this place knows someone with a disability, and the difficulties they face in life and accessing the NDIS. I hear stories every day about how accessing supports is becoming more and more difficult. NDIS pricing arrangements were altered this year, and these changes have caused distress for participants and providers alike. A report from the Alliance of Registered Therapy Providers found that 31% of participants with therapy needs live outside major cities. A halving of travel allowances means fewer providers can offer services to regional participants. Not only does this policy disproportionately disadvantage regional participants, it also puts financial pressure on providers. Declining travel reimbursement rates and years of price freezes are having a profound impact, particularly on allied health professionals. Every day, the people who provide quality care to the most vulnerable are fighting to keep their heads above water. Gaps in funding mean that, according to the Ability Roundtable project, quality therapy providers will run at an average loss of 24.6% this financial year. Registered providers, for the most part, struggle to turn a profit as the cost of living and cost of doing business rises, while the NDIS prices have been frozen for 6 years. A survey by OT Australia recently found that 55% of occupational therapy businesses ran at a loss last year, and 50% are considering leaving the sector, and 14% intend to close. This is the data from one of many allied health sectors in crisis. Yet, what do we hear from the government? We hear that the need for sustainability, in other words, cuts. We hear about rampant fraud within the NDIS. Is there fraud? Yes, but there are far more genuine users and providers than fraudsters. Given 60% of providers aren't profitable, it would be a dedicated fraudster who defrauds the NDIS at a cost to themselves. We hear from a Prime Minister who speaks of sustainability and the benefits the NDIS provides, but he showed his true colours last year in the other place when he asked a member of the opposition, "Have you got Tourette's or something? You sit there, babble, babble, babble." There we saw the Prime Minister's true feelings towards disability, that it is something to be mocked. He made a sheepish apology later that day, but everyone had seen the slip of the mask. You saw it in the faces of his colleagues as lips pursed and eyes widened. It is emblematic of the government's wider inconsistency between what it says and what it actually does. It says it supports first home buyers, then implements policies that increases home prices. It says it supports the environment, then negotiates a secret deal with the coalition on environment laws. It says it supports transparency, then brings in a bill to gut freedom of information. What happens in this place has repercussions across the country. Cuts to travel reimbursements have disproportionately affected children and participants with complex needs, and there have been an alarming rise in participants ceasing services altogether due to difficulties getting to where their services are provided. Now, cutting the NDIS may look like an easy fix to the government, but it causes more problems than it solves. When people miss out on therapy, it costs taxpayers more in the years ahead, as development opportunities are missed or capacity is not built. Expecting disabled people to succeed without giving them the resources to do so is a recipe for disaster. For some, being unable to access services can mean ending up in a hospital. At a time when hospitals are under such strain, pushing disabled people towards hospitals is distressing and adds unnecessary pressure. What the NDIS needs is long-term vision, not cuts designed for short-term political benefit. Allied health providers must be supported so they can have confidence in their businesses and participants can rely on them for quality services. Without that certainty, the current crisis will continue, businesses will continue to close, and participants will continue to suffer.
Senator Dowling.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, I rise to reflect on this year's Boyer lecture by a great Australian economic expert, Professor Justin Woofers, who gave a remarkable exploration of what truly explains Australia's economic success. Woofers asked just the simple question, was it luck or was it design? And his answer is clear. Our prosperity is no accident. It is a product of strong, inclusive institutions, rules that reward persuasion over polarisation, that encourage evidence over ideology, and that government works for the public good. He reminds us that while resources and geography matter, they are not destiny. The deeper story is institutional. It is a way about how we organise decision-making, resolve conflict, and share opportunity. Australia's institutions have shaped an economy that has delivered growth, stability and trust across generations. Our independent public service gives frank and fearless advice. Our Reserve Bank makes monetary policy at arm's length from politics. And our courts, regulators and accountability bodies uphold the rule of law. And our electoral system, grounded in universal participation and preferential voting, rewards consensus and discourages extremes. These are not just technical features, they are the foundations of a high-trust democracy and a resilient economy. When other nations have stumbled through financial crises, political instability or populist division, Australia has stayed the course. Woofers offers powerful comparisons, with South Korea's institutions lifting millions from poverty through good design and governance. Argentina, with contrast, shows what happens when short-term politics overwhelms institutions. The lesson is that the architecture of decision-making matters. If we weaken it, we weaken the nation. Our institutions have been tested. Global financial crises, pandemics, rapid technological change, yet time and again they've adapted and they've delivered. Fiscal discipline, expert-led health policy and social trust have allowed us to weather shocks that fractured others. But institutional strength is not permanent, it must be renewed. If we erode trust in evidence, politicise independent agencies or hollow out the public service, we risk losing the very advantages that built our success. The stakes are not abstract. We risk slower growth, higher conflict and declining trust. And trust once lost is very hard to rebuild. So as we debate reforms, whether to the RBA, to integrity frameworks or the design of new policy bodies, we should heed Woofers' warning. Defend what works. Invest in expertise. Value independence. Strengthen the rules of the game. The Boyer lectures remind us that Australia's economic story is not one of luck, but of institutional craftsmanship. It is the story of a people who built a system that prizes inclusion, pragmatism and respect for knowledge. That is our real national endowment. Not just our minerals or our markets, but our mindset. The idea that good institutions make good outcomes possible. And let us keep proving that right.
It being now 1:30, I shall proceed to 2-minute statements. Senator Smith.
There is a disturbing situation unfolding in Burma where the military regime is preparing to stage an election that much of the world recognises accurately as a sham. Burma's generals are not holding an election, they are staging a performance designed to legitimise their rule while silencing the people's voice. Communication is filtered, pro-democracy parties are silenced, observers are constrained and citizens risk punishment for speaking freely. It is aimed at creating an appearance of normalcy without any genuine competition. It is a design, not a decision. Independent media have been driven underground, VPNs outlawed, and citizens live in fear that anything they write, post or share could be used against them. Across Burma, 3.6 million people are displaced and entire regions remain under active conflict. In these conditions alone, no credible nationwide vote is possible. Australia must not look away. We should strongly reject this sham election and refuse recognition of any government formed under it, and instead support the National Unity Government and other civil society groups working for a federal democratic future in Burma. Australia should also boost humanitarian assistance through cross-border channels, not through the junta, and work with partners to disrupt the cyber scam compounds and trafficking networks that now reach Australian households and businesses. The Chinese Communist Party's deepening support for the regime through military aid, surveillance exports and control over strategic deep-sea ports underscores a wider issue at play. Not just Burma's freedom, but regional stability and Australia's own security. Australia must act with clarity and conviction because silence is complicity, and it must do so before this sham becomes a precedent.
Senator Darmanin.
Democracy and human rights are the foundations of a fair and free society. They are what allow working people to have a voice, to make change and to build better lives for themselves and their communities. But in Myanmar, these fundamental rights have been stripped away. Since the military coup in February 2021, the people of Myanmar have lived under a regime of fear and repression. Since seizing power in 2021, the junta have banned trade unions and criminalised criticism of the electoral process. Unionists and pro-democracy activists have been imprisoned, tortured, and thousands more have been driven into exile. Phi Sanderso, Assistant Secretary of the Confederation of Trade Unions Myanmar, is one of those unionists exiled from her home. Phi, whose work helped establish a minimum wage in Myanmar, has been charged with a life sentence of treason. Her leadership symbolises the determination of Myanmar's people to reclaim their future, for a return to democracy, peace and rights for working people and trade unions. The junta are pressing ahead with their plans to hold sham elections on 28 December, despite controlling less than a third of the country. As reaffirmed in the Malaysia-Australia Foreign Minister's joint statement, peace and the cessation of violence must remain the priority. There can be no place for attacks, violence and repression of civilians in a democracy. Any election must be free, fair, transparent and inclusive, reflecting the true democratic will of the people of Myanmar.
Senator Faruqi.
Deputy President. Today I'm reading out a speech written by Parmida, a 13-year-old who has submitted to Raise Our Voice with an incredibly powerful speech titled, "I don't have a license, but I have a future. The climate clock is ticking." Greta Thunberg, Anjali Sharma, Vanessa Nakate, David Soriano. What do these people have in common? They are all teenagers, but they are all also climate activists. I shouldn't be writing this speech to tell you to fix this broken world. I should be outside, playing with my friends, not learning about catastrophic flooding and heat waves before I've even finished year 8. Yet here I am, writing about climate change, about the world heating to a boil. Here I am, writing about a world where bushfires eat homes, floods drown playgrounds, and heat waves send kids to hospitals, where summer feels like a warning, not a holiday. In 1992, Australia signed the first global promise to stop climate change. That was over 30 years ago, and still the planet is heating to a boil. That wasn't a promise, it was a performance. And we're done clapping for a show that hasn't even started. If the truth makes you uncomfortable, maybe it's time we changed something. We caused this, it's time to fix it, not leave it to future generations. There is no Earth 2.0, and as much as NASA has looked, there's no other planet livable for us, and we need to accept that. So we might as well save this one while we can. When Jeff Bezos has built a doomsday clock, as our generation says it, we're kind of cooked. So what should the government do? Stop approving coal and gas projects, teach climate science in schools, listen to us. We're the ones who live with these choices. I'm 13, I don't have a driver's license, but I do have a future, and I'd like to keep it.
Senator Askew.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. It was my privilege to attend the Parliamentary Friends of Dementia's event hosted by Dementia Australia during our September sitting week, alongside my co-chair, Senator Polly. Listening to the stories from advocates Gina Callan, Dr Fayed Abo, Megan Mack and Tasmanian Sue Watts as they spoke about their lived experiences and the impacts of dementia was inspirational. Their bravery should be acknowledged and applauded. September was World Alzheimer's Month and Dementia Action Week took place between the 15th and the 21st of September. It was only a few days prior to this that dementia was recognised as Australia's leading cause of death. It not only impacts the 433,000 Australians that are living with dementia, but a diagnosis has a significant impact on their carers, family, friends and social network. Recently, experts have warned that without significant intervention, the number of Australians living with the condition could soon exceed 1 million. The message for this year's event was that nobody can do it alone, and it remains true for both those individuals living with dementia and for their carers. As many in this chamber would know, advocating for health, particularly women's matters, has been a consistent priority for me throughout my time in Parliament. Dementia is a condition that disproportionately affects females, with almost 2/3 of all dementia diagnoses being female. This concerning number, together with the forecast increase in cases, is why I'm keen to work with Dementia Australia throughout this parliamentary term to help achieve their stated goals, which include the development of national pathways for adults, providing education to all Australians to ensure that brain health is prioritised throughout their life, as well as upskilling the care workforce. The Albanese government must step up and provide the necessary funding, education and advocacy to ensure improved outcomes for both carers and patients alike, whose lives change forever with the diagnosis.
Senator Anandaraja.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Deputy Speaker, Labor is putting the paddles on Medicare. We are charging up the machine, and on the 1st of November, we will be delivering its first shock. When we came to government, Medicare was on its deathbed. It was on its deathbed. It had a pulse, but it was thready. So we are injecting some life-saving drugs to the tune of $8.5 billion. $8.5 billion, this is the largest investment in Medicare in its 41-year history. And what is it designed to do? It's designed to lift bulk billing rates again. This is the holy grail that we have been seeking for a long, long time, for years since we came to government in May 22. We knew that bulk billing was in free fall, and those weren't our words. Those were the words of the head of the Royal College of General Practice. Bulk billing was in free fall. It was on its knees. And so, in November 2023, we introduced a tripling of the bulk billing incentive for a targeted group of people, for kids, for pensioners, for concession card holders. And what we saw was an uplift in bulk billing in this group of patients. We now have 9 out of 10 Australians in this cohort who are receiving bulk bill care. So for those naysayers who don't believe that this is going to work, remember this, that we've already run the pilot, it did work, and even before the kick-off date, when we shocked this system back to life on Saturday, we have at least 1,000 general practices already signed up who have said, hand on heart, that they are going to be bulk billing again. I say to the Australian people, go to the Health Direct website and have a look at whether those practices live near you. I also urge you, when you go and see your GP next, to ask the question, either of your GP or your practice manager, are you bulk billing? And if so, why not?
Senator Whitten.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I would like to speak today about something I am very passionate about, food. Not just food though, good food, or more specifically, food that is good for you. I grew up in the 70s before we had a food pyramid, before there were daily intake percentages, and before we had health stars. We also had an obesity rate of less than 10% in this country. Today it is upward of 30%. What changed? Back then more people grew food. There were more home-cooked meals, and you didn't need a science degree to read the ingredients list. So why is it that the more we focus on health, the unhealthier we've become? It's because health is for sale. It has been turned into a commodity that can be bought and sold. The Health Star system is a glaring example. Milo cereal was given 4.5 stars, and berry fruit juice icy poles were given 5 stars. When vested interests get involved in health, real health gets pushed to the side. We see it happening again today. Per the Australian newspaper, the National Health and Medical Research Council is planning to factor in sustainability into its official Australian dietary guidelines, trying to label livestock unsustainable. What a load of bull. Once again, we see something other than health take centre stage in the health debate. The NHMRC has axed the lone voice that gave balance to the argument from its sustainability working group. CSIRO's principal research scientist, Brad Riddett. Dr. Riddett's research concluded that dietary choices have only a very modest impact on environmental outcomes. Health should never play second fiddle to climate alarmism. While I'm passionate about food, I'm even more passionate about good nutrition and good health for the Australian people. In the words of Hippocrates, let food be thy medicine and medicine be thy food. One Nation is the only party that is committed to making Australia healthy again.
Senator Antic.
Thank you, Mr Acting Deputy President. International globalist organisations, tech giants, the UN, the EU and the World Economic Forum have long advocated for centralised control over the internet to combat disinformation, hate speech and cyber threats. On the 24th of September this year, the Stanford University's Cyber Policy Centre hosted a meeting entitled Compliance and Enforcement in a Rapidly Evolving Landscape, attended by leaders and officials from across the world. Now, the agenda was leaked to American journalist Michael Schellenberger, and it showed that the meeting's purpose was to discuss the state of compliance and enforcement and also to identify where data research and expertise can enable more effective compliance and enforcement of existing policy. So the top EU, UK, Brazil and Australian officials meet in the US in September. But to what end? Why did they hold this meeting? What was its purpose? Well, Congressman Jim Jordan, the chairman of the House Committee of Judiciary in the United States, certainly didn't hold back when he wrote to the Stanford Policy Centre seeking documentations relating to, I quote, Stanford University's cooperation and coordination with foreign governments seeking to censor American speech. Congressman Jordan wrote further that foreign censorship laws, regulations, enforcement actions and judicial orders may have an effect or the effect of limiting Americans' ability to access constitutionally protected speech in the United States. In fact, this seems to be the intended effect of many foreign censorship efforts. Interesting. Also interesting was that the lightning keynote speaker at the meeting was our own E-Safety Commissioner, Julie Inman-Grant. So why did the E-Safety Commissioner attend this meeting? That's a question I'd really like to know the answer to.
Senator Brown.
Thank you. I rise today to acknowledge and congratulate Ms Donna Taguin on being named one of the 2025 most influential Filipino women in the world by the Foundation of Filipino Women's Network. This year marks the Silver Jubilee of the organisation, making this honour especially significant. Donna will receive her award at the Global FWN 100 Awards in San Francisco at the end of October this year. This award celebrates Filipino women who shape policy, open new pathways for others and strengthen communities across the world. Donna's leadership is a shining example of those values. Donna currently serves Australia through her work in government consulting and public policy. I've also seen firsthand her dedication to public service through her time in my office. She assisted constituents, built strong relationships with community organisations and provided thoughtful policy advice. Her commitment to equity, inclusion and opportunity is consistent to every role she holds. Her impact reaches far beyond government. As founder and managing director of ISA Australia, Donna has helped many international students and skilled migrants to build new lives and futures here. During the COVID pandemic, she founded the Filipino Student Society Tasmania to ensure vulnerable young people stayed supported and connected. Her involvement with the Philippine Australia communities of Tasmania has strengthened cultural understanding and created a real sense of belonging for new arrivals. Through the ISA scholarship program, she supports high-achieving young Filipinos, especially young women from regional areas, to pursue education and leadership development. I thank Donna's family for their support, encouragement and belief in her aspirations. Donna is an inspiration to a local community and to women across Australia and to Filipinos around the world. I congratulate her on this outstanding and...
Thank you, Senator Brown. Senator Ormond-Payne.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Having to choose between a meal and a shower each day. That's what Labor's new aged care co-payments coming in this Saturday will mean for many older Australians already scraping by on a pension. Under Labor's changes, the worse your health, the more you'll pay for care. On the government's own numbers, 3 in 10 full pensioners and 3 in 4 part pensioners in residential care will pay more. In home care, new co-payments mean some older people will pay up to $50 just to get help with a shower. We've heard directly from people who are telling us that they won't be able to afford their care package anymore. Meanwhile, over 200,000 people are waiting without the care they need, often for a year or more, because of this government's policy of deliberately releasing less care packages than people need. This should be unthinkable. Thousands of those people are stuck in hospital beds. They're not sick, they just need care. Labor's aged care minister was celebrating this week when he told the ABC, "We're seeing profits for aged care providers climbing for the first time in decades." I don't think that's something to celebrate when older people are telling us that they won't be able to afford the care they need any longer. What kind of country is this if we can't even look after our parents and grandparents when they get old? Where 1 in 3 big corporations can pay no tax, but older Australians who have paid tax all their lives get abandoned when they need us most. Aged care should not be for profit. We can and we must look after older people. And the Greens will fight to reverse care for profit, to end the deliberate shortage of care and to make sure every older person in this country can get the help that they need at the time that they need it.
Senator Tyrrell.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. It's time we stop stringing along Australian small businesses and give them a fair go. Right now, the instant asset write-off sits at $20,000 and it keeps getting extended just 1 year at a time. That's short-sighted and, frankly, it's holding our economy back. We should increase the write-off to $30,000 and lock it in for 5 years. No more yearly uncertainty. Small businesses are the backbone of this country. Our tradies, cafe owners, farmers, mechanics and family-run shops. Costs are going up everywhere. Power, rent, fuel, wages. And they deserve policies that give them room to breathe. A higher write-off means they can buy better quality tools, vehicles or technology. That extra 10 grand could be the difference between upgrading to something that lasts and getting stuck with the cheaper version that breaks down. When businesses can claim back more, they can reinvest more, and that's a win for everyone. But it's not just about money, it's about certainty. When businesses know the rules won't change every 12 months, they can actually plan ahead. They can budget, hire staff and invest with confidence. That's what drives stability. And as we heard at the recent Economic Roundtable, productivity is the key to Australia's future. We can boost productivity by giving businesses certainty and helping them invest in better equipment and smarter technology. That's what this change would do. More investment, more productivity, more jobs. And tomorrow I will introduce an amendment to make it happen, to raise the instant asset write-off to $30,000 to extend it for 5 years. That's real reform, and it's long overdue. So let's stop-start policy making. Let's give small business the confidence and support they deserve. This is common sense, it's good economics, and it's good for Australia.
Senator Dowling.
Acting Deputy Speaker, the Labor government has announced updates to our superannuation system to make it fairer from top to bottom. That means maintaining concessionality at the top end, but making those concessions more sustainable, partly so that we have a fair system for those on lower incomes. The government will do this through updating something known as the Low-Income Superannuation Tax Offset, also called LISTO. And this change is careful, targeted and fair. Labor had the vision to build a modern-day superannuation system, and adjusting LISTO is how we keep faith with that vision. Approximately 1.3 million Australians will have a more secure retirement thanks to this change, including 750,000 women and around 20,000 Tasmanians. Simply put, this means hundreds of dollars more every year flowing into the super balances of Australians who can least afford to miss out: part-timers, casuals, young people and disproportionately women. So there's a gender fairness dividend here as well. Women make up the majority of low-paid and part-time workers, and they retire with around a quarter less super than men. Raising LISTO is not a silver bullet, but it's a practical step toward closing the gap alongside measures like paying super on paid parental leave and cracking down on unpaid super. The change is also good economic policy. Stronger retirement balances reduce pressure on the age pension. In that sense, the reform pays off twice. It helps individuals build dignity and security for retirement, and it helps the country keep the system sustainable. In politics, we argue a lot about big numbers and grand plans. This isn't that. It's careful, targeted and fair. A Labor government built our superannuation system, and the Albanese Labor government and Treasurer Jim Chalmers continue to make it work for everyone.
Senator Payman.
Thank you. Charles Darwin once wrote, "It is those who know little and not those who know much who so positively assert that this or that problem will never be solved by science. By extension, it is often those who understand the least who rush to arrogate credit for the work of scientists while simultaneously restricting their ability to do that work." Just a few weeks ago, after Australian scientist Richard Robson won the Nobel Prize for Chemistry, the Science Minister proudly declared that this is the sort of research that advances the Albanese government's Future Made in Australia agenda. And yet, barely a week later, we learnt that the government plans to cut funding to the Australian synchrotron in Melbourne and Lucas Heights reactor in Sydney. This government is eager to insert itself into any news story about Australian scientific success, but doesn't want to do any of the work required to get there. The instruments of these facilities play a huge role in local and international scientific discoveries. The Sydney Morning Herald reported that they've helped design lightweight firefighting suits, tackle antibiotic resistance, and explore new ways to treat inoperable brain cancer. At a time when American scientists are fleeing Trump's America, we should be opening our doors to recruitment, funding innovation, and backing our brightest minds. Instead, we're looking at job cuts, stalled research, and a slow suffocation of our scientific potential. For 50 years, CSIRO funding as a share of GDP has steadily declined, indicating that successive governments have failed to capitalise on Australia's ability to innovate. While the minister's statement celebrating the Nobel Prize ran to just over 300 words, all SMH could get on the record from the minister was she was aware of them.
Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. In August, a gang of racist neo-Nazis violently attacked Camp Sovereignty, a burial place for our ancestors and a sacred site of healing, culture, connection, dance and song. These Nazis hospitalised community members. They trampled on the Aboriginal flag and desecrated our sacred site, our place of worship. The racial hatred and white supremacy driving this attack could not be clearer. If it were a church, a synagogue or a mosque, there would have been swift action from authorities. Yet police refused to investigate this attack on our place of worship as a hate crime. The charges they've laid are minor and ignore the racial hatred behind the violence. Just a slap on the wrist for these racist neo-Nazis. This is yet another example of the colony's acceptance and endorsement of ongoing violence and racism against First Peoples in this country. This afternoon, I will table a petition of over 400,000 signatures calling for the attack on Camp Sovereignty to be prosecuted as a hate crime, for a full inquiry into police failures that day and for decisive action to ensure such attacks never happen again. I thank everyone who has signed so far, and I call on all who believe in justice to stand with us against this ongoing violence and oppression perpetrated not only by the racist neo-Nazis, but by the racist colony that we sit in right here, right now.
Senator Brockman.
It was a pleasure, an absolute pleasure today to meet with a delegation from the Australian gas communities, all from my home state of Western Australia. And I want to shout them out because they really did express their pleasure, express their happiness at representing their great industry in this place. There was Dion, an Indigenous development coach with Woodside in Karratha. Lily, a 19-year-old electrical apprentice working on the Pluto project for Woodside. There was Crystal, a commercial advisor working in Perth. And there was Bree, the Chief Executive Officer of the Onslow Chamber of Commerce and Industry, obviously from Onslow. And they all just expressed such pride in the work they do and the communities they worked in right across my home state of WA, and particularly the industry that was most associated with those places, and that is the great West Australian gas industry. In particular, it was an absolute pleasure when I asked Lily, the 19-year-old electrical apprentice, to tell me about the sort of work she was doing as a second-year apprentice, and her face just lit up. Her face just lit up with pride at the purpose and achievement of what she did in that role. And to see a young Australian take such great pride in our wonderful gas industry, well, it does warm the heart and warm the soul. And it's great to see that our gas industry, which will be with us for many generations, is in such great hands. So to Lily, to all the others, I thank you so much for coming to Canberra, for bringing that message from Western Australia about the importance of our gas communities.
Senator Mulholland.
Deputy President, let's talk about something that every Australian family relies upon, Medicare. The Labor Party built it and the Liberal National parties tried to break it. They tried to cut it, suffocate it, grind it into the ground, and now it is this Labor government, and only this Labor government, that can and will bring it back to life. From this Saturday, Labor makes good on its commitment to the Australian people. We promise the single biggest investment in Medicare in Australia's history, and that is exactly what we're delivering. Labor is rebuilding Medicare brick by brick after the Liberal National parties drove a bulldozer through it, and now they've turned the dozer on themselves, smashing and trashing their once great parties into bizarre little fragments. Let's be honest, those opposite couldn't organise a flu shot in a pharmacy. They're more interested in talking about resuscitating old policies than breathing new life into Medicare. But from the 1st of November, new bulk billing incentives will be paid to GPs to every patient they see. Already, 150 clinics in Queensland have indicated they will convert to fully bulk billed clinics from this Saturday.
Thank you, Senator Mulholland. 30 seconds gone. Senator Brockman.
Well, I will rise for 30 seconds to say that not only can I organise a flu shot in a pharmacy, I've had my flu shot, and I certainly advise all Australians to think seriously and get the advice of medical advice if they would like to think about it.
Thank you for that very wise advice, Senator Brockman. We'll now move to question time, and Senator Farrell.
Thank you. President, I seek leave to make a statement concerning ministerial arrangements for question time.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Farrell.
I wish to advise to ministerial arrangements. Senator Wong will be absent from question time today and tomorrow on account of ministerial business overseas. In the absence of Senator Wong, I will be the acting leader of the government in the Senate, and ministers will represent portfolios at question time in accordance with the letter circulated to the President and party leaders and independent senators.
Thank you, Senator Farrell. Senator Patterson.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Treasurer, Senator Gallagher. Today, the inflation rate jumped to 3.2%. Does the government admit that having spending growth running at 4 times the rate of the economy, debt set to reach $1.2 trillion is fuelling inflation and hurting all Australians?
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Patterson for the question. I'm glad to get in a question on the economy. We haven't had one for a while from the opposition, so I am very pleased to get one. And I would say it's interesting to get a question from the party that went to the last election going to increase the taxes on every single 14 million employees, workers in this country, who went to the election with bigger deficits, higher taxes and bigger debt because they were going to borrow billions of dollars to raise electricity prices through the delivery of nuclear power stations. And I also note the inflation challenge that we inherited from those opposite. Well, I know you don't like the facts when it comes to the economic record, but when we came to government, inflation was running at 6.1%. It peaked in the December quarter of that year. It peaked in the December quarter of that year. Inflation running at 6.1%. We had massive deficits for the foreseeable future. What we have done is repaired the budget, got rid of the waste, returned the upside from the revenue that we've received to budget repair, and significantly lowered inflation, working hand in hand with the Reserve Bank to ensure that we did get inflation back into band. Now, we have seen inflation tick up in the results that we've seen for the September quarter, but when we look at, and I know those opposite were obsessed with trimmed mean inflation, underlying inflation has now been between 2% and 3% for 3 consecutive quarters, and it is higher than we'd like, but it's about half of what we inherited.
Thank you, Minister Gallagher.
What we inherited from those
has
opposite.
expired. Senator Patterson, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. As part of the inflation figures today, we learn that electricity costs are up annually 23.6%. What does the minister say to those Australians who will be paying higher power prices and struggling with higher interest rates because of the inflation your out-of-control spending is fueling?
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Minister Gallagher.
Well, what I would say to households across Australia is that this government has your back. We are the ones that have put in place energy bill rebates as we go through some of the energy transition. And what I would also say is that the decade of those opposite wringing their hands and failing to land an energy policy, which they still can't do in opposition, has contributed to the situation we find ourselves in now. 24 of the nation's 28 ageing coal-fired power stations announced they were closing within the decade under the former government. We saw energy generation leave the grid. We have ensured that that is getting back on track with gigawatts of energy coming back in. Those opposite failed the Australian community when it came to planning for our energy needs. This government is responsible. We're the ones that are dealing with it, whilst you continue to kill yourselves over energy.
Senator Patterson, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. The Governor of the Reserve Bank has recently warned that government spending is growing very quickly, with substantial deficits projected into the foreseeable future. The government now has higher inflation, out-of-control spending, record debt and higher unemployment. When will you admit that your economic management has failed and change your reckless policies?
Thank you, Senator Patterson. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. Well, that coming from the spokesperson whose party took bigger deficits, bigger debt, who was going to savage public servants in order to pay for a failed energy policy, to come in here and start showing concern now. Well, we have turned 2 Liberal deficits into 2 Labor surpluses. We know that that hurts you. We have significantly reduced the deficit in the final budget outcome for the last financial year. We are dealing with areas of neglect that you failed consistently over 10 years to deal with it, whether it be in energy, whether it be in the NDIS, whether it be in aged care, whether it be in Medicare, whether it be in infrastructure. Everywhere you looked across government, you were ignoring the pressures facing the Australian economy, and we are dealing with it. We're dealing with it in a responsible way. We're being upfront and honest about these pressures, and we're repairing the budget at the same time.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Before I come to you, Senator Ghosh, I will draw to the attention of honourable senators the presence in the gallery of a parliamentary delegation from the Parliament of the Republic of Estonia's Foreign Affairs Committee. On behalf of all senators, I wish you a warm welcome to Australia and in particular to the Senate. Senator Ghosh.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Finance, Senator Gallagher. Yesterday, global credit rating agency Fitch reconfirmed Australia's AAA credit rating, endorsing the Albanese government's approach to budget management. How has the government managed budget repair, and why has getting the budget in better shape been central to our fiscal approach?
Thank you, Senator Ghosh. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you very much, President. I thank Senator Ghosh for the question. It's an important one, and another one focusing on the strong budget management that the Albanese Labor government has brought to the task of budget repair and ensuring that the Australian people get the services that they demand and expect. When we came to office, there were huge deficits as far as the eye could see. $1 trillion of Liberal debt in a budget weighed down with waste and rorts. We made progress with quarterly inflation and underlying inflation coming down and now at 4-year lows. Annual real wages have been growing for 7 consecutive quarters. I didn't include that in my last answer, but again, an important result from the Albanese government's policies to make sure that we got wages moving again. The economy is expanding. Interest rates have been cut 3 times this year. More than 1.1 million jobs have been created since we came to government, a record for any government in any single term. The average unemployment rate is the lowest of any government in 50 years, and when it comes to the budget, turning those 2 Liberal deficits into 2 Labor surpluses, bringing the deficit down to a fifth of what we inherited in our 3rd year. The budget position, I know it hurts you, I know it hurts to hear these facts. The budget position has improved by $209 billion in our first term. Debt is $188 billion lower than was forecast, saving $60 billion, President, in interest costs as a consequence. Real payment growth is estimated to average 1.7% per year, less than half the average under our predecessors. And on top of that, the final budget from those opposite, zero savings. We've managed to deliver $100 billion in savings across our budgets. We know that you didn't understand about how to make savings, just riddle it with rorts to pay off the National Party. We're doing the hard work.
Senator Ghosh, first supplementary.
The Albanese Labor government is focusing on delivering policies that support Australians, because we know that many cost of living pressures remain a challenge. What practical relief is the government delivering for Australians, and how is this assisting households across the country?
Thank you, Senator Ghosh. Minister Gallagher.
Thank you, President. I thank Senator Ghosh for the supplementary. Well, we start with pay rises, making sure that all minimum and award wage workers actually get a pay rise, and those wages have increased under Labor to over $9,000, increasing the superannuation guarantee to 12%. Paid parental leave expanded to 24 weeks and paid now with super on government PPL. Energy bill relief with $150 off power bills for every household and around 1 million small businesses. And we all remember those voting against it. Remember? Here we are. We need to give households a bit of a hand. And what did those opposite do? No, voted against it. No, didn't support it. And now they are in disarray, divided, visionless shambles that sit before us, arguing about energy policy. And just when you thought that all the people were going to come out and leave some of the discussion for the party room, another one comes out and tells Susan Lee what they really think.
Senator Ghosh, second supplementary.
Dealing with inflation and cost of living pressures has been a priority for this government. What relief has the government delivered to continue to assist households across Australia?
Thank you, Senator Ghosh. Minister Gallagher.
Well, thank you, President. And we accept, and I thank Senator Ghosh for the supplementary, we accept that the job isn't done. We've done a lot in the first term, but there is more to do, which is why this government, as those over there eat themselves and tear the party apart, what we do over here is we work on solutions for the Australian community. We focus on the job of delivery and of making sure that the Australian people understand that their government comes in and works every day for them. We've expanded 5% deposits. We've delivered another pay rise for aged care nurses following the instalment in March. We've cut student debt. We're opening Medicare urgent care clinics, and of course, in the next few days, we will be seeing that bulk billing rate triple, not just for concession card holders and those under the age of 16, but for everyone that goes to the doctor. The incentive for bulk billing will be tripled from the 1st of November. This is a government that focuses on delivery and the Australian people.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Bragg.
Mr. President, Thank you very much. My question is to the Minister representing the Prime Minister, Senator Farrell. The Australian National Audit Office has announced it is undertaking a performance audit of the design and the delivery of the Housing Australia Future Fund, as it looks to quote the
Order.
And assess the efficiency, effectiveness of the Department of the Treasury's design and delivery of the Housing Australia Future Fund. Minister, why is the government paying up to $1.3 million in some cases for a single home?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Bragg for his question. Well, the first thing I would say about the ANO is that they regularly and routinely investigate all government programs. As a government, one of the things that we did was, of course, to increase the funding to the ANOA in order to ensure that they can properly do their service to the country and audit all of these programs to make sure that ordinary Australians are getting value for the money that they taxpayers invest in this government and in this country. So we're very happy that the ANOA are doing this audit. It's appropriate that they do it.
Minister Farrell, please resume your seat. Senator Bragg.
Point of order on relevance. The question was quite clearly asking about the cost of the house, in some cases being up to $1.3 million per dwelling, and whether that was good value.
Senator Bragg. You started your question about the Audit Office. The Minister is being directly relevant to your question. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President. I've had involvement with a number of ANOA cases, Senator Bragg. One of them was into the PEM system. For years and years and years and years, I asked questions and estimates about how the PEM system was going. I was continuously assured by the former government.
Minister Farrell, please resume your seat. Senator Bragg.
Point of
order.
Here's your topic.
Order.
They could have done it quicker.
Point of order on relevance. The question was not about the PEM system. The question was about the $1.3 million house.
Thank you, Senator Bragg. I will direct the Minister back to your question. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President. You did ask about ANOA inquiries, Senator Bragg, and I was directly responding to that. But the ANAO commenced this audit more than a month ago, and for a program with the size and the impact of the HAF, it's actually quite normal for a program that size to be the subject to an ANAO investigation. The ANOA performs
thank you, Minister Farrell. The time for answering has expired. Senator Bragg, first supplementary.
All right, I'll try again. Thank you, President. The HAF scoreboard is not good. It has wasted $10 billion of taxpayer funds to buy 500 homes, and now it's being audited, all while the housing construction collapses around Australia and home prices skyrocket. Does your government still stand behind this failing scheme?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Farrell.
President, and thank you, Senator Bragg, for his first supplementary question. Yes, we do stand by what is a terrific program designed to make up for all of the failures of the former government to deal with the issue of housing shortages in this country. For the first time in more than a decade, you've got a government that recognises that we have a problem with a shortage of housing in this country, but more importantly, recognises that the government has a role in providing more housing, and that's what we have been doing through the HAF system and all of the other programs that we have been introducing to assist particularly young home
The
buyers.
time for answering has expired. Senator Bragg, second supplementary.
No, thank you very much. Does your government now concede that setting up a massive housing bureaucracy, which has so far failed, is fast becoming Pink Bats 2.0?
Thank you, Senator Bragg. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Bragg for his second supplementary question. No, Senator Bragg, we don't accept that proposition. We recognise the problem. We recognise there's a problem of housing shortages. There's particularly a problem in respect of access of young people to housing, and this is exactly how a government that is responsible and progressive and understands the problem of housing issues in this country should be responding. There is a role. There is a role here when the private sector has failed to produce enough homes. There is a role. There is a role for government to help in this solution. It's not the total solution. It's not the total solution, but it's part of the solution. And our wonderful housing minister, Claire O'Neill, I think is doing a terrific job in progressing this program.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Barbara Pocock.
My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Housing. House prices have risen by more than 25% under Labor. It's getting worse. House prices are rising right now at their fastest rate in 4 years. Rents are up by more than 20%. Rental vacancy rates are at record lows. Labor promised to make housing more affordable, yet on your watch, prices are spiking. Supply is too slow, demand is being overheated by tax breaks for wealthy property investors. We've just heard the HAF in disarray, the chair's resigned, the ANO is investigating its failure to deliver, a sure sign the wheels are falling off. Your policies are failing, and it's not like you weren't warned. Your policies are failing. What do you say to all those who are suffering through this housing crisis?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Ayres.
Well, the Australian Greens political party, always positive, always looking for solutions. You would have thought that after the experience of 2025, when this sort of puerile negativity, hostility to state action in the housing market from the Australian Greens political party delivered them the result that they got, they might have just taken pause for a moment to consider the electoral and policy implications of what it is that they've been saying. But clearly no. Clearly no. Clearly they're going to continue on the trajectory of relentless negativity, of hostility to government action in this area.
I am going to draw you back to Senator Pocock's question.
Well, so there's certainly a government here with a big agenda in housing. There's certainly, as you pointed to, the proper processes of government unfolding. An Australian National Audit Office process is nothing to be feared. It is a good thing. It is a good thing. They do 50 of them every year. And in my department, I welcome the ANAO into the department. I want them to be engaged with all of the agencies that I have responsibility for, because do you know what? They improve the performance of government. That is a good thing. That is a good thing. We don't have a glass jaw. What we're focused on is building houses. Building houses in every electorate, including in Brisbane, including in Griffith, all of these places where homes are being built.
Thank you, Minister Ayres. Senator Pocock, first supplementary.
The Australian dream of home ownership is on life support. 30 years ago, it took 4 years on the average income to buy a house. Now it takes more than 8. Your government is supercharging house prices and locking out first home buyers by refusing to phase out tax breaks. Minister, when will your government finally admit we can't fix the housing crisis without ending the unfair tax handouts, $181 billion over 10 years to wealthy property
Senator
investors?
Pocock, your
like
time
an
has
answer,
expired. Senator Pocock, your time has expired. Minister Ayres.
Well, the answer is that this is not a dinner party conversation. This is a policy effort. This is a policy effort to engage seriously with these questions of supply. Now, every moment that the government advances a position, there's sort of no elision here. The Greens political party and the Liberal and National Party have got one answer, and that is no. And the truth is that there is no perfect answer. That is why there is a suite of measures. That is why there is—
Minister Ayres, please resume your seat. Senator Pocock.
Relevance. My question is about when will the government address the tax breaks that are flowing to wealthy property investors? I haven't heard a word about it.
Senator Pocock, your question also had an ambit about home ownership and historical data and so on, and the minister is being relevant to your question. Minister Ayres.
Well, and that's what I meant when I said dinner party conversation. Right? Dinner party conversation, not serious effort to deal with supply. Now, I know you don't like young Australian people having an opportunity to buy a home for the first time in their lives. I know you want to campaign against it. You love social housing except when it's been built in your suburb. Like, that is the Greens party position. If you want to keep on with it, keep on with it.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Pocock, second supplementary.
Minister, homelessness has increased by 10% on your watch. In the last 4 years, it's the worst levels in living memory. Your own data tell us there are 9 avoidable deaths every single day amongst people who've experienced homelessness. 9 lives lost daily on Labor's watch. Homelessness is rising. Deaths are mounting. Labor's policies are leaving people to die without a roof over their head. What are you going to do about that?
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Minister Ayres.
Well, President, not only is it what we're going to do about it, it's what we are doing to deal with these challenges. We've introduced incentives for projects that offer long-term leases, and we're working with the states to make renting fairer. Practical outcomes, not bumper stickers. Real policy solutions, not dinner party conversations. As a result, as a result of our work, most states have now banned no grounds evictions and put minimum standards in place. We've delivered back-to-back increases in rent assistance, which is now 45% higher for 1 million Australian households. Now, fundamentally, the answer here—
Minister Ayres, please resume your seat. Senator Pocock.
My question is about homelessness. People who don't have a roof, for whom rent is not even an issue. They're in tents.
Senator Pocock. Senator Pocock, the minister's being directly relevant to your question. Minister Ayres, please continue.
And of course, ultimately here, these are questions of supply. These are questions of supply, about building more homes in every part of Australia. That's why there is a $43 billion package there.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Cox.
President, my question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Health, Disability and Ageing, Senator McAllister. Delivering cost of living relief and affordable health care is a key priority for the Albanese Labor government, and this Saturday, the 1st of November, the government is delivering more bulk billings so more Australians can see a GP for free. How is the government strengthening Medicare and delivering on its commitment to expand bulk billing incentive to deliver better access to health care for all Australians?
Thank you, Senator Cox. Minister McAllister.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Cox. Well, in May, the Australian people voted for a government that would stand up for the principle of universal health care. And the Albanese government made that commitment to the Australian people. And we are keeping it. We are keeping it. On Saturday, the Albanese Labor government's largest ever investment in the history of Medicare, $8.5 billion investment, will start to kick in. And that will expand over time bulk billing and create a new additional incentive payment for practices that bulk bill every payment. It will mean that 9 out of 10 GP visits will be bulk billed by 2030, and fully bulk billed practices will grow in number to around 4,800 across Australia, tripling the number of bulk billing practices. That is what delivering for the Australian people looks like. We've heard already from hundreds and hundreds of practices, and they said that this week they're charging a gap fee. Next week, they'll be moving to a fully bulk billed service.
Heads down over there.
Heads down over there. That's how you rebuild Medicare. Because the only card you should need when you go to the doctor should be your Medicare card.
That's right.
And in our first term, the Albanese Labor government delivered $3.5 billion in 2023 to restore access to bulk billing for the 11 million patients that it covered. And they're quiet about that one too, because that vital investment was necessary to start to rebuild bulk billing after a decade of coalition neglect. And this Saturday we're taking the next step by delivering the largest ever investment in Medicare to back in universal health care for Australians.
Thank you, Minister McAllister. Senator Cox first, supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. The Albanese government's expansion of bulk billing incentive will deliver one of the biggest systemic changes to Medicare since its inception. What measures has our government taken to assist GPs who want to take advantage of the increase in the bulk billing incentive?
Thank you, Senator Cox. Minister McAllister.
Well, I thank Senator Cox for the question, President, because we know this will be a big change for many general practices across Australia. That's why in September this year the government launched a calculator to allow practice managers and GPs to get a more accurate estimate of the financial impacts of moving to a fully bulk billed model. And it provides practice managers and GPs with tailored income assessments based on their consultation mix, their current billing model, their location and concessional patient proportion to support decision-making by comparing different scenarios. It's helping practices and GPs see how mixed billing practices will be better off when they switch to a fully bulk billed model. And that is why we're confident that hundreds of practices will be moving to fully bulk billed services from this weekend, because they know it's good for patients and they know it is good for their bottom line.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Cox, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. When the Albanese Labor government was first elected, the Royal Australian College of General Practitioners described bulk billing rates as in, I quote, free fall. How have the government's policies affected bulk billing rates, and why has the government taken this approach?
Thank you, Senator Cox. Minister McAllister.
Well, thank you, President. Medicare billing data shows that our record investment in Medicare saw an additional 6 million bulk billed GP visits in the year to December 2024. And it stands in stark contrast, doesn't it, colleagues, to the record of those opposite, because the truth is that there's a reason that bulk billing rates were in freefall, and it was the Coalition's 6-year freeze on the Medicare rebate which ripped billions out of Medicare. And the AMA estimated that the Coalition would have taken $8.3 billion out of Medicare by 27-28 if they'd been allowed to go on. They then tried to hide it. They tried to hide their bulk billing records, inflating the figures by relying on massive numbers of COVID-related bulk billing during the pandemic. But Australians knew the truth. It had never been harder to see a doctor than under the governance of those opposite.
Thank you, Minister McAllister. Senator Tyrrell.
President, my question is for the Minister representing the Minister for Communications, Minister Farrell. For the past few days, we've been debating how to hold Optus and other telecommunication providers to account through the 000 Custodian and Emergency Calling Powers Amendment Bill. We know that regional communities are greatly impacted by the actions of telco providers and outages of their services. Do you think it's important that telco providers follow the legislative requirements of the Telecommunications Consumer Protection and Service Standards Act?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Tyrrell, for her question. Of course, we expect all of the telecommunications operators in this country to comply with all of their obligations. And of course it has been distressing to see that in recent weeks, of course, with Optus, the failure of that company to be able to provide the O services when people need it. But the fact of the matter is that for most calls, of course, 10 million calls are successfully made to the 000 each year. And this government seeks to ensure, with respect, Senator Tyrrell has asked a very respectful question. Would you please give me the opportunity to answer it in a respectful way, in the way that she has asked that question?
Order. Order.
We're an action government. Where we see a problem, where we see a problem, we don't get angry. We seek a solution, and that's exactly what we're trying to do. We're seeking a solution because anger doesn't solve the problem. Action solves the problem. And in the case, can you not?
Senator Hanson-Young, I have called you to order.
Senator Tyrrell is asking a legitimate question that requires a legitimate answer. This government will take action to ensure that the telcos in this country...
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Tyrrell, first supplementary.
So that was yes. On the 18th of September, the government sneakily published its response to the regional telco review more than 9 months after it was provided to the minister. Do you think it's good enough to table a government response more than 9 months after it was provided to the minister?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank you, Senator Tyrrell, for her first supplementary question. What this government tries to do, Senator Tyrrell, is to provide solutions to the problems which we encounter in government. And we do that in a variety of ways. And when we respond to an issue and respond to a report, we want to make sure that we do it in a way which provides the solution that we're looking for. And so, regretfully, in government, sometimes things take longer than you would like them to do. But can I assure you, Senator Tyrrell, and your electors in Tasmania, that this government understands the problems that have been created in recent times by the failure of the 000 service, and as a government we will act and respond responsibly to find a solution.
Has expired. Senator Tyrrell, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. The government's delay to table the report breached its legislative requirements under the Telco Consumer Protection Act, the very same act that it's now seeking to use to hold telco providers to account for emergency call outages. How can we expect the government to hold telco providers to account if it can't even meet its own legislative requirements?
Thank you, Senator Tyrrell. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President, and thank Senator Tyrrell for her second supplementary question. Look, can I assure you, Senator Tyrrell, and your electors in Tasmania that this government is going to do absolutely everything within our power to ensure that all of the telcos meet all of their legislative requirements to provide that service to this country. There's no more important service than in an emergency, the 000 service. We want to ensure that all of the telcos understand their obligations and comply with them, and as a government we will take action to ensure that that's exactly what happens. Again, we've got a terrific minister in this space. She understands all of the issues, and we will find a solution to this problem as we do for so many others.
Senator Brown.
Thank you. Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Housing, Senator Ayres. The Albanese Labor government is delivering on the commitment to build more homes and make it easier for Australians to buy them. On the 1st of October, the 5% deposit scheme was expanded to be available to all first home buyers. How many people have signed up to the scheme under the government, and what parts of the community are benefiting from the expanded scheme?
Minister Ayres.
President, that there's an order question here that perhaps Senator Mackenzie's question.
Minister Ayres. The opposition advised me they'd changed their questions around, so I'm simply following the advice that they gave me. Okay, I did seek clarity. I misunderstood. I beg your pardon. So I'll call Senator Mackenzie. So my apologies to the chamber.
Thank you, Madam President. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government, Senator McCarthy. Yet again we see another 60 Minutes report that continues to expose the ongoing influence of the CFMEU on federally funding projects as part of the big build in Victoria. What steps is the Minister taking to ensure hard-working taxpayers' money is not being used to line the pockets of union officials and purchase lavish gifts such as gold bracelets given to former CFMEU official John Perkovic, as seen in the recent 60 Minutes report by Nick Mackenzie?
Thank you, Senator Mackenzie. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Well, we've said on the record here in the Senate and in the House that we are the party of government who took very strong action in regards to the CFMEU, Senator. And we know, no, this is important.
Senator Mackenzie,
this is important.
You've asked your questions.
You know, everyone deserves to be safe and have their rights respected on building sites. And we came out very strongly in regards to that. We are the government who brought this in. No. Senator Mackenzie, you asked a question. We are the government. We are the party that moved to make it safer on work sites.
That's right.
And we know that the that the decision by our Prime Minister to do that has enabled that to occur across the country.
Minister McCarthy, please resume your seat. Senator Mackenzie, you have asked your question. Your role now is to listen in silence, not to make running commentary. Minister McCarthy, please continue.
And President, you know, this side have form. They do have form in wanting to forget the fact
Minister McCarthy,
that they had nothing to do with wanting to.
Please resume. Senator Mackenzie, I have personally asked you not to interject, and you've completely disrespected me by continuing to do so. As I've said before, if you can't listen in silence, leave the chamber. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Well, as I said, this side have form. They have form in doing nothing. Nothing. They come in this Senate,
Minister McCarthy, please resume your seat. Senator Mackenzie.
Point of order on relevance, Madam President. The minister has gone nowhere near the claims made on 60 Minutes, nothing to do with the action and behaviour of the CFMEU on Victorian work sites, and I would ask you to draw the minister to the question.
Senator Mackenzie, you asked about government action. The minister is being relevant, and I will continue to listen to her response. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. And I remind the coalition that in doing nothing, you allowed crime to increase at phenomenal rates.
That's exactly right.
At phenomenal rates.
Exactly
and you
right.
come in here, and you pose this question.
Under you.
You pose this question as though you have a real concern for those workers.
Order. Order across the chamber. Order. Minister, please continue.
So you come in here
posing this as though you have real concern for questions around workers and workers' rights and workers feeling safe and workers having a future. No, you are not that party. You are not that party. So do not come in here and put that question as to what have we done. What did you not do when you were in government in regards to keeping it safe for workers on those building sites?
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Mackenzie, first supplementary.
I'll try again. Why has the Minister for Infrastructure, Transport, Regional Development and Local Government not reported evidence from the states of corruption and bullying as part of federally funded projects in Victoria by CFMEU officials to the Department of Employment and Workplace Relations and/or to the Fair Work Ombudsman?
Now, I'm going to remind the Senate, I'm going to try to be preemptive. You were heard in silence. When I call the minister, I expect the minister to be heard in silence. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Well, the minister responsible for IR has been in regular touch with regulators around compliance within the workplace relations system. She's written letters to the relevant regulators and law enforcement agencies, namely the AFP, the Fair Work Commission and the Fair Work Ombudsman, asking them to consider investigating any matters raised by the reporting that is within their jurisdictions. She's received a detailed verbal briefing from the AFP Commissioner regarding Operation Rye, who confirmed that there are a number of active investigations on foot. She's also had a detailed briefing from Mr Irving, who confirms that a detailed strategic plan is being carefully followed, President. And Mr Irving is undertaking his work in a systematic and orderly manner. See, they're not interested. They're not interested, President. They come in here, it's all a con. They come in here pretending they care and they don't.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Mackenzie, second supplementary.
When will the minister take appropriate steps to ensure that the stranglehold of the Victorian branch of the CFMEU does not continue to delay the delivery of infrastructure projects in Victoria, such as the North East Link, that have been funded by federal government and hard-working tax-paying Australians' money?
Thank you, Minister. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Well, clearly the senator didn't hear my response to the previous question in regards to what the minister has done, but I will go further. The administration has already taken significant steps to rid the union and the industry of corruption, including removing or accepting the resignations of— look, you might sit around watching TV, Senator, but our minister is doing a job.
That's right.
And she's doing her work. Yeah, she is. No, she's doing her work. So, including removing or accepting the resignations of more than 60 staff, developing significant new policies—
Minister McCarthy. Senator Mackenzie, what is it that I need to say to you to get you to be quiet? Your interjections are disorderly and disrespectful. And I've called and I've pleaded with you and I've asked and I've ordered and you've ignored it all. Leave the chamber if you can't sit here quietly. Minister McCarthy.
Thank you, President. Well, I would gladly repeat that because the administration has taken significant steps to rid the union and the industry of corruption, including removing or accepting the resignations of more than 60 staff, developing significant new policies and a national code of conduct and statement of expectations for all staff, and establishing several inquiries into state branches of the CFMEU.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Payman.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for the National Disability Insurance Scheme, Senator McAllister. For many Australians, the NDIS is their lifeline, a system of supports that they rely upon to live a dignified life. For the people who support them, however, life is getting more and more difficult. Costs are going up, yet prices remain frozen. A recent study involving 63 registered NDIS providers found that majority of providers on the NDIS run at a loss. I've met with providers here in the capital and my own constituents in my home state of Western Australia. Minister, what support is the government offering to these providers who are working to provide a better life for our most vulnerable Australians?
Thank you, Senator Payman. Minister McAllister.
Thank you very much, President. Well, Senator Payman, you raise an important issue in relation to the NDIS because you are right to identify that this is a world-leading program and one that has substantially changed the lives of many people with disability. And you're right too to observe that the program is dependent on having a workforce and a provider system that is capable of providing high-quality supports that deliver value for money for participants. And I'd add also that in establishing the NDIS, one of Labor's objectives was to generate a level of innovation within that provider community too, so that the range of services that people with disability might be able to access would increase over time and they'd be able to purchase services that were more aligned to their needs. The pricing in the NDIS really goes to the heart of the question that you asked, Senator, and the pricing for the NDIS is set each year by the NDIS board. It's a board made of eminent persons, many of whom themselves have disability or who have lived experience of disability. The board is conscious that there are opportunities to improve the way that pricing takes place. In the last term, the board sought advice from an independent pricing committee. It's received that advice and it's published that advice. And the advice indicates that there are opportunities for us to move to differentiated pricing, an approach that would recognise some of the features that drive quality in the NDIS service system. The board has also indicated in its most latest pricing, in releasing its most latest pricing guidelines, that it intends to publish a work plan which will step through some of the things that they will be doing to, as they embark upon a process of introducing differentiated pricing.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Payman, first supplementary.
Thank you, President. Thank you, Minister. The word sustainability has featured heavily in the government's rhetoric and language in the past year. According to the Ability Roundtable project, quality therapy providers will run at an average loss of 24.6% this financial year. Does the government believe this situation is sustainable?
Thank you, Senator Payman. Minister McAllister.
Thank you very much, President, and thanks, Senator Payman, for the question. When we talk about sustainability, and there's a lot of commentary about sustainability in relation to the scheme, we're often talking about its fiscal impacts. And of course, when we came to government, under the governance of those opposite, the scheme was growing at over 20% a year. And that had been the case for some years, and nothing had been done to rein that in or deal with that challenge. When we received the review, the independent review undertaken of the scheme, they acknowledged that this was not sustainable, and if we want a scheme that will last for the long term, we need to deal with that. It doesn't mean, as I indicated in my answer to your primary question, that we should ignore questions around quality. One of the things that we have initiated this year, or the board has initiated this year, is a pilot that will work with quality providers of skills supports and of therapy supports to understand the drivers of quality in their businesses.
Thank you, Minister. The time for answering has expired. Senator Payman, second supplementary.
Thank you, President. A major issue that's affecting providers is the freezing of prices. As I mentioned in the preamble, therapy support prices have frozen since 2019, but providers' costs have risen dramatically due to rising cost of living and cost of doing business. How long does the government expect therapy support prices to remain frozen for?
Thank you, Senator Payman. Minister McAllister.
Thanks, President, and thanks again, Senator Payman. The board has been very clear about the methodology it's used to set prices, and I think in the question you're asking particularly about therapy prices. This year's pricing review saw the board consider, I think, as many as 10 million different data points from services provided across a range of therapies in different service systems, veteran systems, Medicare, and they use that to benchmark current pricing rates, because the principle that the board articulates, and they're really clear about this, is that people with disability should not pay more for services than other people in the community. And the purpose of undertaking the benchmarking is to understand what prices are being paid in other parts of the community and make sure that the prices being paid within the NDIS don't exceed those. and that's the basis on which the pricing review was set on this occasion.
Thank you, Minister. Senator Brown.
Thank you. Take two. My question is to the Minister representing the Minister for Housing, Senator Ayres. The Albanese Labor government is delivering on its commitment to build more homes and make it easier for Australians to buy them. On the 1st of October, the 5% deposit scheme was expanded to all available first home buyers. How many people have signed up to the scheme under the government, and what parts of the community are benefiting from the expanded scheme?
Thank you, Senator Brown. Minister Ayres.
Well, Senator Brown, thank you very much for that question. A question so good that she asked it twice. On the 1st of October, just a few days ago, the government delivered on its promise to expand the 5% deposit scheme to all first home buyers. That is 3 months ahead of schedule. And, President, I am very proud to tell the Senate that more than 190,000 Australians have brought their own home with a 5% deposit since the Albanese government was elected in 2022. That's around twice as many as under the coalition. And, President, the people that we are delivering for are ordinary Australians, particularly young Australians. Australians who work hard, Australians who just a generation ago would have already been able to expect that they would have been able to own their own home. Saving 20% for a deposit is a massive hurdle for young Australians, particularly when you are renting and paying off somebody else's mortgage. It might be very difficult for some people in this place to understand, but it is a very difficult hurdle to get over. That is why we have expanded the 5% deposit scheme to every Australian first home buyer. No income limits, no limits on places, no complexity, and house price caps that better reflect the cost of a home in every part of Australia. President, it is un-Australian for young people to be locked out of the housing market unless their parents have money. That's not how we do things here. That is not what this government is about. Expanding this scheme is the right thing to do. It is fundamentally fair and it's made a real difference to young Australians.
Senator Brown, first supplementary.
Thank you. Increasing social and affordable housing is a priority for the Albanese Labor government, and we are determined to build more homes for those who need them the most. How much social housing has the government built under programs like the Housing Australia Future Fund and the Social Housing Accelerator, and what does it mean for Australian families?
Thank you, Senator Brown. Minister Ayres.
Well, 190,000 people, Australians, using the 5% deposits. And I'm pleased to tell Australians that more than 5,000 homes have been delivered with support from this government, built from this government, despite delays brought on by the opposition. And more than 25,000 social and affordable homes are in planning or are being built. And, President, these homes are being built in every part of Australia, even Double Bay, Senator, or wherever it is that you hang out, for frontline workers in regional Australia, for women and children fleeing domestic violence, for the people doing the difficult jobs that keep our communities together, because that's what this government does. It delivers for all Australians, no matter your job and no matter your postcode. It's a record of actually building homes as opposed to the 373.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Brown, second supplementary.
Thank you, Minister. The Albanese Labor government has an ambitious housing agenda that is delivering for all Australians. What challenges does the government face in implementing the agenda?
Thank you, Senator Brown. Minister Ayres.
Well, it's a good supplementary question, and he's right over there. The sort of hot air blowing, home blocking heartbreaker, Senator Bragg and his colleagues over here. Young Australians who under this government can from the 1st of October grab a 5% deposit and put it on a home for them, their partners and their kids. This character is bringing legislation in here that would take it off them.
Senator Ayres, refer to senators by their correct titles. Please continue.
Senator Bragg, supported by all these characters over here, and I assume by these characters over here, wants to introduce the grab it back provision. Take the homes away, take the opportunity away, take the life chances away, rip opportunity away from young Australians who right now, can look forward to a 5%.
Senator Duniam.
Thank you, President. My question is to the Minister for Industry and Innovation, Senator Ayres. Minister, just minutes before question time, you finally provided a list to the opposition stating that there are at least 7 facilities on the Department of Industry's at-risk register. Can the Minister confirm that there are still 7 facilities at risk in the most recent update the Minister has received, and can the Minister list each of these facilities for the benefit of Australian workers and the protection of their jobs?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister Ayres.
Well, I think we have provided some additional information than that was required. I think partly, I have to say, my thinking about this was to stop your friends over here saying that there was 10,007 facilities, the usual sort of hyperbole that characterises the sort of negativity on these issues. I can take you through. We spent some time yesterday. We spent some time yesterday on these questions, and I noticed that there's no more questions about Tomago because the politics for this lot have moved on. It's stopped being a useful. It's stopped being a useful political thing. We'll keep doing the work on these facilities. We'll leave the bumper stickers and the politics to you. We are working our way through a range of large industrial facilities around the country. And in practical terms, I'll take the interjection, Senator Ruston, in your home state of South Australia, what we have done is secure the future of the Port Pirie lead smelter, owned by Nearstar, owned by Trafigura, with a very significant investment. That lead smelter will, as a result of our support, as a result of your support, you wouldn't have done anything. As a result of the package that we have delivered, will in addition be producing critical minerals for our partners in the United States and anybody else amongst our partners who wants to purchase it. This is a significant investment alongside the steel-making facilities in Whyalla, alongside future AUKUS submarine production, investment in the industrial capability of South Australia. It's about securing the facilities that are under pressure now and making sure that we invest in the jobs of the future.
The time for answering has expired. Senator Duniam, first supplementary.
Thanks, President. Minister, you didn't tell us which facilities were on the list. Is Liberty Bell Bay, which employs hundreds of Tasmanians, on the Minister's at-risk list? And is Rio Tinto's smelter in Bell Bay, which also employs hundreds of Tasmanians, on that list too?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister Ayres.
Well, as you know, the facilities that are on that Nearstar Port Pirie, which I spent some time talking about before. Nearstar Hobart, another facility that we've delivered a very important package for. Tomago, that was the centre of discussions yesterday and will be the focus of our work for a long time to come. Glencore Mount Isa, where we delivered a package of support that has secured industrial capability in northwest Queensland. Dyno Nobel Phosphate Hill, which is a facility that is related to that and in that region. Liberty Bell Bay and Bell Bay Aluminium. And I have on both of those issues discussed them in great detail many times with your friend and former colleague Senator Abetz, with the Premier of Tasmania, and with you. and I'll continue to be working very hard on the future of those important facilities.
Senator Duniam, second supplementary.
Thanks, President. Will the minister confirm, given there's been no assurance around the jobs I've asked about, that the only job he's actually created is one for his union mate, former AMWU official Glenn Thompson, appointed to the National Reconstruction Fund Board, the very fund meant to be independent from political interference?
Thank you, Senator Duniam. Minister Ayres.
Well, you know what we'll do is we'll focus on the work in industrial facilities. I'm very pleased with the appointment that you've just referred to. Actually, somebody who's contributed more than everybody here combined to the future of manufacturing in Australia, particularly on AUKUS submarines, particularly on shipbuilding. He's made a real contribution. Your contribution in the last term of government was a former Defence Industry Minister who said Australians couldn't build a canoe. Right? That's the sum of confidence that you lot have in Australian industrial capability, booting the car industry offshore, doing a big fat zero, big fat net zero from your team on industrial capability, on building energy for industry, and on blue-collar jobs.
Thank you,
we'll
Minister
just keep
Ayres.
on with the
time
work.
for answering has expired. Minister Farrell.
Thank you, President. Can I request that further questions be put onto the notice paper?
Oh, do you have a statement? Yes,
I do.
Minister
Thank you.
Farrell.
Thank you. 27 documents were tabled in response to order for production of documents number 37. The Minister for Communications makes a claim of public interest immunity for 3 of the documents within the scope of the order. Redactions have been applied where content of the document is out of the scope of the order or where public interest immunity has been claimed. The government has consulted extensively on the upcoming social media minimum age delay. Delaying access to social media will help protect the health and the well-being of young people and give them extra time to develop real-world connections and digital literacy skills before they join global platforms. I understand that the Minister for Communications has offered to meet Senator Payman and discuss her priorities for online safety, and I encourage the Senate to take up that offer.
Senator Payman.
Thank you, Deputy President. I move that the Senate take note of the explanation. As soon as I saw Minister Farrell's name on the red next to this attendance, I knew I was going to get some hard facts. Before I get into the Minister's explanation, I'd like to offer the Chamber a bit of background to this order for production of documents. On the 28th of July, I moved that the Minister representing the Minister for Communications produce documents held by the Minister in relation to the social media ban. That motion was agreed to without a division. And may I note that the Minister just referred to it as a social media delay instead of a ban. Maybe it's just optically they don't want to call it a ban, but it is what it is. The due date for the order came and went, and 12 days after the documents were due, the government coughed up what is now a very familiar sight to most of us in this place, a collection of documents massacred by black texter. The Minister suggested that such extensive redaction was necessary to protect the government's ability to obtain relevant commercial information. On the 26th of August, the Senate ordered the Minister to table a detailed justification for the public interest immunity claim made for this order by the 1st of September. Now, the 1st of September came and went, and the Senate ordered on the 2nd of September that in the absence of an explanation, the Minister must produce the documents without redaction. On the 4th of September, the Minister then tabled a further letter which said that no further information on the PII claim was available. The government's behaviour is both opaque and lazy. Not only will they not release the documents without redaction, they had to be dragged into the Senate chamber to explain why. Now, these documents deal with the forthcoming social media ban, and it's a ban, B-A-N. There are 42 days until the ban takes effect. And if there's one thing I can say about the government's approach, it's that it's been consistently inconsistent. Since the ban was legislated, YouTube has been included, then excluded for a different reason, and then included again. Even the Prime Minister has admitted that, and I quote, "We don't argue that its implementation will be perfect." Now, this is not a policy to improve the mental health of young Australians out there. It is a policy designed to prey on the fears of parents and offer a perceived solution. Sometimes in this place, the politics comes first and the policy comes later. But in this case, I think the policy never arrived. At estimates earlier this month, the E-Safety Commissioner gave evidence that she wasn't aware of a single piece of legislation in the communications portfolio that was rushed through Parliament as fast as this ban, nor any other piece of legislation in any portfolio that was subject to such a short inquiry with just 24-hour opening for submissions. Now, to some, this issue may seem abstract, like, who cares about how long an inquiry was? Let's have a look at concrete example of the future under the ban. A few weeks ago, Discord, a very popular online communication service, was hacked. More than 70,000 people had pictures of identifying documents like driver's licenses leaked into a massive, huge data breach. Now, if you think that breaches like that aren't going to become commonplace in Australia, I hope you like waiting in line to get your license replaced. This policy will push young people to more harmful platforms, it will harm privacy, it will lead to more data breaches, and it just won't work. I'll be taking further action in this area on Monday, and I'll continue to hold this government to account on this issue in the lead up to December 10th and beyond. Thank you.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Deputy President. I too rise to register my concern in relation to the response of the government to the orders which were passed by this Senate, by our institution, to seek these important documents. And this is a policy area of great concern to many, many Australians. And my office is receiving a lot of contact in relation to the forthcoming social media ban, and I'm sure everyone's office is receiving a lot of contact from our constituents, from the people we represent. So when the Senate seeks documents from the government, we're not just doing it for the Senate, we're doing it for the Australian people. We're doing it for the Australian people. We're doing it for the people in the gallery, for the people watching these proceedings. We're doing it to obtain information which they deserve to know. They deserve to have this information. It's their rights that are being impacted by this social media ban. They have a right to this information. And as Senator Payman outlined, the history, the timetable in relation to this matter is disgraceful, absolutely disgraceful. Way back in 28 July, this institution, the Senate, was seeking this information. And here we are in late October, and still we have the minister get up and give a very desultory response, explanation, if you could call it that, as to why the documents aren't being provided. And in fact, as Senator Payman outlined, the government was actually asked to explain the public interest immunity claim. And this is the basis upon which the government claims that the document shouldn't be released because it's in the public interest they not be released. But they won't provide the detail. They won't provide the basis for the claim. So what we receive as senators, as representatives for the Australian people, are these documents covered in black ink, redacted. That's the term that's used, redacted. They're just covered in black ink. Black ink covering up what the Labor government's doing. And it's unacceptable. And it's not just happening in relation to this order for production of documents, which was prosecuted by Senator Payman. It's happening across the board. It's happening across the board. And the fact of the matter is that there's a lack of transparency on the part of the Labor government. They said one thing in opposition, and now they're doing something entirely different in government. Entirely different in government. And it's not just me saying this. The Centre for Public Integrity, one of the most respected non-government organisations which pursues good governance in this country, has issued a report card on the Albanese government's integrity. A report card. This is what they say. So these aren't my words. These are the words of a non-government organisation with some outstanding Australians behind it who are seeking better governance in our public institutions. And this is what they say. In relation to commitment to transparency, which is what we're talking about at the moment, Senator Payman, leaning into a culture of secrecy. Leaning into a culture of secrecy. That's the description which the Centre for Public Integrity gives in their report card of the Albanese Labor government. And can there be any better example than when this Senate passes a motion, introduces an order requiring the production of documents, what we get, either we don't get the documents at all or the documents we get are covered in black ink. I don't know how they source the amount of ink they need in their photocopiers, etc., to actually deliver all these documents covered in black ink. What else does the report card say? Cronyism, more jobs for mates. More jobs for mates. That's the second point in the report card in relation to the Albanese Labor government. This is what they say, and this is another document we were seeking. It continues to withhold the 2023 Briggs Review of public sector board appointments, notwithstanding the fact that this Senate, through which we represent the Australian people, has sought a copy of that document in relation to the processes by which people are appointed to public boards. Here's another one, and Senator Payman will know this and has argued in relation to this very passionately and correctly, cutting support for those who hold government to account. That's the other thing the Albanese Labor government has done. It has weakened Parliament's capacity to hold the government to account. How? By cutting our staffing and resources that we can use to hold the government to account. So this is an appalling report card in relation to the transparency of the current Labor government.
Scar, your time has expired. There being no further contributions, I'll put the question that the Senate take note. Those that opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any motions to take note of answers? Senator Patterson.
Thank you, Mr Deputy President. I rise to take note of all answers provided to coalition questions. There are 5 major problems with the Australian economy right now, and in the next 5 minutes I'll explain each of them. Number 1, inflation is now rising on the Albanese Labor government's watch. ABS data released today shows that annual inflation has hit 3.2% in headline terms, and even that miserable figure of rising inflation hides some shocking underlying results, including 23.6% increases in electricity prices in this country over the last year. That is misery for Australian families and households who are struggling to make ends meet under Labor's cost of living crisis. Perhaps the worst thing about this shocking inflation result today is the implications it will have for interest rates. Market economists are already saying forget about any further interest rate cuts this year at the November or December RBA board meetings, and that Australians should even prepare themselves for the possibility that the next move in interest rates will be up and not down. This is terrible news for mortgage holders who are already paying up to $20,000 more a year on an average mortgage on Labor's watch because inflation and interest rates are out of control. Number 2, inflation is now rising, not falling. It's at 4.5%, about 1% higher when this government came to office 3 years ago. That means thousands of Australians who want to work but can't find a job, who are out of the workforce, who are relying on support from the government and from the community, who would much rather have a job to support themselves. That's about 1% higher than when this government came to office 3 years ago. That's thousands of families who are finding it harder to make ends meet because unemployment on this government's watch is rising, and we shouldn't be surprised given the policies they've pursued. Number 3, debt is rising on this government's watch. It is forecast to hit $1.2 trillion in gross terms by the end of this parliamentary term, according to the government's own predictions and forecasts in their own budget. They also forecast that there will be 10 years of deficits to come over the next decade on this government's watch. And I really think the government and Senator Gallagher needs to update her talking points when she continues to boast of Labor surpluses. We don't have any Labor surpluses anymore. We have Labor deficits as far as the eye can see. Number 4, all of this is caused by spending which is out of control. Spending is up on this government's watch to 40-year highs as a proportion of our economy outside the pandemic. You have to go back to 1986-87 before you find a government that is spending as much as this government is as a proportion of the economy, and their record on spending is getting worse every year that they're in office. In Senate estimates, it was revealed that spending in the last financial year increased by 5.5%, or about 4 times the rate that the economy is growing, and Treasury officials had to reluctantly admit that the government is in breach of its own rubbery fiscal rules, which said that it should bank most of the revenue upgrades that it receives, and that spending should be restrained until government debt as a proportion of the GDP peaks. Well, government debt as a proportion of GDP is rising, and as is spending. Finally, Australians are paying higher taxes than they otherwise should. Taxes are up on this government's watch. Treasury officials admitted in Senate estimates that the average taxpayer will be paying an increase of 20.6% of their salary from now to 23.6% of their salary by the end of the forward estimates, by the end of the medium term, And so what that means is that taxes are rising. Australians are paying thousands of dollars more in taxes than they would have because this government is allowing bracket creep to take more and more of the hard-earned income that you earn and taking more of that to cover the spending that they're responsible for. But even these high levels of taxes, which are at 25-year highs as a proportion of the economy, are not enough to cover the higher spending on this government's watch. This is a government which has benefited from a revenue boom. $370 billion of more revenue has been collected on this government's watch than they expected to in 2022, and they have squandered the benefits of that, now with higher deficits and rising debt again. Australians are paying the price for this government's economic mismanagement, and they are being called out for it, even by independent, respected commentators like the Reserve Bank Governor, who has observed recently that spending on this government's watch is growing very quickly, that there are substantial deficits to come. The government needs to stop, reassess, change their reckless economic policies and put Australia back on a path to prosperity.
Senator Walker.
President, can I just say Labor inherited a broken budget. Those opposite like to pretend that they were the better economic managers, but the stats really do suggest otherwise. Inflation has come down under Labor between 2 to 3%. That's half of what we inherited. Deficits into surpluses. Labor has delivered energy rebates. Those opposite can't even figure out if they believe in climate change, let alone formulate energy policy of their own. They are so broken. So much for meaning to be an alternate government, they can't even stop fighting with themselves. Labor is delivering budget discipline and the opposition is delivering dysfunction. Labor builds savings and stability, the Liberals are giving chaos. Only Labor can turn the economy around. The opposition can't even turn up with a decent plan. When we came to office, we had deficits as far as the eye could see. We had $1 trillion of Liberal debt and a budget that was weighed down with waste and rorts. We have made so much progress in this economy. Headline and underlying inflation is down at a 4-year low. Real annual wages have been growing for around 7 consecutive quarters. Our economy is still expanding. Interest rates have been cut. More than 1.1 million jobs have been created since we came to government. And can I just say, that's a record for any government in a single term. The average unemployment rate is at the lowest rate of any government in 50 years. And then there's the budget. We've turned 2 Liberal deficits into 2 Labor surpluses and have almost halved the deficit in our 3rd year. The budget position has improved by more than $207 billion. The debt is $177 billion lower in 2024-2025, saving $60 billion in interest as a consequence. But we know that our job is not finished. We know that the Australian people are still under budget pressure, And that's why our commitment is delivering real, tangible cost of living relief and helping with the ongoing crisis, including 8 changes that came into effect on 1 July, stage 3 tax cuts, which, can I just say, the opposition opposed. We know the importance of productivity. That's why we held the Economic Reform Roundtable, because we know that we need to boost productivity, strengthen our economic resilience and improve budget sustainability. The best way to do that is to do that together. At the election, Australians voted clearly. They wanted higher living standards, higher wages, secure work, well-paid jobs. That's what this government is working to deliver. The Economic Reform Roundtable proved that there's more common ground and consensus than conflict around the big challenges that are facing our economy. Our policies include energy rebates, cheaper childcare, and our back-to-back boost to Commonwealth rent assistance have helped to directly reduce inflation when it was at its peak, to allow time for the structural drivers of inflation to settle and for underlying inflation to return to the RBA's target band. Since Labor was elected, inflation is down, debt is down, real wages are growing, unemployment is low and interest rates have fallen. While we've made good progress on the economy together, we recognise that the job is far from over because people in Australia are still under budget pressure, which is why we're continuing to roll out responsible cost of living measures, including tax cuts for every taxpayer, slashing student debt, delivering cheaper medicines and more bulk billing. Labor's economic plan is all about helping with the cost of living, and we know that it's time to modernise Australia's economy to boost living standards. We know the best way to improve living standards is to make our economy more productive and resilient and our budget more sustainable, and that's our focus. When we came to office, inflation was rising and rising rapidly, and now it's much lower. Underlying inflation was at almost 5% when we came to office. It was at 3% through the year to the September quarter. Headline inflation was at 3.2% through the year to the September quarter. The progress we've made on inflation has given the Reserve Bank confidence to cut rates 3 times this year. The global economy is volatile, we know this, and uncertain. That impacts inflation and economies around the world.
Senator Duniam.
Acting Deputy President, well, I think there are many things to take note of in the question time we've just had, but I do wonder, there's one thing missing from everything we heard today, and indeed some of the contributions I'm sure we'll hear from government senators during Take Note over the next little while, and that is whether they're going to, or on what date they'll start taking responsibility for things that happen on their watch, rather than pointing to the past or to the Ukraine conflict or to the Middle East or to COVID. It is unbelievable that here we are, a good way into the second term of this government, and we're still talking about the last government from 4 years ago, nearly half a decade ago. We're still blaming them as if nothing that has happened in the intervening period is in any way their responsibility. Australians will wise up to this, I think, and I think they do expect the government to tackle the challenges that this government faces and to do it in a way where they do take some responsibility. I mean, we heard here today in relation to questions around, of course, the inflation figures that came out, not their problem. It was all about the last government and what they were left with and how they've had to tackle that. Well, it's not the last government's fault that this government can't get its spending under control and that government spending is driving inflation in a big way. That is something that is going to ensure the Reserve Bank next Tuesday on Melbourne Cup Day doesn't hand down an interest rate cut. That means homeowners with mortgages that are struggling, we've heard about them just now, will not get that much needed relief when it comes to their mortgage repayments. So to stand here and say it's everyone else's fault, it's out of our control, we're doing the best we can, and then make no effort to actually address the problems, despite what is said, I think is absolutely galling. It is this government that makes its decisions about how it spends more money than it has, how it taxes more and more of Australians, more of the money that they work so hard for to prop up their bottom line. Of course, we heard about on the issue of housing that people can't afford to get into, we heard about how this government is failing to build houses, to do that basic task that we as a society, a developed country, a democratic nation, we aren't able to, with all of the billions of dollars being ploughed into this program, the Housing Australia Future Fund, which has bought, not built, 500 homes, therefore displacing others from the housing market, not opening it up and broadening people's ability to get into the housing market, making it harder because we're competing with home buyers. It's absolutely not what this scheme was designed to do. So you've got these policy fails all around the country here, causing more problems and more difficulty for Australian households, for individuals, for businesses, for the economy more broadly. But can I tell you, no responsibility taken from this government. It is going to wear off soon enough, and I really do hope that Australians do wise up to that. And of course, when we got to Minister Ayres and asking him about the at-risk list for industrial facilities across our country, and specifically what's on there, yesterday, of course, when this same issue came up, we were told, oh, you can't ask about these issues because you're politicising the workers. Well, no, I'm sorry. These questions get asked because we are concerned about the workers. The tens of thousands of workers in heavy emitting industries, smelters that create the aluminium, the steel and other products we need in this country. We ask these questions because we're worried about their jobs, because this government has set up an environment in which it is impossible for these facilities to compete internationally. Energy prices through the roof. Apparently it's everyone else's fault. It's got nothing to do with this government, all beyond their control. Not their green schemes, not their safeguard mechanism, not their labour laws, which of course have driven up the cost of how to do business in this country. In my own home state of Tasmania, the Bell Bay aluminium smelter and Liberty Bell Bay, 2 smelters employing nearly 1,000 people in regional Tasmania, struggling with the same issue that all of these intensive energy-intensive operators are dealing with, high energy costs. No assurance for these operators about their future here. Just a lot of words, and this government have this made in Australia policy, but that is absolutely not what is happening here. When you've got a government that is making it impossible for manufacturing to be a part of our economy, we don't make cars anymore, we don't make appliances, and soon enough we won't be making the materials we need to build the homes we're not building. This is a recipe for disaster. This government needs to wake up, start taking responsibility and do the right thing.
Senator Whittaker.
Thank you, Deputy President. And you know what? Those of us on this side of the chamber, the Albanese Labor government, we are proud of our record and we do take responsibility for the great progress that we have seen over the last term since we came to government and over the last 6 months or so since we were so convincingly re-elected at the May election. But I think it's really, really important that we do talk about the record of those opposite, because I find it extremely, extremely ironic that those opposite try to lecture us on our record, on the economy, on housing, when we were left in an absolute mess thanks to nearly a decade of inaction by those opposite. What is their record? Debt, deficit, wages, deliberate strategy to keep wages low. Many of them said it a number of times. They didn't want workers to earn more. They certainly didn't want workers to keep more of what they earn. They had no plan on cost of living. They had no plan on housing. In fact, for much of their time in government, they didn't even have a minister for housing. Shame. Now, to our record, which those opposites seem very, very keen for us to talk about, but then largely ignore those facts when we do, so I'll remind them again. We have made substantial, significant progress on keeping our economy one of the strongest in the world. Inflation, as my colleague and friend Senator Walker said, Inflation at half what it was under those opposite. Headline inflation under the former government was at 6.1% and climbing. Now, headline inflation's at 3.2% through the year to September. Yes, it's an increase off the last quarter. And there are certainly challenges ahead. But what I know, and I think I'm pretty confident what the Australian people know, is that it is only this government that has a plan to keep our economy heading in the right direction, because it is only our government that got wages moving again. It is only our government that has brought inflation down. It is only our government who has a plan for cost of living. Energy bill credits, which will continue through to the end of the year. Credits that I know have made a huge difference to Western Australians across my home state, who have been the beneficiary of significant energy bill credits through partnership with the state Cook Labor government and our federal Labor government. I think the Australian people know that it's only us, it's only our government that has a plan on housing. Our plan on housing is central to the work of this government. It's a $43 billion commitment to build 55,000 social and affordable homes for the Australians who need it most. 30,000 of those from the Housing Australia Future Fund, Senator Bragg's absolute favourite topic. In the very short time that the HAF has been operating, there are already hundreds of Australians across the country benefiting from those homes, living in those homes. There are currently more than 18,000 social and affordable homes that are in the planning and construction phase. Now, let's compare that to the previous coalition government's record. I know they don't like to hear about it. I'm sorry, but I'm going to talk about it again. They built just 373 social and affordable homes in 9 years in government. I mean, it's extraordinary. No wonder you don't want us to talk about it, because it's a pretty bad number. But what we're seeing now, that Labor is in the driving seat. We are seeing more than 25,000 of those 55,000 social and affordable homes in the construction and planning phases, with over 5,000 already completed. Well and truly ahead of what we saw from those opposite. And so, you know what? We will continue to talk about your record, but
Senator
we are
Whittaker,
proud of ours.
Your time has expired. Senator Goodell.
Take the previous speaker and take some of the things she said. Labor is in the driver's seat, but it looks like they've been at the bar for a few hours before they got in it. Because this is where we go. We hear these things and she says, we don't want to hear, we don't want you to talk, we don't want you to mention these things. No, we're sick of you mentioning these things. We hear the 35,000 houses built under, going to be built under HAF. We've not heard a single house has been built under HAF. It's what we're going to do. What we're going to do. What we're going to do is we're going to put $10 billion aside to build these houses. We've spent billions, but we've built none. We've acquired some. What we're going to do is have a policy about a future made in Australia. But wait, I had estimates when I asked, what does that mean, when at their announcement at the Liddell Power Station site in the Hunter Valley, their solar sunshot program, out there comes SunDrive, this great, wonderful to build solar panels in Australia. This is what we're going to do, put money behind this company. But what happens within months of that announcement? SunDrive lays off half their staff and then comes out and admits, we're not actually going to make solar panels in Australia, we're going to import components. We're going to assemble them in Australia. We'll buy the frames from Vietnam, we'll buy the solar panels from China, we'll buy the inverters from China, we'll do this, we'll assemble. And I asked that question. It's like me going to IKEA. If I go to IKEA and I buy a flat pack, put it together in my house, am I suddenly a manufacturer of furniture under their definition of a future made in Australia? And I would have been. I would have qualified to be a manufacturer by assembling stuff in Australia. Because we hear these great numbers about how many messaging staff, how many communication staff the Prime Minister has, and how great they are at communicating and on message. How about we take some of those staff into policy that actually works, so we don't just talk about stuff, we do stuff. And this is what we see all over. We see businesses like Energy Renaissance in the Hunter, Australia's first lithium battery manufacturer, in administration. We don't talk about that because we don't talk about the realities of it. We aren't even heading to a future assembled in Australia anymore. We're talking about a future imported to Australia. And when we're talking about the at-risk industries, we come back to that very big thing in the Hunter. Up at Tomago Aluminium. In this place last night, I read out the email that the CEO sent as a consultation to their contractors about the discussions, their process for shutting the plant down in 2028. And they didn't say it was 10 years of this or 5 years of this or whatever it was. It said the inability to secure a contract beyond 2028 for energy was the problem. And it wasn't 10 years ago that policy was, it is now. 3.5 years behind the wheel, as said by the previous speaker, has got us here. And so over 1,000 employees are getting this email yesterday about consultations to lose their jobs. Thousands across the greater region who depend on the aluminium or the work or the maintenance may lose their jobs. And we heard the previous speaker, this is exactly the mentality. Oh, but we gave energy handouts, we gave energy rebates. Sooner or later, as the great Margaret Thatcher said, or as Hugh said in that great movie Notting Hill, that saucy minx Margaret Thatcher, she comes out and says, sooner or later, under socialism, you run out of other people's money. And when we are giving $2 billion for aluminium and it's still not enough, when we are giving energy rebates and it's still not enough out there, and Tomago's this big thing now because it's a single spot with so many jobs. But what about the collective of all the small businesses out there paying their energy prices? What about the bakers? What about the engineering firms? What about the small manufacturers that don't get the news headlines because not as many people individually lose their jobs, but collectively so much more? It is time not to look at the spin. It is time to look at the scoreboard. Energy prices are up. Jobs are starting to collapse. Industry is in a dead standstill, and even in his recent speech, Garno is out there saying that private investment in renewables is at an all-time low because of the capacity investment scheme and other things. Everyone needs a subsidy. You have not created the environment to build more energy. You are creating the environment to lose more jobs. The people of the Hunter are an early warning sign with Tomago. There will be more. There'll be so many more that don't get the press. Spend more time on policy. Don't come up with the hype. Start delivering better policies. The people of Australia, the people of the Hunter deserve no less.
Senator Cadell, your time has expired. The question is that the Senate take note. Those of opinion say aye. Against say no. The ayes have it. Are there any further motions to take note of answers? Senator Barbara Pocock.
Thank you, Deputy President. I rise to take note of Minister Ayres' answers. Well, what a disgrace. This government said it would tackle the housing crisis, that Labor would make it easier to buy and better to rent, and they would build more homes. Well, we're still waiting. House prices are exploding. Rental vacancy rates are at an all-time low, and homelessness levels are at their worst in living memory. There is bad news every day. Our housing system is broken. It's rigged to make the rich richer, the banks richer, the developers richer, and it's not working for all of those thousands of Australians trying to get their foot into their first home or to face the rising costs of rent. Meanwhile, first home buyers, so many young people, they're falling into despair. This Labor government has been in power now for 4 years. When will you accept the blame for your own policy failures? When will you recognise and admit that you're making the problem worse? Safe and secure housing is a human right. Too many Australians, however, don't have a place to live. There's still no national housing and homelessness plan. Our frontline emergency service providers are underfunded and are being pushed to breaking point. A recent report from the Australian Institute of Health and Welfare found that between 2012 and 2023, around 43,200 people with a history of homelessness died. Many of these deaths were potentially avoidable. 9 deaths every single day. This is a national shame. I recently met with 2 frontline homelessness service providers in Adelaide, the Hutt Street Centre and Catherine House. They do incredible things. The Hutt Street Centre have never turned away anyone from their door. They offer a meal, they offer all kinds of services and supports. In 70 years, they have never turned anyone away, and they are almost at capacity. They told me about how rates of people experiencing homelessness have exploded in South Australia, how people are living in the streets, in our parklands, they're sheltering in doorways and behind buildings, under bridges. They're very unsafe at night, but this is often their only option. They told us about young couples who come in for a meal who can't afford to pay their rent, their groceries or their power bills. About the growth in self-storage units so that people can store their belongings in there while they sleep in their cars. This is truly heartbreaking. When I met with those carers and workers at Catherine House, a women's crisis accommodation shelter, they told me how domestic and family violence remains the leading cause of homelessness for women across Australia. They have seen a 60% increase in women seeking support compared to the same time last year. 60%. Women who are living in their cars, separated from their children, barely getting by, even where they happen to have a job. We need to see every single person suffering from chronic homelessness given access to a permanent home and to wraparound support service. It's just not good enough. And what about the Housing Australia Future Fund? The HAF has been running for 2 years. It's a $1 billion fund with little to show for it. The Greens welcome the ANAO audit of Labor's failed HAF fund. The fund has failed to deliver the social and affordable houses that Labor promised to Australians. From day one, we warned that this fund was too complex, too slow to deliver homes for the tens of thousands of Australians caught in a deep housing crisis. The HAF is slow, it's clumsy, it's complicated and it's costly. It is not the right way to deal with a housing crisis or to fund housing, and it's an open door for private developers who are looking for profit at every turn in housing while thousands of people can't find a home. While the government isn't investing directly in public and community housing, they need to. That is where the direct solutions lie. It's faster, it's cheaper. It worked the last time Australia faced a housing crisis in the post-war years, and we know it works. We can do it. We've done it before. Why isn't the government scrapping the $181 billion in tax handouts over the coming decade that are flowing directly to wealthy investors? Housing is not a privilege. It's not an investment class. It's a home. Everyone deserves one, and Labor has to stop making the problem worse.
The question is that the Senate take note. Those that opinion say aye, against say no. The ayes have it.
Notices of motion to be given for another day. Senator Walsh.
Thank you, President. I give notice that on the next day of sitting I shall move a motion relating to the 50th anniversary of the Racial Discrimination Act. I also seek leave to move a motion relating to the consideration of this motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Walsh.
I move that the first order of government business on Thursday, 30th of October 2025 be the motion relating to the 50th anniversary of the Racial Discrimination Act, and the question on the motion be put following 1 hour of debate, 5 minutes per speaker.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Walsh be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Are there any notices of motion, any other notices of motion? Am I calling the clerk? Yes, call clerk.
Postponement notification has been lodged as follows. Business of the Senate, notice of motion number 1, standing in the name of Senator Hanson-Young, postponed from today until the 3rd of November, and no committee extensions have been lodged.
Thank you. So if there's nothing more there, sorry, Senator Bell, you're seeking the call?
Thank you, President. I seek leave to move a motion relating to leave of absence.
Yes, is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Bell.
I move that leave of absence be granted for Senator Hanson from the 27th of October to 6th of November for personal reasons.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Bell be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. No more notices. Okay, moving on. I shall now proceed to the placing of business. Is it desired to postpone or rearrange the business? No. I'll now go to formal motions. Now, I believe business of the Senate 1 has been postponed. Yes? So I will go to general business, notice of motion number 201, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 201 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Payman.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 201, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 202, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 202 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Payman.
I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 202, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the ayes have it. I'll now move. I've called the ayes. Is a division required? Yeah. Is a division required? I'll put the question again, Senator Payman. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 202, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? No. I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 202 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Payman as teller for the ayes and Senator Askew as teller for the noes. Order. There being 14 ayes and 24 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now go to general business notice of motion number 203, standing in the name of Senator Hume, and I advise senators there may be further division. Senator Askew.
On behalf of Senator Hume, I ask that general business notice of motion number 203, proposing the introduction of a bill, be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move that the following bill be introduced: a bill for an act to amend the law relating to nuclear installations and energy technologies and for related purposes.
So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. Senator Askew.
I present the bill and move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So the question is that the motion is moved by Senator Askew be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against, I believe the ayes have it. I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the law relating to nuclear installations and energy technologies and for related purposes.
Senator Askew.
Do you want to sign those? I move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to table an explanatory memorandum relating to the bill.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Askew.
I table an explanatory memorandum, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard and to continue my remarks.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Askew. I'll now deal with general business notice of motion number 204, standing in the name of Senator Waters.
Thanks, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 204 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Waters.
Thank you. I move the motion.
So the question is that general business notice of motion, beg your pardon, Senator Roberts.
I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Short statement for 1 minute.
Thank you. We oppose this motion from the Greens cover-up crew. Dirty deals done dirt cheap to help Labor hide dirty secrets. Labor and Greens joining again to hide truth from Australians. This Greens motion says everything is fine to put the black redaction marker through everything. Redaction. Official documents become official secrets with pages blacked. Here's what Greens integrity warriors support. Redacted. 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 Champions of transparency, they tell us. These aren't national security or defence secrets. It's how billions of taxpayer dollars will be spent on net zero
thank you,
and
Senator
clearing
Roberts. Your
rainforest.
time has expired. The question is that general business notice of motion number 204, standing in the name of Senator Waters, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. So no one's saying aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. The ayes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 205, standing in the name of Senator Antic. Is that you, Senator Askew?
On behalf of Senator Antic, I ask that general business notice of motion number 205 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I'll call Senator Askew.
Move the motion.
So the question is that Senator McKim?
I seek leave to make a 1-minute statement.
We're halfway through a bill, the introduction of a bill.
It's not a bill. It's a motion, President.
You can tell. To restore. Is leave granted? 1 minute, Senator McKim.
We see Senator Antic and we see the transphobes in this place who want to punch down on trans folks, who want to punch down on trans children at a time when the LNP government in Queensland, having had their first ban on gender-affirming care overturned by the Supreme Court yesterday, is doubling down this morning and going again to deny trans kids life-saving health support. Gender-affirming care saves lives. It allows trans folks to live with dignity and it allows them to actually be who they are. Trans people, and in particular trans kids, deserve our love and support in this place. What they don't deserve is the introduction of a bill that will provide a platform for far-right transphobic senators to keep punching down on trans folks. The Australian Greens are not going to have a bar of it and we'll be voting no to this hateful motion.
Thank you, Senator McKim. Your time has expired. So the question is, the motion is moved by Senator Askew be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. The noes have it. The ayes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. lock the door. So the question is that general business notice of motion 205 be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 23 ayes and 34 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now move to business of Senate number 2. No, I won't. I'll now move to business of Senate number 3, standing in the name of Senator Kovacic, being debated later. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 187, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith. Is that you, Senator Askew? No, Senator Dean Smith himself.
Thank you, President. It is. I ask that general business notice of motion number 187 be taken as formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Smith.
I move the motion.
So the question, Senator Chisholm, is...
Seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute. Senator Chisholm.
The government will be opposing this motion. A copy of Volume 1 of the incoming brief prepared for the Minister for Climate Change and Energy was tabled in the Senate on the 27th of October.
So the question is that general business notice of motion number 187, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 187, standing in the name of Senator Dean Smith, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. No, you have to stay there now. Order. There being 37 ayes and 21 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative. I'll now go to business of the Senate number 2, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
Thank you, President. I ask that business of the Senate notice of motion number 2 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Payman.
I move the motion.
Senator Chisholm?
Seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute.
The government will be opposing this motion. We've been through this before. The independent review of resourcing in parliamentarian offices was an independent review handled independently. The final report of this review was released on the 1st of August. The government has already agreed in principle to all 10 recommendations, and we will work with all parliamentarians on our response and reform. I know the Special Minister of State is, as always, available to those acting with good faith.
Thank you, Senator Chisholm. So the question is that business of the... Senator Waters.
Hi, President. I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted for 1 minute. Senator Waters.
Thank you. The Senate recently supported my second reading amendment to a private member's bill that called on the government to work with all elected groups and individuals in Parliament to develop a fair and independent staffing model for allocating personal staff that reflects the diversity of representation as elected by the Australian people and addresses staff wellbeing and sustainability of workload. Politicians' pay and entitlements aren't decided by a Senate committee, and staffing levels and welfare shouldn't be either. The independent PWSS ran a review of staff resourcing and supports, and 500 staff participated in it. That review made 10 key recommendations, and I'm pleased the government has committed to implementing those. We will be focused on ensuring that that occurs in a timely manner. I've written to the SMOS asking for a timetable for implementing that independent resourcing review and asking for PWSS to take note of that second reading amendment. That's the forum through which to progress the important issue of staff workloads and staff wellbeing.
Thank you, Senator Waters. So the question is that business of the Senate number 2, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that business of Senate number 2, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Order. There being 27 ayes and 31 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now move to general business, notice of motion number 193, standing in the name of Senator Bragg. (193), is that you, Senator Askew? Yep.
On behalf of Senator Bragg, I ask that general business notice of motion number 193 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Askew.
I move the motion.
The question is that general business notice of motion number 193, standing in the name of Senator Bragg and moved by Senator Askew, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 1 minute. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 193, standing in the name of Senator Bragg, be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. You can't, there's a count in progress. There's a count in progress. Order. There being 27 ayes and 30 noes, the matter is resolved in the negative. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 200, standing in the name of Senator Payman.
Sorry, Penny. Thank you, President. I ask that general business notice of motion number 200 be taken as a formal motion.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? Senator Scarr.
I seek leave to make a short statement.
Yep, leave is granted.
The Coalition will not be supporting this motion. As noted in the Committee of Privileges 49th report, it is open to the Senate to take such action within its powers as it considers necessary to force a government to comply with an order, recognising that it would be only in extreme circumstances that such measures would be considered, and even then may not universally be regarded as justifiable. While the Coalition is concerned about the Labor government's secrecy and non-compliance with OPDs, our preferred approach is to consider each instance of non-compliance on a case-by-case basis before determining if any punitive or coercive remedies are justified.
Thank you, Senator Scarr. So the question, Senator Pocock.
I seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Pocock.
I thank Senator Payman for bringing this motion for us to consider today. And Senator Payman's motion wouldn't be necessary if the government just complied with Senate orders. Currently, the Senate is ordering documents, and what we get back are no documents at all or just blacked out pages. The government's use of PII claims has been on the rise. Under the Keating government, it was 92.5% for OPDs. Under the Albanese government, it has nosedived to 32.8%. This particular motion does appear to be an ongoing change to how we manage non-compliance with OPDs, and I think it would be appropriate to be subject of an inquiry and potentially wider debate here in the Senate. So while I can't support this motion, I support what Senator Payman is seeking to achieve and hope we can force the government to actually start complying with the Senate.
Thank you, Senator Pocock. Senator Ayres, you need to walk around and down. You came directly between me and Senator Hanson-Young. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. If I could seek leave to make a short statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Hanson-Young.
Thank you. So obviously we understand why Senator Payman is putting forward this motion, and we also understand that this motion will not pass the chamber today. We obviously do have a problem, however, on how we are managing OPDs in this chamber. Not just the number and the frequency and whether there's other mechanisms, but how well the government is complying with them, and the sanctions that should be levelled at a government and at a minister who refuses to give information that the Senate has asked for. So I foreshadow that in this, given the discussion about this today, we will move a reference to the Procedures Committee to work on this issue. And I look forward to people across the chamber supporting that, because we can't keep having this ridiculous fight every time the Senate seeks information that the public deserve.
Thank you, Senator Hanson-Young. So the question is that general business notice of motion number 200, standing in the name of Senator Payman, be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. I'll now move to general business notice of motion number 191, standing in the name of Senator David Pocock. Sorry, Senator Pocock, your mic isn't on, I don't think. Just start again.
Thank you, President. I seek leave to amend general business notice of motion number 191 before asking that it be taken as a formal motion.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted, Senator Pocock.
Thank you, President. I amend the motion in the terms circulated in the chamber and I ask that it be taken as formal.
Is there any objection to this motion being taken as formal? There being none, I call Senator Pocock.
President, I move the motion as amended.
Yes, Senator Minister Gallagher.
Thank you. I seek leave to make a statement.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
Thank you. The government will be opposing this motion, and I would like to take the time to go through the reasons why. Firstly, on the document itself, this report was commissioned by myself for the purposes of looking at how we improve appointments to boards and committees across government in recognition of the culture of jobs for mates that had existed under the former government. I voluntarily said that I would be releasing that report. I said that at the time. I was not forced to say that. I was not asked to say that. I said I would, and I will. On the issue of the report and the motions that have been before here twice seeking that report, and the government has quite rightly said this is a matter that the Cabinet is considering. And I note in Senator Pocock's motion, as he grins up there in the corner, that he says that Odgers says that a document shouldn't merely... No, it's not time.
Sorry,
Senator,
Senator...
I sought leave to make a statement.
And Senator... Minister
no one
Gallagher,
gave me time.
Minister Minister Gallagher, the opposition did say 1 minute.
No.
When I
didn't hear 1 minute. Well, I seek leave. I seek leave to make a further statement.
Order.
Jono,
across the chamber. Order.
I seek leave to... Given the magnitude of what is about to happen here, I seek leave to make a further statement.
Leave granted? 2 minutes.
So on that, that Odgers doesn't support the stamping of a document merely being stamped as Cabinet. It is not. I had a meeting this week on that report where I'm discussing it with a number of officers as we resolve the government's position on this. It will be released when that work is finished. On OPDs, I have, in this place, as Senator Hanson-Young's drawn to everyone's attention, this is being abused. It's being used by questions on notice. Senator Pocock uses Prime Minister Keating example. During the Keating government, there were 53 OPDs. So when you say 93 were complied with, there was 53. We have had nearly 100 in the last few sitting weeks. The scale of what we were dealing with, 336 OPDs were agreed to in the 47th Parliament. Some of those were for documents that are publicly available. Some of them had a scope that extended to thousands and thousands of pages, and some of them were required to be complied with within timeframes that are simply unreasonable. On the question time changes, what the Senator is going to do here is to rip up the convention of how question time has applied in this place with consensus, and will deny non-executive government members the opportunity to answer questions. So when everyone comes in here and says everybody has a right to ask questions, this motion seeks to deny my colleagues the right to ask questions. That is what is happening here on a document that will be released with OPDs that section needs to be reformed, because we have complied with more OPDs than any government in the history of this chamber.
Order. Before I continue, I called order about 3 or 4 times. All of you on my right are not even in your correct seats, and you still continued the disorder. Senator Pocock.
Sorry, President, I just wanted to raise a point of order on misleading the Senate, and maybe Senator Gallagher could correct her. The amended motion actually doesn't remove any questions, any Dorothy Dixer questions from the government.
I think, Senator Pocock, that is a debating point. I'm going to... Senator Duniam.
Seek leave to make a short statement, please.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted. Senator Duniam.
Thank you. I just want to take us on a little trip down memory lane to Wednesday the 12th of February 2020, when the Leader of the Opposition in the Senate, Senator Wong, in moving a motion which was co-sponsored by Senators Waters, Lambie, Patrick and Hanson to, in effect, punish the then Leader of the Government in the Senate, Senator Cormann, Senator Wong said the following: "These are necessary because the unprecedented behaviour of this government, that senators from across this chamber with a wide range of perspectives agree that such unprecedented action is necessary, should be cause for reflection. It's entirely explicable why the government have such an attitude, though, frankly, they're arrogant. They've been on a victory lap. They think that they own the joint. They think that the last election was the last word on accountability. They think that they're unbeatable and that no matter how badly they govern and abuse their office, they can get away with it, and that's what they think, and they need to reflect on their behaviour." And finally, on Odgers, The point that's been made, Australian Senate practice makes it clear, it has to be established that disclosure of the document would reveal cabinet deliberations. The government can't simply make that claim because the document was walked through Cabinet room or has the word Cabinet on it.
Thank you, Senator Duniam. So the question is the motion, general business, notice of motion number 191 as amended by Senator Pocock be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Against? I believe the noes have it. Division required. Ring the bells for 4 minutes. No, they can't. There's a count on. Oh, Glenn, Sterlo. Glenn, Senator Sterl. Oh, yes, they are too. Sorry, I'm way ahead of myself. Yes, sorry, I'm right. Lock the doors. So the question is that general business, notice of motion number 191 as amended by Senator Pocock be agreed to. The ayes shall move to the right of the chair, the noes to the left. I appoint Senator Askew as teller for the ayes and Senator Sheldon as teller for the noes. Senator Smith. Order. There being 39 ayes and 22 noes, the matter is resolved in the affirmative, and I believe that ends formal motions. I'll just wait for the chair to change. No.
I'm going to jump in.
Oh, you're going to do it. Right, thanks.
I'll give senators a moment to clear the chamber quietly, please. Senator O'Sullivan has submitted a proposal under Standing Order 75 today, which has been circulated and is shown on the dynamic red. Is consideration for this proposal supported? It is. With the concurrence of the Senate clerks, with the clocks in line with informal arrangements made by the whips, and I call Senator O'Sullivan.
Thank you very much, Deputy President. I take great pleasure, well maybe not actually, in moving this motion today because it highlights a very significant problem that we have in this country and that we have here in this parliament, and that is with a government that is unwilling to be compliant with the orders of this chamber. It is with a government that is not willing to be upfront and transparent with the Australian people. Now, this is, of course, a problem for democracy, but it's also a problem with integrity because this is a commitment that this government made. In fact, they were in opposition when they made their commitment to be transparent, to lead a government with integrity. That was slogans on billboards, on placards, on their campaigns, on their social media, right before the 2022 election. You didn't see much of a repeat of those slogans and those messages ahead of the most recent election because since they've been in government over the last 3.5, 4 years, they've done nothing but walk away from a transparent and open government. Well, when this government was elected, way back then in 2022, the Prime Minister made a big song and dance about transparency. He said, and I quote, "There have been revelations of an extraordinary and unprecedented trashing of our democracy by the former Morrison government." The PM claimed that the former government had been a government by deception, government in secret. He went on to say in November 2022 that his government is a shining light on a shadow government that preferred to operate in darkness, a government that operated in a cult of secrecy and of culture of cover-up, which arrogantly dismissed scrutiny from the parliament and the public as a mere inconvenience. Even more, he promised that his government would restore trust and accountability in politics. That was said on the 1st of May 2022, just before the election. Well, if that is the case, then let's see how this so-called trustworthy and accountable government has been tracking these last 3 years. Yesterday, the Centre for Public Integrity released its integrity report card, and it was damning of this government. It found that the Albanese government had failed in 5 of the 6 integrity metrics. The report suggested that Prime Minister Anthony Albanese's government, and I quote, not my words, this is straight from the report, faces serious integrity challenges. Those on that side ought to be hanging their head in shame, and you ought to be, particularly those on the backbench, expecting more of your ministers, expecting more of your Prime Minister, because this is unacceptable, and it is bringing you all on the Labor side into disrepute. The report assessed that Labor's actions in 6 categories: transparency, merit-based appointments, limits on undue influence, strengthening the public service, support for institutions holding power to account, and protections for whistleblowers, that these things have not been met, that the integrity measures, that the transparency measures have not been met. The report cited increased freedom of information refusals and the resulting proposal of the FOI Amendment Bill as an alarming step backwards. So rather than step forward and bring in more accountability and more transparency, what are they doing? They're bringing in a bill to wind back the obligations that's on this government to be more accountable, to be upfront. We had an amendment, we had a motion just go through this place only, probably about 15 minutes ago, on requiring the government to deal with an excellent bit of work, the OPD that my good friend from Senator from Western Australia, Dean Smith, brought forward, to have the climate change and energy report fully transparent. Instead of having 97% of it redacted, they will actually have some full disclosure of what's in that document. It was an opportunity for this government to step up and be transparent. What did they do? They all voted. The only senators, check the Hansard, check the record, the only senators that did not support that action was the Labor Party. Every other senator, from the crossbench to the coalition, voted to support that motion. This government is in a serious lot of trouble, and you've got to sort yourselves out because the Australian people are watching.
Senator Sullivan, your time has expired. Senator Dowling.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. Well, I do admire the gall, or maybe the memory loss, of those standing opposite here talking about integrity. Look, when it comes to integrity, the Labor government isn't just passing the test, we're rewriting the syllabus. Since coming to office, we've done more to strengthen transparency and accountability than the Coalition managed in their whole decade of dimly lit back rooms. We've established the National Anti-Corruption Commission, something the Liberals promised for years but, of course, never delivered. They couldn't bring themselves to shine a light on corruption because they prefer the dark. We've strengthened the Ministerial Code of Conduct, restored funding for the Auditor-General and reinstated an independent Privacy and FOI Commissioner. A role the Coalition, of course, left vacant for so long it should have been heritage listed. We've implemented the Bell inquiry into Mr Morrison's secret ministries and cleaned out the AAT, ending the Liberal Party's long experiment in mateship-based hiring. And we've lifted Australia's ranking in Transparency International's Corruption Perceptions Index from 18th under the Coalition to 10th under Labor. Not bad for a government accused of secrecy by the mob who invented it. We're modernising the Freedom of Information system, built in the 1980s, back when faxes were cutting edge and transparency meant leaving your office door ajar. Today, agencies are flooded with anonymous and automated FOI requests. One asked for 20 years of government desktop wallpapers. Another one wanted contact details of a rock star. We're fixing that, not to reduce openness, but to stop nonsense clogging the system. Last year, agencies processed 43,000 requests and finalised 39,000. That's over 1 million hours devoted to transparency. This government has answered more questions on notice and produced more documents than any government in our history. Nearly 70,000 Senate estimate questions, double what the Liberals ever faced, and have answered 98% of them. Meanwhile, the opposition's own record looks like a heavily redacted PDF. Lots of black bars and not much substance. So let's talk about who really has failed the integrity test. Who could forget secret ministries, a Prime Minister who quietly swore himself into 5 portfolios without telling his cabinet or even his conscience? That's not transparency, that's a constitutional costume party. What about the robo-debt? They ran an unlawful scheme, ignored 76 warnings that it was illegal, and then pretended it was all fine. When the AAT said stop, they said delete the email. The energy price cover-up. They changed the law to delay the release of energy price data until after the 2022 election, hiding the truth like a dodgy flatmate who swears the power bill's in the mail when the lights flicker. The Environment Report. Their own minister sat on a report that said the environment was in a poor and deteriorating state. And why? Because it might have made voters notice. That wasn't a government of transparency, it was a government of tarpaulins. If it moved, they covered it. Compare that to Labor's record. We've strengthened whistleblower protections. We're consulting on a whistleblower ombudsman, and we've reformed political donation laws to limit big money's grip on democracy. We've restored merit-based appointments, no more handing out board seats like consolation prizes for failed pre-selectors. And when things go wrong, we don't bury them, we fix them. The Bell inquiry wasn't shelved, it was implemented. That's accountability, not avoidance. So when the opposition get up here and preach about spin and secrecy, Australians might recall who hid the energy prices, who silenced the watchdogs, and who turned public service into private property. Integrity isn't optional, it's the foundation of trust. We're rebuilding what they tore down. We're rebuilding it with sunlight, not spin. Because the Coalition's idea of transparency was a blackout curtain. The Albanese Labor government's idea is daylight. And after what we inherited, that's not just good government, it's a public cleansing. And that is what we need. Trust institutions, faith in democracy, and keeping integrity, that our institutions respond to public need, public data and transparency. We are restoring a decade of cover-ups and a lack of sunlight and a lack of democratic process. And the Albanese government is investing in our democratic institutions to improve transparency for Australians.
Senator Shoebridge.
Oh, thanks, Acting Deputy. He was operating in secret, keeping the operations of the government from the Australian people themselves. That's not my quote, that's the current Prime Minister about former PM Scott Morrison. But now it describes Prime Minister Albanese to an alarming extent. He said what Morrison did was unprecedented because it was, but we didn't know he intended to keep on digging himself. The Albanese Labor government has failed its own integrity test, and in doing so, it's failing the community. Right now, they're trying to trash FOI, that fundamental tool of democratic accountability. They're running the system into the ground, spending 1 million hours of bureaucrats' time per year blacking out information, refusing access, running printers out of ink, blacking out the pages, and then introducing laws which will make things worse. The mind boggles at them. And the Centre for Public Integrity scorecard contains a chilling assessment of Labor's performance. Their failure on FOI isn't an anomaly, it's part of a government addicted to secrecy. Under the scorecard, the CPI scorecard, Labor gets an F for transparency, jobs for mates, for letting lobbyists run riot, for not supporting Parliament and its accountability function, and not supporting an independent public service. The only pass grade they get is because they've got a draft whistleblower bill they haven't yet brought to a vote. Their landmark integrity reform was supposed to be a National Anti-Corruption Commission, but I don't know anyone who thinks that's working. And in fact, the words most people use to describe the NAC would be declared unparliamentary. And of course, the NAC had its robo-debt debacle, the lack of public hearings, and a commissioner who's up to his eyeballs in conflicts of interest and fancy army costumes. That is not working. So yes, This is a government that's failing transparency. It's about as transparent as a brick.
Senator Hodgson-May. Oh, not here. Then I will call Senator Ruston.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, the Albanese government, the Albanese Labor government, has indeed failed its own integrity test and is hiding behind a culture of secrecy, spin and broken promises. And we've seen that again today. But it's not just us in this chamber that see this. The Centre for Public Integrity released its integrity report card this week, and the verdict of this government was damning. It says the Albanese government's new freedom of information laws are a serious and alarming step backwards for transparency. Under these laws, you will pay up to $60 just to ask for information about yourself. So now, if it's under your name, you can ask it and pay for it, but nobody can ask for information anonymously. These laws represent the biggest crackdown on access to information in 15 years. So the Centre of Public Integrity has also previously revealed that fewer than 1 in 4 FOI requests are now being fully granted, down from half just 2 years ago. So Prime Minister Albanese came into this place promising transparency, but instead Australians are living in the most opaque environment, the most secretive government in recent history. In Parliament, ministers often table some of the most heavily redacted documents you have ever seen. And in the case of just this week, we saw with the Department of Energy's incoming government brief, which had to be got out of the government kicking and screaming because this institution demanded it through the clerk, 97% of the pages were actually redacted, and in total more than half of the document was redacted. So experts on warn secrecy is on the rise, and that our democratic checks and business excuses, democratic checks and balances have been completely and utterly trashed by this government. So the real effect of the changes basically are that fewer documents, higher costs, more excuses, and all of this just to keep Australians in the dark. So this government is making it really hard for the public to hold its power to account. People might rightly ask, why is the Prime Minister doing this? Well, the reason is clear. FOI requests so far have already exposed some of the uncomfortable truths for this Prime Minister. For example, bureaucrats warned that Labor that disability groups did not support his rushed NDIS timeline, but the government pressed ahead anyway. Officials raised doubt about Labor's changes to bulk billing incentives, but that advice was kept hidden. The Treasury secretly received advice on tax hikes to fix its botched bottom line, but that wasn't released. And yesterday we found out under FOI that Labor had been warned of significant increases in retail electricity prices next financial year. Labor's answer is not accountability, it is actually secrecy. To the government I say, transparency is not a burden, it is a duty. And secrecy is not a sign of strength, it's actually a refuge of a weak government. But it's not just FOI, as we've seen today, that's under attack by this government. Orders of production of documents in the Senate are systematically ignored. Orders for compliance after the Senate actually demands that those documents be released, the will of the Senate, is completely ignored. But today we saw that the will of the Senate cannot continue to be ignored. The government must comply with the will of the Senate. But probably the most interesting thing today was that the government voted against the transparency, the very transparency that it continually demanded of previous governments, including the government of which I was privileged to be part of. So you cannot have it both ways. If you want to come into this place and tell Australians that transparency and accountability is going to be your modus operandi, then you have to be transparent and accountable. And that doesn't mean stopping people from getting information. It doesn't mean that you can act in the way that you have by secretly hiding documents with no plausible excuse, hiding behind an indemnity or immunity that doesn't even exist. And this Senate called that out. This Senate called that out today, and everybody in the Senate but the Labor Party understands the importance of transparency and accountability, and it's about time the government did too.
I call Senator De Liga.
Thanks, Acting Deputy President. And I'd like to thank Senator O'Sullivan for the opportunity to rise and talk about our promises, as well as transparency. The Labor government is really proud of our achievements and delivering on the promises that we've made to the Australian people and that we took to the election. We're delivering on our promises with unprecedented speed and dedication and, might I say, with a great sense of enthusiasm to be able to deliver for the Australian people. And instead of fighting with each other, we're fighting for all Australians and ensuring that they have an honest, reliable government that shows up for its people, not just today, but for every day. Let's have a look at what we've been delivering as far as what we promised to the Australian people. We promised that we'd introduced game-changing legislation ensuring that a PBS prescription will cost no more than $25 from January next year. Building on that, we have introduced world-leading legislation to improve women's health, underpinned by a massive $790 million investment. And since the beginning of the year, this has benefited over 500,000 Australian women and has saved women $41 million. And that's because, unlike those opposite, we actually have women at the table shaping and driving our legislative agenda. We're delivering on our record investment in Medicare, including tripling the bulk billing incentive from this Saturday on the 1st of November, which happens to be my dad's birthday. We're also delivering more Medicare urgent care clinics that we promised for the people in Australia, and particularly the 3 new ones in Tassie, in Burnie, Sorell and Kingston. We're delivering on our promise of tax cuts for every Australian taxpayer, unlike those opposite who went to the last election promising higher taxes. We're delivering on our promise to achieve net zero with real climate action. We've got an ambitious and achievable emissions reduction target, and I'm so proud that Tassie can lead the way to power the nation through innovations like Marinus Link. We're delivering on our promise of growing real wages. We're putting downward pressure on inflation and putting more money into Australian workers' pockets, which is in stark contrast to those opposite who had wage suppression as a deliberate function of their economic policy. We're delivering on our promises of improved workplace relations and workers' rights, including our recent delivery of the promise of securing penalty rates. What do those opposite do when they're in power? They actively seek to erode workers' rights to satisfy their mates in big business and to help line their pockets. We're delivering on the benefits of a fibre-based national broadband network, fixing the copper mess left behind from those opposite. Households and businesses can now harness the speeds of up to 2 gigabits per second, creating massive opportunities. And we're delivering on this at record pace, and we're doing it because Australians can't afford delays, because they're still paying for 9 years of delays of coalition government defined by broken promises, rorts, instability, waste and self-interest. And let's not also forget that under the coalition, Australia was rapidly sliding down the Transparency International's annual corruption perception index. The Morrison government was quite literally the most corrupt government in history, and already the Albanese government has lifted Australia's standing from 18th up to 10. Australians deserve a transparent, accountable and honest government, and it may be a shock to those opposite, but freedom and transparency are vital features of our democracy, and that's why we have delivered the National Anti-Corruption Commission. We've strengthened the Ministerial Code of Conduct. We're strengthening protection for whistleblowers. We've increased funding for the ANAO, which has obviously been talked about quite a bit today in the chamber. We've restored transparency to the AAT appointments and established the ART. We've reinstated the standalone Privacy Commissioner and FOI Commissioner. The former coalition government couldn't have been more dishonest if they had tried. They completely disregarded our democracy when Scott Morrison had himself secretly appointed to 5 ministerial positions. They were warned more than 76 times by the AAT about robo-debt being unlawful, but they concealed and ignored those warnings for more than 4 years. which resulted in the loss of life, unnecessary loss of life. They suppressed the State of the Environment report before the 22 election. On this side, we are committed to a high standard of integrity, transparency and accountability in government, and we're upholding the standard that they never did. And I'd like to echo the words of my colleague, for the member for Bruce, who described those opposite, their pronouns, as clowns and circus.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Culture of hiding behind secrecy, spin and broken promises. The Australian Energy Market Operator, AEMO, operates our entire electricity grid. It sounds like a government agency, yet somehow it's a private body. No one's allowed to lodge a Freedom of Information request with them. They don't turn up to parliamentary hearings for Senate estimates. They hide from scrutiny. That's the key word for this government and for net zero. Hide. Hide the costs, hide the lack of a policy basis, hide the environmental damage, the economic damage, the social damage, hide the lack of a plan, taking us blindfolded over a cliff. Where did it start? It started in the years from 1996 to 2007 under the LNP John Howard's Prime Ministership. He started this insanity, based, they assured us, on the science. Yet 6 years after getting the boot in faraway London, John Howard confessed that, quote, "On the topic of climate science, I'm agnostic." He didn't have the science. The whole parliament hijacked for the last 30 years, 3 decades.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. I call Senator Payman.
Thank you. When a government hides from scrutiny, every part of Australian life suffers, and so do the policy outcomes. In this parliament alone, the Senate has issued 93 orders for production of documents. Of those, just 16 have been complied with. That's a 17% compliance rate. I mean, I haven't been a student for a few years, but when I was at school, 17% was a fail, a big fail. Now, instead of fixing this culture of secrecy, the government is proposing so-called reforms to the Freedom of Information system, which threatens to weaken the already frail transparency framework. They've condemned robo-debt, yet with this bill, they're paving the way for the next one. It might not feel like it, but less transparency makes everything worse. If we want better outcomes, we need to see more of what our government is doing.
Senator Hodgins-May.
How secretive is this Labor government? Well, I've checked the receipts and it's really, really ugly. Labor refuses to reckon with fossil fuel lobbyists, slipping into closed-door meetings and cutting backroom deals, while climate advocates are left out in the cold. They refuse to open their diaries to tell us who they're meeting with, refuse to slow the revolving door between government and industry. And they're still pocketing dirty donations from the gambling, fossil fuel and weapons industries. And the icing on the cake? The report card published by the Centre for Public Integrity looked like a homework sheet of bleeding in red ink. So no, it's not looking good. Because no matter how neatly they dress up this behaviour, the stench still follows Labor into every single backroom deal. Enough of the arrogance, enough of the secrecy. Australians deserve honesty and we are not buying what you're selling.
Senator Dean Smith.
Thank you very much. I'm honoured to stand up this afternoon to support my West Australian colleague Senator Matt O'Sullivan's matter of public importance, which says that the Albanese Labor government has failed on its own integrity test and is hiding behind a culture of secrecy, spin and broken promises. And for those that have been watching or listening to this afternoon's debate, they would have come to the same conclusion as myself. The government in the Senate has no friends. The government in the Senate has no friends. Crossbench senators, the Australian Greens, the Coalition speaking with one voice about the lack of transparency, the pursuit of secrecy that the Albanese Labor government now resorts to. Secrecy has a parent, and it's called hubris. Because when hubris starts to set, then governments think that they can act in ways contrary to the commitments they gave the electorate prior to their election. And Anthony Albanese's commitment to the Australian people was very, very clear. He said he would lead a government that was committed to transparency and secrecy. And in just 6 months, the Centre for Public Integrity has issued a report card on the performance of the government in regards to 6 critical metrics when it comes to transparency in our system of government. There's a name for countries that operate in secrecy. It's called Russia, it's called North Korea, it's called Iran, it's called the People's Republic of China. So this government is setting itself a course, just 6 months into its second term, is setting itself a course which seeks to allow itself to govern on secrecy and a lack of transparency. And as Senator Anne Ruston mentioned in her contribution, we've had a very, very powerful demonstration of that just this week in regards to the government's incoming government brief that was provided to Minister Chris Bowen by the Department of Climate Change and Energy. And if time allows, I'll come to that point. So why is it that the government thinks it needs to start operating with greater levels of secrecy? Why is it that the government doesn't think that it can be as transparent as it thought it could be when it gave that commitment at the last election? Well, the answer to that is very, very obvious. Very, very obvious. The government has committed to housing construction targets which can't be fulfilled. He wants to keep them secret. The government has committed to bringing electricity prices down. The evidence is they are not coming down. In fact, the evidence is that they are going to go up. The government committed to emissions reduction targets which are not going to be fulfilled. These are all examples of why, in the heart of government, they want to now lean on secrecy and lean on a lack of transparency because they know that the rubber is hitting the ground and that their performance, whether it be in energy and emissions or the economy or housing or health, is starting to catch up with them. So what were those metrics? What were those 6 metrics that the Centre for Public Integrity identified? 5 of the 6 the government failed on. Not my words. The Centre for Public Integrity said the Albanese government got an F on 5 out of 6 of these metrics. Metric number 1, safeguards. Metric number 2, transparency. Metric number 3, limits on undue influence. Metric number 5, strengthening the public service. Metric number 6, supports for institutions. But what did the report actually say? What were the words that the report contained that demonstrate the government's poor performance? The report said there were serious integrity challenges, that the government must reset the course. The report said that there was serious steps backwards in regards to transparency in our system of government. On the issue of cronyism, what did the report say about cronyism? The report said the Albanese government has made little progress on one of Australia's most pressing integrity reforms, ending the culture of jobs for mates in public appointments. Not my words, the words of the Centre for Public Integrity. We had a situation this week where the government relied on the wrong advice and denied to the Parliament the opportunity for the Parliament to see the incoming government brief. It's all on the record. It was a serious... Well, whether it was a conspiracy, we will soon find out.
The time for the discussion has expired. The Senate will now consider the proposal from Senator Roberts, which has been circulated and is shown on the dynamic red. Is consideration of the proposal supported? Consideration is not supported. I call the clerk. I shall now proceed to consideration of documents. Calling quorum. I'd ring the bells for 4 minutes. quorum is present. Senator Roberts, you're seeking the call.
Now that a quorum is established, can I seek leave, please, to recommence the start of the matter of urgency?
Is leave granted? Leave is not granted.
Thank you.
We now move on to the consideration of documents. The documents are listed on page 5 of today's order of business. Is anyone seeking the call? Just because we're a little out of order from our usual procedure, I'll just state that again, that the Senate is now at item 16. We've proceeded to the consideration of documents. The documents are listed on page 5 of the day's order of business. If there's no one seeking the call, I'll proceed now to the tabling and consideration of committee reports and government responses. I call Senator Dean Smith.
I present Scrutiny Digest number 6 of 2025 of the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Bills, together with ministerial correspondence, and I move that the Senate take note, move that the Senate take note of the report. Thank you. Yep. As Chair of the Senate Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Bills, I rise to speak on the tabling of the Committee's Scrutiny Digest 6 of 2025. This digest contains the Committee's consideration of 33 bills introduced between the 1st of September 2025 to the 9th of October 2025 and amendments passed during this period. The Committee has commenced on 14 new bills and concluded its consideration of 4 previously introduced bills. In particular, I wish to draw Senators' attention to the Committee's comments regarding the availability of appropriate review rights and procedural fairness in the making of administrative decisions. For example, in relation to the Administrative Review Tribunal and Other Legislation Amendment Bill of 2025, the Committee is seeking the Minister's detailed justification for a discretionary power that would enable the Tribunal to reach a decision on review without an oral hearing. Oral hearings can enhance public confidence, transparency and efficiency in review proceedings and enable a fluid, accessible and responsive dialogue between parties and the decision-maker. Although the requirement to afford procedural fairness in administrative decision-making is not subject to rigid rules or formalities, in some circumstances the important benefits of an oral hearing will be essential to the procedural fairness of a decision on review. The Committee has therefore inquired whether this discretion could be more narrowly drafted to require express regard to the requirements of procedural fairness. For a similar reason, the Committee has also expressed concern about requiring the Tribunal to determine student visa refusals and certain other visa decisions outlined in regulations without an oral hearing. Doing so would have the effect of applying specific procedural safeguards set out in law in place of the common law right to natural justice for these decisions. More detailed information is sought about why such decisions should be determined on the papers as an ordinary rule. In particular, the Committee has asked the Minister to address the volume of student visa decision review applications to which this requirement would apply and whether the Tribunal's existing case management processes are sufficient. The Committee is also querying whether the bill could be amended to require the Tribunal to act in a fair and just manner when making these decisions on the papers. The adequacy of review rights is also raised in relation to the Freedom of Information Amendment Bill 2025. There are various provisions in the bill, including amendments to the Objects Clause and the conditional exemption relating to the deliberative processes of government, which may detract from the adequacy of review rights that depend on access to government information. For example, the government has expressed concerns about the notice that would be issued where an agency or minister refuses to deal with an FOI request where it is frivolous, vexatious, harassing or intimidating. In such circumstances, the bill would not require that the notice state the information, evidence or findings on which the decision is based. The committee considers that generally administrative decisions that will or are likely to affect the interests of a person should be subject to independent merits review unless a sound justification is provided. The committee is concerned that not providing a contemporaneous record of reasons for a decision may limit an applicant's ability to meaningfully assess whether to seek an external review. The committee is therefore requesting further information from the Minister about whether detailed written reasons for refusing to deal with applications under this power could be included in the notice. With these comments, I commend the committee's Scrutiny Digest number 6 of 2025 to the Senate.
Senator O'Neill.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President, and I present the delegated legislation.
Sorry, Senator. I need to put the question. I put the question that the motion be agreed to. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Senator O'Neill.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. I present delegated legislation monitor number 7 of 2025 of the Standing Committee for the Scrutiny of Delegated Legislation, together with ministerial correspondence, and I move that the Senate take note of the report. Thank you. This monitor reports on the committee's consideration of 204 legislative instruments registered between the 20th of August and the 23rd of September 2025. In this monitor, the committee has commented on 2 ongoing instruments. The first instrument that the committee commented on is the Competition and Consumer Notification of Acquisitions Determination of 2025. This instrument supports the new merger control system that was introduced in 2024 through amendments to the Competition and Consumer Act 2010. Under the merger control system, certain acquisitions of shares or assets must be notified to the Australian Competition and Consumer Commission for assessment. Part 6 of the instrument determines the notification and public benefit application forms and the information and documents required to accompany these forms. In Monitor number 5 of 2025, the committee first raised concerns with the Assistant Minister for Productivity, Competition, Charities and Treasury about the instrument's compliance with its enabling legislation, the Competition and Consumer Act, under Scrutiny Principle A, and the appropriateness of disallowance under Senate Standing Order 23(4) A. Specifically, the committee raised concerns and sought the Assistant Minister's advice as to the legal basis for exempting only Part 6 of the instrument from disallowance, while the remainder of the instrument appeared to be disallowable. The committee thanks the Assistant Minister for his ongoing engagement on this matter. However, the committee retains scrutiny concerns and has resolved to seek further advice as to the legal basis for exempting Part 6, rather than the instrument as a whole from disallowance. In this regard, Part 6 of the instrument was made pursuant to subsections 51 ABY brackets 5 and 51 ABZQ brackets 5 of the Competition and Consumer Act. Under the Act, a determination made under these subsections is a legislative instrument that is not subject to disallowance. In his most recent correspondence, the Assistant Minister reiterated his earlier advice and stated that paragraph 44(2)(a) of the Legislation 2003 of the Legislation Act 2003 effectively provides that disallowance does not apply in relation to a legislative instrument or provision thereof if an Act declares or has the effect that Section 42 does not apply and therefore accommodates cases such as this where part of an instrument is not subject to disallowance. The Minister added that, in this case, the provisions of the Competition and Consumer Act have the effect that Part 6 of the instrument is exempt from disallowance. However, the committee understands that paragraph 44(2)(a) of the Legislation Act provides for 2 distinct circumstances in which an Act may declare or have the effect that Section 42 does not apply, that is, to a legislative instrument as a whole or to a provision of a legislative instrument. In this case, subsections 51 ABY bracket 7 and 51 ABZQ bracket 6 of the Competition and Consumer Act provide that Section 42 does not apply to the instrument and make no reference to only certain provisions of an instrument being exempt from disallowance. Accordingly, it remains unclear to the committee as to whether the Competition and Consumer Act authorises the exemption of only Part 6 of the instrument from disallowance. The committee is therefore seeking further advice from the Assistant Minister about the matter. The committee is also requesting the Assistant Minister's advice about whether he would consider repealing or remaking the instrument as two separate instruments. This would allow Part 6 of the instrument to stand as an independent instrument exempt from disallowance, and the remaining provisions to form a separate instrument subject to disallowance. The second instrument that the committee has commented on is the Help to Buy Program Directions 2025. This instrument directs Housing Australia in relation to performance of its functions under the Help to Buy Act of 2024 in administering the Help to Buy program. This program aims to assist eligible Australians to purchase new or existing homes by accessing an equity contribution from the Commonwealth. The committee first raised scrutiny concerns with the instrument in Monitor 4 of 2025. The committee was concerned that the instrument conferred a range of broad discretionary powers on Housing Australia to administer the program. However, the relevant factors which Housing must or may have regard to in exercising those powers and the definitions of terms central to its discretion under those powers was unclear. The provisions which the committee raised concerns about included subsections 29(1) and 30(1) of the instrument, which require Housing Australia to exempt a participant from complying with the requirement for participation in the scheme if satisfied that it is impractical for that participant to meet the relevant requirements due to circumstances including hardship or on compassionate grounds. However, neither the instrument nor its explanatory statement provided factors that Housing Australia may or must have regard to in determining whether it's satisfied that such circumstances exist. In her most recent correspondence, the Minister reiterated advice previously provided that the instrument was intended to be principles-based. Further, the Minister indicated that it was not her intention to exhaustively set out every element and circumstance in which discretions could be exercised in favour of participants, but rather to provide a framework to guide Housing Australia in making decisions. The Minister nonetheless provided examples of factors that may be taken into account when exercising the relevant discretionary powers, as well as key definitions under those provisions. For example, the Minister advised that discretionary terms such as hardship and other compassionate grounds would take their ordinary meaning, but could include financial hardship due to loss of employment or travel overseas to be with a terminally ill patient. The committee reiterates its expectation under Scrutiny Principle C that instruments conferring broad discretionary powers should set out in matters to be considered by the decision maker in exercising that discretion, and that the source of any relevant safeguards or limitations. This ensures users of the law can gain a clear understanding of the instrument and how it may affect them. The committee is therefore seeking further advice from the Minister as to whether the explanatory statement can be amended to include the advice provided in her response, including the factors to be taken into account in making discretionary decisions and the definition of discretionary terms under the instrument. The committee is continuing to monitor the implementation of outstanding undertakings. The committee is pleased to advise that 16 undertakings have been implemented and 10 new undertakings have been made in this Monitor's reporting period. As of the 22nd October, 3 undertakings remain outstanding for more than 12 months and 8 remain outstanding for more than 90 days. Of those undertakings, I note that a further 2 are approaching being outstanding for more than 12 months. The committee will continue to monitor the implementation of outstanding undertakings and reminds ministers and agencies that the committee expects all undertakings to be implemented in a timely manner. I would also like to take this opportunity to continue to raise awareness of the committee's scrutiny principles and expectations outlined in Senate Standing Order 2023. In previous tabling statements, I've discussed principles A to G. Today, I would like to discuss principle H. Under this principle, the committee scrutinises each legislative instrument as to whether it trespasses unduly on personal rights and liberties. The committee is particularly concerned with instruments which enable the collection, use and disclosure of personal information that may trespass on an individual's right to privacy. The committee considers that such provisions should generally be included in primary legislation rather than delegated legislation, as they may trespass on an individual's right to privacy. Where an instrument nevertheless does contain such provisions, the committee expects the explanatory statement to explain the nature and scope of those provisions, including the extent of the personal information that may be disclosed and the persons or entities to whom disclosure is permitted. Additionally, the committee expects the explanatory statement to explain why the provisions are considered necessary and appropriate and what safeguards are in place to protect personal information. The committee raised concerns under Principle H with the relevant minister a total of 16 times in 2024, which was in fact the second most common concern of the committee, and it made up approximately 20% of scrutiny issues raised by the committee with ministers. Concerns regarding instruments which enable the collection, use and disclosure of personal information that may trespass on an individual's right to privacy are relatively frequent. Noting the potential for provisions which enable the use, collection and disclosure of personal information to trespass unduly on personal rights and liberties, the committee will continue to monitor this issue and draw attention to its expectations under Principle H. With these comments, I commend the committee's Delegated Legislation Monitor number 7 of 2025 to the Senate, and I take time to acknowledge my colleague on that committee who has joined us in the chamber, Senator Scarr, and the Deputy Chair, Senator O'Sullivan. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator O'Neill. The question is that the motion be agreed to. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. I believe the ayes have it. Good. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I seek leave to table a non-conforming petition calling for decisive action on the recent attack on camp sovereignty with over 400,000 signatures.
Sorry, Senator Thorpe. Is leave granted to table the petition? Yeah, leave is granted.
I table the petition.
Yes, thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any ministerial statements? Senator Chisholm.
I tabled documents relating to orders for the production of documents concerning the National Construction Code, the Home Guarantee Scheme, the Housing Australia Board's travel expenditure and Housing Australia.
Thank you. Clark. There are no committee memberships, so we will move on to messages from the House of Representatives. The President has received a message from the House of Representatives forwarding the Criminal Code Amendment State Sponsors of Terrorism Bill 2025 for concurrence. I call the Minister.
I move that this bill may proceed without formalities and be now read a first time.
So I put the question that the bill be now read a first time. Right. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. The ayes have it. And I call the clerk.
A bill for an act to amend the Criminal Code Act 1995 and for other purposes.
Call the Minister.
I move that this bill be now read a second time, and I seek leave to have the second reading speech incorporated in Hansard.
Is leave granted? Leave is granted.
I move that the debate be now adjourned.
I put the question that the debate be now adjourned. Those in favour say aye. Those against say no. Ayes have it. Okey-dokey. Clerk to call on. I call the clerk.
Business of the Senate, notice of motion number 3, standing in the name of Senator Kovacic, relating to a reference to the Education and Employment References Committee.
To speak about why we are seeking this reference and a Senate inquiry into the administration of the CFMEU. This is a necessary step because over the last number of weeks and months, we have come to learn some very disturbing information as to what is still going on in the CFMEU. Earlier today, during question time, when we asked a number of questions around the CFMEU and its administration, we received an alarming response from the minister opposite, who indicated that they had better things to do than to watch the television. Well, can I suggest that there are probably not many more important things for the minister responsible, Minister Rishworth, to be doing than to be addressing the ongoing criminal and corrupt conduct of the CFMEU. This parliament established the administration of the CFMEU, and this parliament deserves the right and the ability to scrutinise what is happening with that administration. It is clear that there are endemic problems that existed prior that are continuing during the administration. Many of the allegations that have been aired on the media and by whistleblowers makes it very clear that those problems are still ongoing under the current administration. The minister indicates that she has every confidence in the administration. Well, I challenge her then to explain why the conduct continues, and if she does, in fact, have absolute confidence in the administration and in the veracity of that administration, why this government fears a Senate inquiry into that administration. If there was nothing to hide, then there is nothing to fear from an administration. The minister promised the strongest possible action against the criminal and corrupt CFMEU, and all we have seen is scandal after scandal. If the government refuses to allow it, if they again today block this inquiry, they need to answer to the Australian people as to why they are allowing it to continue. They need to explain to the Australian people why they are running a protection racket for the CFMEU. Minister Rishworth needs to explain why she is facilitating a protection racket for the CFMEU. The Prime Minister needs to explain why he is running a protection racket for the CFMEU. And I would ask the Greens to tell us why they are facilitating that same protection racket for the CFMEU to continue. Because if we have one job in this place, it's to ensure that the legislation and the things that leave this place are fit for purpose and are doing the job that they're meant to do. This place created the administration of the CFMEU, and it should be subject to our scrutiny, particularly when there is very clear evidence that there are ongoing problems. We cannot pretend it is not happening. It is absolutely happening. And not only has the media exposed it, not only have whistleblowers exposed it, but it came through in Senate estimates. And let me be clear again, I'm not talking about conduct before the CFMEU went into administration. I'm talking about conduct after the CFMEU went into administration. This is conduct after the CFMEU has gone into administration. So today presents a choice in the Senate for the crossbench and the Greens, and for the government, whether we actually continue with this culture of the CFMEU or we tell them that enough is enough and we establish a Senate inquiry. The choice is to either hear what is going on and make the administrators front up to a Senate inquiry, or we continue to pretend that nothing is going on and there is nothing to see here. But we know that that is not the case. We absolutely know that the criminal and corrupt conduct continues. We know that Zack Smith, who sits on the ALP National Executive, made one of his workers, one of his union organisers, meet with Mick Gatto. We know he made him do that. And then he apologised for it. He said he was sorry. That was it. That was the end. There were no other consequences from this robust administration, just for Zack Smith to say he was sorry. We know that John Perkovic, who was sacked last week, received gold jewellery from Mick Gatto. We know that there are allegations in relation to the construction of his home. We know there are allegations in relation to the acquisition of land for his daughter. We saw allegations on 60 Minutes of a fellow CFMEU member and his neighbour who alleged that another member of the CFMEU rammed through his house, attacked him, frightened his wife and his children. This is not pretend. This isn't an episode of Underbelly. This is real. This is happening in Australia today while we sit here and look the other way and pretend it's not. How do we justify that? How do we do that? It's unacceptable. Appointing an administrator was meant to signal real change. Instead, what we are seeing is a system that still tolerates corruption, a system that still tolerates criminal activity, and a system that recycles its operatives and shields the union rather than uproots entrenched criminal conduct. When are we going to say enough? Mr. Zack Smith sits on the National Executive of the ALP. He sits on that body along with our Prime Minister, Anthony Albanese. There are a couple of issues with that go beyond integrity questions and whether that is actually okay, given what we know. But Mr. Smith isn't resigning from the ALP National Executive. With all of these allegations out there, with everything that's come to pass, both in the media, from whistleblowers and in Senate estimates, he doesn't want to resign. He wants to sit there. He wants to stay there because that's what he expects. That's what he demands. And the Prime Minister hasn't asked for him to be removed. Why? Why hasn't the Prime Minister asked for him to be removed from that governing body of the Australian Labor Party? Because the Australian Labor Party and the CFMEU are intertwined. That's why. There is a conflict of interest. That is why. It is extraordinary that the Prime Minister chooses to still share the table of the governing body of the ALP with Mr. Zack Smith after the allegations that have been aired in the recent past. It also explains why the Albanese Labor government took as one of its first actions to abolish the Australian Building and Construction Commission, the watchdog in this space. They got rid of it straight away. Why do you think they did that? Because the CFMEU asked them to do it. That was the expectation. Media reporting confirms that the administrator is determined not to see the ABCC returned, that when individuals from within the CFMEU have come to the administrator and said, we need more resources, we need more power, we need more help to stamp out this conduct, the administrator has said no, because he doesn't want to open the door to the ABCC coming back. He wants to make it look like he has everything under control, well, it's very clear that it is not under control. And Minister Rishworth needs to act now. If today, as expected, this chamber votes to block the inquiry into the administration of the CFMEU, Minister Rishworth and the Prime Minister need to stand up and explain to Australians why they condone that behaviour, because they are not doing anything material to stop it. There are two things that they can do to stop that behaviour today. That is to allow this Senate inquiry to pass and to remove Zack Smith from the ALP National Executive. We will see whether either of those two will come to pass. The Fair Work Commission also told the Senate estimates that they would have grave concerns if John Setka maintained influence within the CFMEU. I was sitting in the room when that statement was made. Grave concerns. Well, guess what? The grave concerns have been realised because not only does John Setka still maintain influence in the CFMEU, it appears that he is still running the CFMEU. And that too is unacceptable. People within the organisation of the CFMEU who have left and resigned have said key people have been put into positions of power. That too is unacceptable. That's unacceptable because there are hard-working members of the CFMEU that deserve better from their leadership and who deserve better from this government, who deserve people to run their organisation in a way that meets their needs and advances the interests of its members, not the interests of those at the top of the tree. And yet their concerns are not being heard. In fact, when those individuals complain, they're ostracised. When those individuals point to criminal and corrupt conduct, they're ostracised. When those individuals become whistleblowers, they are persona non grata. Their career is over, they can't get a job, and no one will talk to them. That's the culture within the CFMEU under this current administration, and that cannot go on. The public is very clear about what they want here. They want the corrupt elements of the CFMEU to be removed. And the only way to do that now, given there are clear issues within the administration, is to allow this Senate inquiry. And this is more than about this. There is more to this than just the corrupt elements of the union. It is about whether the Albanese government is prepared to stand up to elements of organised crime. This is their opportunity today again. They didn't take that opportunity yesterday, but there is an opportunity again today to do that. The government has a choice. Back an administration that shows it is not working, or back a Senate inquiry that can actually find out what the real problems are. Australians deserve better than the excuses that they've got. Australians deserve a government that acts when they see a problem in front of them, and that's what we would like to see today.
Senator Sheldon.
Thank you very much. And I'll speak on this bill that's been put forward regarding the CFMEU and references. Look, I just, first of all, I just want to say that I do have a lot of respect for Senator Kovacic, but this motion is an ideological absolute farce. Because there are some elements of what the Senator said I would agree with, because that's why the administrator was set up in the first place. That's why we took direct action to make sure that major steps were happening in the construction industry. But why I call it a farce, because what they're doing across the way is really just trying to find a way to unite themselves when they're so disunited. Rather than turn around and attack those companies or mention those companies, they haven't mentioned in any part of any speech about the CFMEU or the construction industry. And they don't say the construction industry, because then that would expose either allies, friends, or ideological travellers with them. Because I know there's decent people over there that would hold the exact same concerns that I hold about construction companies that have been doing the immoral, illegal and improper actions in the industry. Now, clearly, any administrator in any organisation, when there's legal action to be taken, would take the appropriate action that's administered to them. But also appropriately, they notify the right organisations, the right enforcement agencies to take appropriate action as well. And the administrator has been working excessively closely, and the reason I say that is because we have received now 2 reports to this Parliament, to the Senate, about how the administrator has been operating closely with the police and the resources that the police has right across the country. And I'll go to some of the effective, before I go back to what this ideological piece is, I'll just go to the effective pieces of what the administrator has actually done. He's shown the door to more than 60 staff, many from the top ranks. He's acted on over 500 complaints lodged through the anonymous whistleblower website. He's introduced a new national code of conduct, an organised crime policy, and a statement of expectations for every official. And as I said, he's been providing ongoing biannual reports to Parliament, meeting with the Workplace Relations Minister and tabling investigations and financial records publicly for all to see. This industry is not solely a problem about those few that were previously in the CFMEU, or to make sure that the system continues to be accountable for everybody, employer or worker alike. Because when they keep saying they want the ABCC back, what they want back is $320 million that was stolen in the construction industry, because that's the effect, where the ABCC did nothing except turning around and historically and loudly, as I said, a bit like a chihuahua, barking with a high-vis vest on, barking and barking and barking, making a lot of noise but no effect. $500,000 spent on flags, $500,000 spent on tea rooms, close to $500,000 about women's toilets, whether they be on a work site, and protests regarding that. But what they haven't said when they talk about buildings and the investigations that have been taking place appropriately by the AFP. That's seriously suggesting the administrator should be directly doing this, but they should be assisting the AFP. And I have every confidence that they are assisting the AFP regarding employers as well, because it's in the reports. You only have to read it. In actual fact, read the reports. And you'll start finding out a bit more information rather than the accusations and false pretense of putting this resolution forward, because that's not convenient. In today's Sydney Morning Herald, it was reported that at least a dozen companies have been sent letters from a senior AFP officer requesting records and statements over suspected payments to underworld figures to keep the peace on building sites. Firms like LTE Construction and Rangedale, both of which have previously featured in 60 Minutes Building Bad series, were named for allegedly paying gangland figures Mick Gato and John Curry. LTE Construction was even reported to having bikie gangs as well, members appearing on its payroll as so-called industry fixers. Now, anonymous building industry sources have also pointed to another firm, CoBuild, that's reportedly made payments to Gato. That was on an article again on the 29th in the Sydney Morning Herald. And there's even worse. The CFMEU Administrator interim report, let's read it, report names another major contractor, Futureform, over shocking allegations of intimidation and mafia-style tactics to silence a union official looking into worker exploitation. Imagine being at home with your family and waking up to find your car and boat on fire, all because you were doing your job, and that's what's been reported. It's employers like these who drag the whole industry down and give everyone else a bad name. Because you won't hear that from the Liberals and Nationals, because that's not convenient. Because when you start actually looking at their ideology and start looking about the things that are actually this is all about, what it's really about is the things like we saw happen in Queensland. That's happened only today, reported today. It was forewarned, and who would have thought they would have followed through with it? But they're now turning around and saying that under the guise of the CFMEU fight, not against these gangster companies or gangster-aligned companies or companies employing gangsters, nothing about that, because they don't want occupational health and safety standards on building sites. They like undercutting companies that do the right thing. And I'd like to think that the majority of people, but I'm starting to doubt it, on the opposite side, believe companies doing the right thing should have the opportunity to fairly compete for contracts. But you can't fairly compete with contracts when you turn around and have the shonks ripping people off. So one of the things the Queensland government did just today, because this is what their ideology drives them to, is that they said that workplace health and safety entry permits have to now give at least 24 hours notice before entering a workplace, except in cases where there's an immediate or imminent safety risk. We also repealed, oh, that's right, sounds reasonable. I'll explain, because I've lived the life about when these problems occur when you're dealing with shonks. Not good companies, shonks. They also said a repealed changes introduced by the former Labor government. They said, now this is the real cracker. They expressly against the fact that work health safety representatives have entry permit holders that have to go through a whole series of tests to remain permit holders. And it's more than just who you associate with. It's actually performance, and it's within a series of regulations, very similar to that occurs across the country. But entry permits holders aren't allowed to take photos and videos at workplaces. And if they take them inappropriately, they can be struck off and held to account. Because what they don't want is those people that are being injured and maimed on those construction sites and the illegal practices that are happening. What they don't want is that accountability. Because that's the consequences of not allowing that to happen. Do you go to the lowest common denominator, or do you go to a denominator that actually makes a difference to make our workplaces safer? Do they sit over there and say this is all about worker safety? It is not about worker safety. It's about consequences for workers' safety. Good people over there want to really think about what the consequences are of saying because of allegations and people held to account where there's been mistreatment or misappropriate use, there is a number of recourses that exist. The fact is you're saying for everybody, in every union, it's not even only the construction industry, every union, to not have those rights. Because this is what the Liberal National Party is about. This is what they're really about. This is why this motion is an ideological motion. Not about the things that we share of concerns, because we share concerns, because we all passed a proposition in here about putting an administrator in. We shared it, we negotiated it, and we came up with a solution. And those things that came up here made a real and has been making a real difference because the figures are on the board. But what are you doing about those other companies? Nothing. They're going to make it easier. They're going to make it easier so you can't actually hold Future Form, LTE and others to account.
Order.
That's what they're doing.
Order,
That is
Senators. Order.
Senator
Sheldon. Senator Scarr, you are experienced parliamentarians. Can I ask Senator Sheldon to direct your important comments on this debate through me to the chair, and Senator Scarr to desist from engaging in conversation across the chamber? Senator Sheldon, you have the call.
Through you, Chair. What the consequences are of the decisions you make, you are putting people's lives directly at risk. It means that people will not be held to account. Now, I know there's good people on the opposite side, but you've got to understand the consequences of what you're doing. I'm saying to you this as a person who supported an administrator going into this union, supports 60 people being put out, supports those brave whistleblowers that have blown the whistle, including those people that have blown the whistle on companies. Those dodgy companies have to be also held to account in a lawless construction industry when there's lawless companies. And it's not simply an issue about anything. It's an issue about quite clearly about what's happening in that industry. An industry that has $320 million stolen in wages. It's an industry that is rife with sham contracting. It's an industry that has bad operators winning contracts over operators that do the right thing that can't compete. That is the consequences of what you're doing. Because when we go back to what the great ABCC, which keeps being rattled back out, even any suggestion that they are a solution, we know that they have not been a solution. We know that the culture and some of those issues that still exist and will continue to exist. Because don't forget, we were in all here saying this is going to take a number of years for administration to be in place. We all agreed, in actual fact, I remember people saying across the way that it needed to be longer. And in those discussions, we came to a conclusion about the administration period. Indeed. Because you knew at the time, and you really know now, and I know that it's going to take time. But if you're going to come here Start taking on some of those bosses that are putting people's lives at risk. Don't make it easier for them by saying you can't videotape or hold to account, and then don't spread it to every union in Queensland, which is the ultimate aim of what this opposition wants to do. They want to turn around and make sure that this ideological battle continues on, because that's the only thing that unites them when they're so disunited. So you are putting people at risk and direct risk by not taking the right steps of backing the administrator and rightly asking questions about what the administrator is or isn't doing. But turning around and doing it in an appropriate, proper way, rather than spending your entire time saying the Queen's Counsel is the wrong person, the wrong organisation and the wrong place to turn around and settle the changes that are needed in this industry that you agreed is going to take a number of years, because that's a cultural change that they have put in place to move that cultural change, not just of a few union members. Because when you say the CFMEU now, you're talking about the administrator. You're talking about all those constructive, thoughtful people that are actually involved in working at the CFMEU. Because that's what you're actually talking about. That's when you talk about, oh, we want the ABCC back. You want that back. Because that's what you've been saying in your speeches. That's what you've been consistently saying again just when this motion was put forward. That's what it's about. Oh, and I'll take that point. Some teeth. What? More toilets, more flags, and more officials having tea in tea rooms as an issue. There was no 60 people that were put out. There was no 500 complaints that were dealt with. There was no taking on these gangster companies. None under the ABCC. It's a lie to say it's anything other. Sorry, I'll withdraw that. It's inappropriate to say it was anything other than a farce.
Senator Hume.
Thank you, Madam Deputy President. I rise to support the motion moved by my colleague Senator Kovacic for the establishment of a References Committee to scrutinise the effectiveness, or more accurately the spectacular failure, of the Albanese government's administration of the CFMEU. Now, my colleague Senator Sheldon across the chamber suggested that this is an ideological witch hunt about unions. It absolutely is not. It absolutely is not. You would be hard-pressed to find anybody in this chamber that doesn't think that unions, when well-run, well-managed, are a fundamentally important part of civil society today. Fundamentally important. But that's not what we're talking about here. We're talking about the CFMEU, which is corrupt and has criminal behaviour and is not improving under administrator. In fact, they're laughing at us. They're laughing at you. They're laughing at you every single day. In my home state of Victoria, things are getting worse, not better, with the CFMEU. So I ask colleagues across the chamber this one simple question. In what world is it reasonable to refuse an inquiry into a union that's been infiltrated by organised crime, that's riddled with corruption, and is now shielded by a government that simply will not act? And I will come back to why that is. 15 months after the administration of the CFMEU was established, we are not seeing reform. We're seeing scandal after scandal. We're seeing a protection racket. We're seeing organised crime flourish, and it's happening under this government's watch. Just yesterday, notorious underworld figure Mick Gatto posted a video of himself strolling around Port Phillip Bay, complaining that the media won't leave him alone. Oh my heavens, the media won't leave you alone, Mick Gatto. How awful it must be to feel intimidated. How awful it must be to feel pursued. Perhaps, President, the media wouldn't bother Mick Gatto quite so much if you stopped collecting payments from construction companies, payments that the AFP now allege were designed to prevent what are referred to as orchestrated stoppages at building sites. But let's call that exactly what it is. This is industrial extortion, and it's disguised as mediation. And now the AFP has entered the scene, finally confirming a system where construction firms have been paying off underworld figures to keep projects moving. These payments have been invoiced as consultancy services. Consultancy services. To put this into the parlance of those across the chamber might appreciate, what this really is a threat. It's your money or your life. And where's the administrator in all of this? Well, Mark Irving, KC, was appointed to clean up the CFMEU and restore integrity to that institution. But instead, He's simply enabled dysfunction. He's protected the power brokers, and he's failed to act even when the rot was festering right in front of him. And let's take that case that was mentioned by Senator Kovacic of Mr John Perkovic, who was sacked last week for accepting bribes. Last week, accepting bribes. Just 4 months ago, this man, Mr John Perkovic, was promoted. He was promoted to the deputy leader of the CFMEU by the administrator that Labor want to protect, that Labor put in place, and that Labor say is doing a terrific job. He promoted this man, who then took bribes. And these allegations didn't just come up last week, they were raised a year ago. And the whistleblower was ignored. And you say that this administrator is doing an adequate job. It wasn't until journalists exposed this corruption that it came to light. We shouldn't have to rely on the media to do the administrator's job. And we shouldn't have to rely on the media to take action where Labor has failed to do so. It's the media and not the administrator that are taking on the job of reform. As 60 Minutes revealed, Mr Perkovic wasn't just corrupt. His role was so useful that he was gifted a gold bracelet by none other than that same underworld figure so well renowned in my hometown of Melbourne, Mr Mick Gatto. Mr Mick Gatto, who wants to live a quiet life away from media scrutiny, at least according to his social media. We still don't know exactly how much the administrator knew about this or what action was taken, or was action taken at all, because the administrator quietly disbanded his anti-corruption teams, the teams that he established. He disbanded them. Investigators were let go, allegations were left ignored, whistleblowers were left unprotected. Now that is not oversight. That is an abdication of duty. That is, let's say it, a cover-up. And then there's Mr Zack Smith, the head of the Victorian CFMEU and a member of the Australian Labor Party's National Executive, a man that literally sits shoulder to shoulder with our Prime Minister at Labor Party functions. When the Prime Minister sits at the table of his party's most powerful governing body, he doesn't just see Senator Ayres or Senator Brown or Senator Giacone or Senator Grogan. He also sits across the table from Mr Zack Smith. You all do. Why is that good enough? How do you not lose sleep over this, that this man is sitting at your table? Can you guarantee that those senators that I have just mentioned will be voting against this motion just simply out of embarrassment for the man that sits at the table of the National Executive with them? A man who organised secret meetings in parks with underworld figures, including Mick Gatto, who still socialises with John Setka, a man you all roundly condemn, but somehow it's kind of okay for his mate to sit at the National Executive table with you guys. This is a man that plays cards with John Setka. And all the while, the Fair Work Commission says that John Setka's ongoing influence would be a matter of grave concern. Well, if it's a matter of grave concern, just do something about it. Don't cover it up. Don't turn a blind eye. This is corruption at the highest possible level, and you are letting it go. That's not your job here. It's not reform. It's simply a restoration of the old regime, and it's done by stealth. And it's not just happening behind closed doors. This week we learned that Victorian Premier Jacinta Allen was briefed more than a year ago about misconduct on Victoria's big build projects. Confidential emails show that senior bureaucrats had raised the alarm over CFMEU operatives that were targeting non-union surveyors and demanding that they be replaced. This was over a year ago. And it's not a political attack. This wasn't the opposition saying something in the chamber. This wasn't somebody wagging their fingers in a television interview. This was senior bureaucrats telling the Premier of the country, Premier of the state, that they were urgent ministerial briefings. And do you know what she did? Nothing. Absolutely nothing. The state government ignored those briefings, ignored those warnings, and I can only guess it was because they knew. They knew all along. They knew all along that the CFMEU was pushing up prices and behaving in a corrupt and disruptive and expensive manner on Victorian government projects, on the taxpayers' dime. They knew. And they did nothing. Because when it comes to crime in the state of Victoria, Labor looks the other way, and never more quickly than when the CFMEU is involved. Why is that? It's because the CFMEU is not just a rogue union, it's part of the Labor Party machine, and you are all frightened of it. You are terrified of it. We cannot afford to have a frightened government. You have to step up because other people are paying the price, the people that you are here to represent. The CFMEU donates millions of dollars to the Labor Party. Its leaders hold internal power. It infiltrates even our superannuation system. And when corruption is exposed, Labor chooses to protect the structure, not the public. It's why one of the first actions of the Albanese government was to abolish the ABCC, an organisation they say was toothless. But they say it's toothless because they removed its teeth. They removed its teeth and then said, couldn't do the job that it was asked to do. Well, that's nonsense. Give it some teeth, let it do its job. If it had the real powers that it was set out to have, then it would have been able to do something, unlike, dare I say, the administrator that you have appointed. When you abolished the ABCC, that wasn't reform. That was a payoff. Because nobody requested that. Nobody, other than the CFMEU. If you are not beholden to the CFMEU, there was no reason to get rid of the ABCC, but you are entirely beholden to them. It's costing the country so dearly. It's estimated that the CFMEU adds 30% to construction costs around this country, 30%. And then we wonder why we have a housing crisis. Then we wonder why it's so expensive to build anything from infrastructure through to new power generation through to a residential home. It's the CFMEU tax. That's what it is. And do you know what? It would be a scandal anywhere else in the world. But for some reason here, we're so used to it. We're so used to it, we say, well, that's just the CFMEU. It's taken as a given. And every young Australian is paying the price for this. Every young Australian trying to get into the housing market, you are paying the price for CFMEU corruption. You are paying the price for a Labor government that will do nothing about it. When whistleblower Charles Ferrugia exposed even more jobs handled to union cronies, mates and even bikie gang members, which is quite extraordinary, on publicly funded projects no less, when these concerns were raised, they were met with intimidation, silence and threats. Now, the Parliament simply cannot ignore this any longer. So I say to the Greens and to the crossbench, and yes, to those members of the Labor Party with a skerrick of integrity, if you care about your party's honesty, if you care about the democratic process, if you care about the public that you say you are here to represent, well, then you face a really important choice today. Do you protect the power structure of the CFMEU, or do you vote to actually clean it up? Not pretend to clean it up, actually clean it up. Now, the Coalition is bringing this motion to ensure that the administrator who refuses to respond to correspondence fronts this Parliament, fronts the Parliament and answers pretty basic questions. Why was Mr Perkovich promoted? What on earth prompted him to do that? Why are meetings with criminals treated with a caution rather than an action? Why were the corruption teams disbanded? And what is being done to cut the cash flows, the slush funds and the protection rackets? Because, Acting Deputy President, this Parliament established the CFMEU administration, and this Parliament has a duty to find out whether it's delivering on what it was promised. Because the CFMEU are laughing at us. They're laughing at you. And why are they getting away with it? Well, let's start with $3 million that was donated to the Labor Party in 1 year, just before the 2022 election. And even from a union that was under administration, it donated nearly $800,000 last financial year. Extraordinary. No wonder you do not want the administrator to be under further scrutiny. No wonder you're happy to turn a blind eye to the extraordinarily bad, corrupt behaviour, criminal behaviour going on within this union, because they are your paymasters and all Australians are paying a price. So if this motion is blocked, the message is crystal clear. Corruption will continue because this government prefers silence over scrutiny. This isn't just about an inquiry or a reference or a notice of motion. This is about who you are. This is about your character. This is about our government's character and integrity. Are you really going to enable this bad behaviour, for which all Australians pay but young Australians pay the most? Are you going to turn a blind eye, or are you going to step up and do something? Because if you don't step up and do something, if you do turn a blind eye, if you say that that's somebody else's problem, well, you're not just ignoring it, you're enabling it. And this is on you. Do you think that the people that put you into government expect more? I do. I expect more of my government. So get on and do it.
Just take the opportunity to remind senators that the use of the term "you" leads to a dissent in the nature of debate. Just remind you all of that. Address your remarks to me and talk in you. And I call Senator Brockman.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President, and through you, Acting Deputy President. Well, first I'm going to start with dispensing with this straw man that we have had set up from those opposite. I mean, quite frankly, I would expect better from Senator Sheldon, though I expect he is deeply embarrassed by what has happened in the CFMEU, what has been revealed coming out of the CFMEU in the past 2 years, because it reflects so badly, not just on that union, but the Labor Party and the union movement as a whole. But the first straw man I want to dispense with is this idea that the ABCC was a failure and did not deal with corrupt companies. It did deal with corrupt companies. It had a direct responsibility to deal with the corrupt companies. But the trouble is, when you have an industry in which corruption has become embedded via what is now clearly a corrupt and criminal organisation in the CFMEU, it does spread through other parts of the industry. There is no doubt about that. And there were companies that were prosecuted by the ABCC. But the idea that it did nothing is an absolute nonsense. Let me give you just 1 week in 2018, 5 court judgments against the CFMEU's conduct, handing out $822,000 in fines in 1 week. The ABCC against Raybar in the federal court found that the CFMEU engaged in unlawful action by blockading a construction site because the crane company hired for the job refused to sign a CFMEU deal. Now, this is 2018, before this government got into power, when the ABCC was in place. And yet, when the need for the administration of the CFMEU came up, this government was like, we didn't know about this. We didn't know there was anything bad happening in the industry or with the CFMEU. 1 week, $822,000 in fines. The CFMEU was also found to have undertaken a campaign of discrimination and coercion against Universal Cranes because they got in their way. Justice Reeves found that a high-ranking CFMEU official contravened many sections of the Fair Work Act, all discrimination provisions when they blockaded the site for unlawful purposes. In another case, Justice Vasta found that a CFMEU official had acted in a most abhorrent way and went on to find, quote, "These were not the actions of some over-exuberant maverick of the CFMEU, these were the actions of the President himself. There has been no condemnation or even apology for the actions of Mr Hanna on this day from the CFMEU. It is no understatement to describe the CFMEU as the most recidivist corporate offender in Australian history." This is before, apparently, this government, when it came to light that there was corruption in the CFMEU, said, "Oh, what a shock, what a shock, what a shock, there's corruption in the CFMEU." We have known this for years. We tried to toughen up the laws for the ABCC, and we were met with a wall of opposition from those opposite, and they know that, and that's why they are so deeply embarrassed by the now failings that are coming to light through this administration process. The fact that corruption has now infected the administration process is a serious issue. It's one that has to be dealt with. And if it's not going to be dealt with by this place, where is it going to be dealt with? If we do not pass this motion to have this inquiry, how are we going to have any certainty that the mistakes of the past, where the Labor government has effectively turned a blind eye to what was happening in that industry? And I was there in those many Senate estimates hearings where the Labor Party ran a protection racket for the CFMEU time and time again until the egregious activity came to light to such a degree that they couldn't ignore it anymore and put that organisation into administration. But now we find that the corruption in the industry and the corruption in the CFMEU has actually infected the administrator itself. It isn't good enough. It isn't good enough. This is driving up costs. Again, reports from before the CFMEU went into administration, reports that showed that the activities of the CFMEU were driving up construction costs by up to 30%, were ignored by the Labor Party. Just ignored. Nothing to see here. And in fact, there's still apparently nothing to see here because a member of the CFMEU sits on the Labor Party's national executive. This is not good enough. This is corruption infecting a sector of the Australian economy to such a degree that our call at the time of the administration that the CFMEU should be deregistered as a union was the correct call. It was the correct call. This Labor government chose not to do that. They chose instead to appoint an administrator. But now there is a serious cloud over that process, a serious cloud over that process. And it is incumbent upon this Senate to examine that cloud, to examine what is going on within the administration and to make sure that all Australian businesses within the construction sector and all Australian workers within the construction sector operate in a sector that is not riddled with corruption, that is not full of thuggery, of standover tactics, of extortion. And if you vote against this motion, you are effectively endorsing those kinds of practices.
Senator Scarr.
Thank you, Acting Deputy President. I'm very pleased to rise in support of this motion. At the outset, I'd like to address some of the arguments that were made by Senator Tony Sheldon. I have a lot of respect for Senator Tony Sheldon, a lot of respect for Senator Tony Sheldon. I have a lot of respect in terms of his advocacy for workers in the Transport Workers Union when he was Secretary of that union. I have a lot of respect with respect to the arguments he's mounted in relation to some of the matters in relation to Qantas. I think he's demonstrated a true sincerity in terms of representing the interests or working Australians, many of whom have been in very, very vulnerable positions. I have a deep respect for that. I must say, I could never imagine Senator Tony Sheldon in his day as a senior member of the union movement sending an underling, an associate, to a secret park meeting with Mick Gatto. I could never imagine it. He would never do it. It wouldn't even, for a moment, he wouldn't even consider it. He would immediately recognise how wrong it would be to do that, how wrong it would be to send an organiser to such a meeting with an underworld figure in the context of a union under administration. He would never do that. He would never do that. But we're talking here not about the union that was led by Tony Sheldon, the TWU, we're talking about the construction division of the CFMEU. And those are the sorts of practices which we're seeing. Even after it was placed in administration. Even after it was placed in administration. I'll get to some of the details in relation to that. In relation to workplace health and safety, let me say this. I've visited businesses in Queensland that have had to deal with the practices of the CFMEU, who've had to deal with them coming onto their work sites and ostentatiously taking photographs of number plates of cars. Not taking photographs of unsafe workplaces or matters where they might have had legitimate concerns, going up and taking photographs of number plates of managers' vehicles. And I've seen the impact that has had on managers at those work sites, of that intimidation. In my home state of Queensland, the conduct of the CFMEU Construction Division was so bad that the workplace health and safety inspectors of the Queensland Government took protected industrial action so they didn't have to visit construction sites controlled by the CFMEU Construction Division because it represented a threat to their own workplace health and safety. That's how bad it was. That's how bad it was in my home state of Queensland. Every single major infrastructure project in Queensland suffered that 30% or whatever it is blowout because of the activities of the CFMEU Construction Division. Every single major infrastructure project. Even Ronald McDonald House at the Queensland Children's Hospital was the subject of unlawful CFMEU action, and the CFMEU had to pay penalties in relation to that action. It was part of their business operation, and that's been stated not by a senator but by the High Court of Australia when considering the track record of the CFMEU. So let's put that on the record. Now let's turn to some of the disturbing reports that have been received over the last few days. And one I'll read first is in relation to the one which Senator Sheldon referred to, in relation to building companies. And I'll put this on the record. I'll put this in the record because I think both leaders of trade union movements who are engaging in unlawful activity and also construction companies engaged in unlawful activity should be held to account. So I'll put this on the record. AFP asked top builders for details on payment to underworld figures. The Australian Federal Police has dramatically entered the CFMEU and building industry scandal, revealing how a secret probe by detectives has uncovered huge sums of money paid to underworld figures to help secure union peace. In a letter sent to up to a dozen companies by a senior AFP officer, the policing agency outlined suspicions that, quote, building companies have been required to make facilitation payments to organised crime to prevent orchestrated stoppages at building sites, end quote. Let's lance this boil in Australia's construction industry. Let's lance this boil. It is costing the Australian people so much. As Senator Brockman said, it's costing us new hospitals, new highways, new schools. It's costing us in terms of new high-density apartments. It's costing us across the board. It can't go on. These are some of the other allegations that have come out of The Age. in 60 Minutes recently. Article dated 3 October 2025, written by Nick McKenzie. CFMEU in fresh crisis over secret park meeting with underworld identity. I quote, "After questions from this masthead about the clandestine meeting, which was initially confirmed by 3 sources, union boss Zach Smith admitted sending a CFMEU organiser to meet Gatto at a discreet location in Melbourne. The sources, who requested anonymity due to fear of repercussions, said the liaison was called to discuss a dispute involving a construction company working for the Melbourne airport operator, which is partly owned by the federal government's future fund." End quote. In what universe would a senior union official think it was appropriate to send an organiser to meet Mick Gatto in the seclusion of a park to talk about work stoppages? In what universe is that the right thing to do? In what universe would it take you any more than 1 minute to determine that would be the wrong thing to do? I go on. During the meeting in a park in East Melbourne on September 12, Gatto demanded the CFMEU allow airport contractor MAS Group to operate free of union pressure and requested he be a conduit for future union concerns. Mick Gatto, always there to help. 2 sources said that before the meeting, the organiser was instructed by Smith to meet Gatto where no one could see the pair. In what universe is that the right thing to do? And then we come to the administrator. And this is where there's the need for this reference. Irving said he had ordered an investigation into the scandal and would urgently publish a draft policy to curb the influence of construction industry fixers like Gatto. End quote. Really? Really? You need a draft policy? A policy to say, don't order one of your underlings to meet Mick Gatto in a park where no one can see you? You need a policy to do that? Smith told this masthead he took full responsibility for the mistake of sending an organiser to meet Gatto and said he intended to keep working under the government-imposed administration to return the union to democratic control. Good on you, Zach. No organiser should be put in a situation which may put them in an unsafe position or opens them to undue pressure. I've apologised to the administrator and the organiser concerned and have taken steps to reallocate him away from this project. End quote. Seriously? And this is the person sitting around the federal executive of the ALP, of the Labor Party? It was a mistake? Someone of that seniority in the union movement? Oh, I made a mistake. It's just a mistake. And then we have the disturbing report in The Age on 27 October. CFMEU administrator sent corruption busters away, then had to sack top figure. Well, what we would like to do is actually have a referral to the appropriate Senate committee in this place, table this article and put questions to the administrator. Put questions to the administrator to get the truth. And as a previous speaker said, if there's nothing to hide, then there's nothing to fear. And just listen to this. Extraordinary stuff. The Albanese government CFMEU reform chief abruptly abandoned 2 anti-corruption teams hired to uncover graft in the union, leaving serious misconduct allegations untouched for months as suspected crooked officials took key roles within the embattled union. 3 confidential sources who work for CFMEU Administrator Mark Irving KC also confirmed he failed to enact advice to seek more powers from the federal government to deal with wrongdoing. Just consider that. We have a situation here where not 1, not 2, but 3 confidential sources working for the administrator were so concerned about this, were so concerned with respect to the conduct of the administrator that they took the public interest route of reporting their concerns to The Age. This masthead can also reveal that in addition to shuttering two corruption-busting teams, one headed by ex-Federal Police Assistant Commissioner Chris Craner and the second led by specialist anti-corruption investigators, the lawyer hired to run Irving's anti-corruption probe quit just weeks into his appointment because of concerns the administration didn't have adequate whistleblowing and investigative capacity." End quote. And I've spoken, as other people have spoken in this place, including the Acting Deputy President, with respect to the importance of appropriate whistleblowing procedures and protocols. So wouldn't we like to hear from the lawyer who was hired to run Irving's anti-corruption probe and decided to quit just weeks into his appointment? Wouldn't we like to hear evidence as to what actually made you quit? What were your concerns? Let's give you the opportunity to put those concerns on the public record under parliamentary privilege. I go on, but the revelations come as Irving faces fierce scrutiny over his administration's performance, particularly the promotion in July of a union boss who Irving was then forced to sack on Thursday after this masthead and 60 Minutes uncovered evidence indicating the official engaged in suspected widespread corrupt dealings with construction companies. Irving's administration was warned repeatedly warned of sacked official John Perkovich's history of questionable integrity, but stood by his promotion in July to second in charge of the union's Victorian branch. What confidence does this give the Australian people when the administrator actually promoted someone who he'd been warned about to a more senior position and then had to sack that person after the media reported a story with respect to that person's conduct? Extraordinary stuff. And again, this is what we should be having a references committee for, to ask questions, to probe in relation to this matter. On Sunday, union leader Leo Skoudumbis, the National Assistant Secretary Timber, Furnishing and Textiles Union, and I should say presumably he doesn't have an ideological battle against the union movement. He's an actual leader in the union movement, and this is what he said. Irving's administration didn't have the people, resources or wherewithal to undertake this important task of eradicating corruption. It must find people with the knowledge, experience and political will to do the job, or it will lurch from crisis to crisis. Members view it as a shambles, he said. So that's what a senior member of a trade union that was previously the manufacturing wing of the CFMEU has said about the administration process. It's not a Liberal Party senator, that's a leader of a trade union. So, Acting Deputy President, I say to you, the evidence is overwhelming. The evidence is absolutely overwhelming that there needs to be a reference to the appropriate Senate committee to look into the conduct of the administration of the CFMEU.
Senator Bragg.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. And I understand why the Australian people feel so frustrated about the political class and why the Australian people feel that we are not giving good value to the citizens of this country. And it is perhaps one of the reasons why politicians are not well regarded in our society. And I suspect that is because the institutions now have been so degraded. And as we have seen this week from the research published by the Centre for Public Integrity, this is the most secretive government since the Keating government, some 30 years ago, in terms of its record of responding to acts of the Freedom of Information rules, in terms of its responses to orders of the Senate. We now have to go to extraordinary lengths to get access to documents which have been ordered by the Senate, including a motion passed earlier today which now extends question time until documents are provided. Now, the government is unhappy with that, but the government is a very secretive government. and it doesn't want to get to the bottom of things. And I suspect the government will vote against this reference from Senator Kovacic, and I want to commend Senator Kovacic and Mr Wilson from the other place for pursuing these great matters of state, because the cost of building, the existence of corruption and the integrity of the economy are all matters that the Australian people would expect that all elected officials would take seriously. I mean, we are leaders in our community, and so people should act with the best of intentions. They should not come to Canberra with the view that they will look after vested interests, no matter how close or no matter how important they may personally be to those vested interests. The senators in this place are obliged to protect the interests and to act in the interests of the people of the state of which they represent. And I would say that there are too many occasions where that does not happen. And the motivations for self-preservation or to protect a particular interest or clique triumphs over the interests of the members of that state and over that of our country. And that is, unfortunately, where we are in Australia today. There has been a degradation of institutions, and many of the day-to-day institutions that people come in touch with that were established by this Parliament, like the Securities and Investments Commission, are utterly incompetent. I've said many times that if you discover a corporate crime in Australia, you're better off reporting it to the media than you are in reporting it to ASIC, because that way you'll get some action. How depressing is that, Acting Deputy President? How depressing is that? And that is the case with the CFMEU caper. The government pretend this is all something that they've never heard of before, that these are people that don't know, that these crimes are news. Well, thank goodness for Nick McKenzie. And again, I regret to read that Nick McKenzie's had to upgrade security at his house because someone tried to cut off the security cameras. Someone got onto the roof of his house to remove vision that would, I imagine, capture people breaking into his house or doing something to him. And he's been doing a great public service. He's been doing the government's job. The government's job is to look after the people, but they've left it to Nick McKenzie. And we have seen the payoffs. After the May 2022 election, the government abolishes the Building and Construction Commission. Which Australian was asking for that to happen? I don't think I ever met anyone in the street anywhere in New South Wales that said, oh, geez, we have to get rid of that Building and Construction Commission. That's really making my life a misery. We've got to get rid of that. I mean, no one's ever said that, ever. The only reason you do that is because you're running the government in favour of these vested interests. And the price that the Australian people are paying is the fact that we now have an economy which is completely geared to serve these vested interests. And if you're wondering why inflation's up, you're wondering why investment's flat, you're wondering why unemployment's going up, and you're wondering why 85% of all jobs created last year were in the non-market sector, that's because the government, for vested interests, is looking after its own flock. They're not interested in the rest of the community. And so that's why they took this step to abolish the Building and Construction Commission. So they are distorting the public policy of this nation to serve these vested interests. The price that young people are paying is this 30% tax, the 30% tax on new apartments, which is the data that comes out of Queensland in particular, which shows that when the CFMEU is on site, the poor old person who wants to buy an entry-level apartment has to pay an extra 30% to pay for their dodgy RDOs and their dodgy days off and their no concrete pours after 10 a.m. and their criminal stuff and the mafia stuff and the bikies and all the other threats to kill and everything else, which increases the cost of business. So they're inflicting these costs onto younger Australians. And I would have thought that having presided over the worst housing crisis in living memory, the government will be trying to cut the costs of building houses. You've got the worst homelessness crisis on record. You've got the biggest population we've ever had. You've got the biggest collapse in per capita supply. And you've got a 30% tax you're sticking on people. Thanks. Thanks a lot. And I guess the Australian people, when they roll out of bed every day, ask themselves, well, what have I done to deserve this? I've worked my arse off and I've got to pay all these taxes and charges to the government because they want to pay off all these people. I mean, it's not very good. It's not a very good situation. And as I say, I can see why people get so frustrated because we don't get any movement on these issues. And the Prime Minister says, oh, I've cleaned it all up. This is all sorted. You don't need to worry about that because, as Christopher Pyne once said, I fixed it. I fixed it. But he hasn't fixed it because Nick McKenzie is doing a great public service by publishing these articles every 6 months. And we come in here again and we have this is like Groundhog Day. Groundhog Day. So what's actually been revealed is that the union, which was put into administration, is still in business, still doing stuff. And in fact, Michael Crosby, who runs the CFMEU in New South Wales, the great state of New South Wales, says, we are looking at large, multiple, complex residential construction and, quote, it may push up costs. Great. The good news keeps on rolling in. We've got the CFMEU back in business in New South Wales, right? They're back on site. I've spoken to builders in the Newcastle region who've been long-standing builders who are now trying to keep the CFMEU to come off their sites because they're scared. They are afraid. They are afraid of being harassed and bullied by the mafia and by the bikies. They are afraid. This is a problem of people's physical safety, their mental health, and this is a problem that apparently was going to be tidied up by this administrator. So the Prime Minister obviously thinks that we are all stupid because he'd said he'd tidy this up, but he hasn't. Perhaps the most galling part of all this is that the union in administration is still allowed to own and operate a major superannuation fund. The CFMEU, which wasn't closed down by Mr Albanese, owns the CBUS super fund. It owns 21% of the shares in CBUS. And we see today that article in the AFR says Wayne Swan CBUS to pay $23 million fine. Now, Wayne Swan's CBUS, he's also the president of the Labor Party, of course. We live in a country full of howling conflicts, Deputy President, Acting Deputy President. Now, the rub here is that the $23 million sounds like a big number, doesn't it? I mean, it does sound like a very large number if I ask myself a rhetorical question. And it is a large amount of funds. Now, who's going to pay that?
The members.
The members are going to pay. Thank you for the interjection, Senator Scarr. The members will pay that. So the CFMEU, the same organisation that was closed down by the Prime Minister, closed down, out of business. They're run out of town, gone, never to be seen again. They still own this fund. They're the shareholders. They receive dividends. They pull millions of dollars out of the fund every year, even while they're in administration. The CBUS fund breaks the law. They get a $23 million fine today. CFMEU, they take the dividends, but will they pay the fine? No. The members will pay that fine. So again, I make the point, people are frustrated with this country. They're frustrated, they're disappointed that the standards are not being maintained, the institutions are being degraded, and this is another example. Another example is actually the Housing Australia Future Fund. We have legislation in the Senate to prevent the criminal, corrupt mafia elements of the CFMEU from getting access to those funds. We have a bill that says if the Housing Australia Future Fund wants to do business with the CFMEU, affiliated funds, investment funds, super funds, it can't. It's a prohibition. It's a reasonable prohibition because apparently this union was in administration. And so we see round one of the Housing Australia Future Fund tender come through. And who were the biggest beneficiaries of the Housing Australia Future Fund round one tender? The big super funds. They received $2.8 billion. $2.8 billion. Big super's big payday from Mr Chalmers and his Housing Australia Future Fund. And again, who helped design the Housing Australia Future Fund? Who was part of the secret consultation that helped design the payments that would go through the tenders? Well, it was the big super funds. They had roundtables and meetings with Mr Chalmers, or Dr Chalmers, whatever he likes to call himself. I think he's a fake doctor, actually. But they had all these meetings with him, the fake doctor.
Senator Bragg, and just a reminder to refer to those members from the other place by their correct title.
Acting Deputy President. The Treasurer has all these meetings, and we know that they occurred. We file Freedom of Information requests to say, can we please see these documents that were prepared by the agencies? And of course the government says, no, you may not. No, you may not. You may never see these documents. These are secret documents, because everything we do is secret, because we're the most secretive government since the Keating government. So at least they're consistent. At least they're consistent. They're consistent. So then we lodge orders of the Senate to say, look, can we please see these documents? Because we want to know how the government designed this scheme. No, we don't comply with orders of the Senate. We're too busy here, or too corrupt or something. We can't do that. So there it is. We know that they were involved with the design of the payments. We know that the big super funds received $2.8 billion, the biggest winners of the housing fund. But we are not allowed to see the documents that were exchanged between the Treasury, Mr Chalmers, Housing Australia and the super funds in 2022 and 2023. They are secret. Well, we have one institution left that's still in business. The government hasn't been able to hack to death, which is the Auditor General. Now, thank goodness for the Auditor General. Thank God, perhaps. I'm an atheist, but thank God. Now, the Auditor General has said that they will look at this scheme. Now, that's good, because the Auditor General is beyond reproach. The Albanese government cannot block, obfuscate, cut to pieces, defund, delete or destroy the Auditor General. So the Auditor General now will go through and look at the design and the delivery of billions of dollars of taxpayer funds. So for now, that's our best hope. We will continue to try to get to the bottom of these things. And we'll support Senator Kovacic's reference. It's a very good reference, because as opposition senators, we have an important role here to ensure that public funds are well spent, that programs are properly administered. That is the basic job. People would want us to do that. We're trying to do it. The government shouldn't be afraid of transparency. They campaigned on integrity. They should walk the walk. So we will continue, no matter what the obstacles that are thrown before us, no matter how much sand is put into the gears, we will endure, because this is a very important question of our democracy. We want Australians to support our democracy.
Thank you. If there are no further contributions, I will now put the question before the chair that the motion moved by Senator Kovacic be agreed to. Those of that opinion say aye. Those against? No. I think the noes have it. The division's required. It's being past 6:30. That division will be placed on the order of business for tomorrow. We will return to government business, and I call the clerk.
Government business order of the day number 4, Private Health Insurance National Joint Replacement Register Levy, Amendment Bill 2025, second reading debate, and on the amendment moved by Senator Ruston.
Senator Steele-John, I believe you're in continuation. You have the call.
Thank you very much, Chair. Now, as I was saying earlier, in relation to this piece of legislation, many of us in this chamber will know friends and family members who've experienced a joint replacement and know what relief having a successful joint replacement can bring. Yes, Senator Whish-Wilson puts his thumb up there. Anyone that wants to should ask him about his dicky hip and the experience with getting a part cyborg there, he says. I know personally as well, in my family, members of my family have had multiple hip replacements, and that has seen them take on a new lease of life. But very relevant to this bill, actually, and I don't think they'll mind me saying at all, my mum had an experience whereby she had hip dysplasia, needed to have a replacement on both hips, but at least one of them, and probably both, were found to be deficient, were found to be defective replacement joints that required additional operations to resolve. And it was an incredibly frustrating process. And when I was reading through this legislation, it was interesting to discover a key part of the legislative framework that's actually designed to prevent and monitor those types of instances. Now, I know also that for many people who are living with daily pain, day in and day out, experience a level of challenge that many of us here can't imagine. And in addition to that, face barriers in accessing and being able to afford joint replacement in a way that is timely. Many in our community are facing long wait times, and our public hospital system simply cannot cope. This year in my home state of WA, we are seeing Category 2 and Category 3 surgeries rescheduled because our hospital system is at breaking point. It is at breaking point. And on many nights across our state, it actually breaks down. You go into the EDs and it is chaos. You see nurses, you see doctors doing their best in really difficult circumstances. You see patients in profound distress. It is really quite traumatic to behold. I've been there in a professional capacity. I've been there sitting alongside friends and family members. It is awful. It is not a situation that we should accept on behalf of the community in modern day Australia. Now, because the system is under so much pressure, because overworked emergency departments have become the norm, we are seeing people's vital surgeries delayed and postponed. In a recent report, we learned of the story of Debbie, a woman based in regional WA, in Albany, who had a double hip replacement cancelled twice. Cancelled twice. And I don't know if anyone here in this chamber that's left tonight has experienced anything like this, but when you are going in for such a big operation, it's one thing to stare down the barrel of the pain and the recovery from that, but it is a whole other thing to coordinate your life and your care and your support so that you can actually recover. So to have to put all that in place and then to cancel it twice, the stress that would cause is unbelievable. Now, Debbie was about to board a flight to Perth for the long-awaited surgery when she received a call from the hospital to say the operation had been indefinitely postponed. Now, I love the community of Albany, and I take every opportunity to reconnect with those members of my electorate. And I can tell you now, if you are taking the time to organise that flight, it is very expensive. It's not easy to pull off, not if you're struggling. And to be literally about to get on board and then find out that it's not going ahead would cause you major stress and frustration. This was the second time the surgery had been delayed. People are planning their lives around these surgery dates, yet because of an insufficient investment from federal and state governments, our hospitals are struggling, and it is people who are living in pain that are losing out. For those who have private health insurance, we see another story. Report after report of people going down the journey of deciding with their medical doctors that a joint replacement surgery is the way to go, and then when they go to their private health insurer and say, "Hello, I'm covered for this procedure," they turn around and say, "No way, that request is denied." People are paying through the nose for private health insurance. Our government continues to hand out so much money to these private health insurers. And yet, when the private health insurance cards come out, seemingly people have got nothing to show for it. Now, the Greens will be supporting this legislation. There is much work that remains to be done to ensure people who need joint replacement surgery in this country can do so without fear of cost and without languishing in pain for months and for years. And indeed, there is much left to be done to make sure that if and when they finally get those replacement procedures, they are able to be treated quickly, they are able to recover safely in a hospital environment in which they are able to receive the care that they need, an environment in which the healthcare workers, the doctors, the allied health professionals that are central to that recovery are supported, are paid for their time, are enabled to practice and to develop their skill appropriately. There is so much more to do to ensure that the recovery process for people who have joint replacement surgeries is one that succeeds for them, taking into account the differences that they may experience given the environments that they live in, given their life goals and aspirations, given the stresses and strains on the rest of their bodies. It is so important to be able to work for the appropriate amount of time with a physio or an OT to regain your balance, to regain your strength. It is so important to be able to take the time to recover properly and to be cared for properly and not feel, as a patient, as though you're being forced out of the door because there's an urgent need for the bed. And for the medical professional working with you, it is so important to feel supported, to give your time to your patient. Each patient in turn as an individual, assessing their specific needs. So yes, there is much more to do. This bill, though small, is meaningful, and we will be supporting this bill, but I note that it occurs in a context in which there is much more work to do.
Thank you. I'll call the Minister.
Thank you very much, Acting Deputy President. Well, the purpose of this bill is to slightly amend the arrangements under for the National Joint Replacement Registry. This is an important institution, as other senators have noted in their contribution to the debate, and it allows registration and information to be collected from relevant hospitals that lets us define, improve and maintain the quality of care of individuals receiving joint replacement surgery. Currently, the Act only recognises the person responsible at the time of the listing of a device and not any subsequent person who is responsible for that listing over time due to business or other changes, and specifying the responsible person in the rules will allow this limitation to be addressed. Provisions are included in the bill to validate past levy contributions, and I wish to thank members and senators for their contribution to the debate on the bill.
Thank you. Now, Senator Ruston had moved a motion which is on sheet 3461. If there are no further speakers... Senator Steele-John.
Thank you very much. Could I clarify something? Apologies for the question at this point in the debate, but is there an opportunity for me to speak explicitly to Senator Ruston's amendment?
Yeah, given that Senator Ruston moved the motion before you spoke, Senator Steele-John,
right.
that's not possible.
Okay.
And being a second reading amendment, it won't necessarily go to a committee unless there's further requirements. So I might move that. I might take that movement to the vote. And just to clarify, it is the second reading amendment on sheet 3461, moved by Senator Ruston. All those in favour, say aye. Aye. All those against, say no. I think the noes have it. The ayes have it. Is a division required? Given the hour of the day, being past 6:30, that vote will be deferred until a later date. I now call the clerk.
Business order of the day number 5, Health Legislation Amendment, Miscellaneous Measures number 1, Bill 2025, resumption of second reading debate.
Okay. And I will... You're, just for a point of clarity, I'm assuming this list is out of date? I'm happy to give you the call.
Sorry, I am speaking on Senator Ruston, Acting Deputy President.
Please go right ahead.
In my own capacity, but I'm filling her slot with your concurrence.
Thank you.
I rise to speak on the Health Legislation Amendment, Miscellaneous Measures number 1, Bill of 2025. The Coalition acknowledges the intent of this bill, which contains a number of technical amendments to improve the efficiency of several important elements of our health system, including the allocation of Medicare provider numbers, the assignment of Medicare benefits process and improvements to the private health insurance premium reduction scheme. It also makes amendments to the bonded medical program with the aim of ensuring that penalties for non-compliance are fair and proportionate, particularly in light of the serious workforce shortages facing our healthcare system. The measures in this bill are intended to tidy up existing legislation, streamline administration and make sure the rules governing Medicare payments and bonded medical placements are clear and consistent. These are sensible objectives, and on that basis the Coalition will not stand in the way of this bill. However, it was important that we sought further information and scrutiny on this bill through the Senate inquiry, particularly in relation to the implications of the proposed changes to the bonded medical program. We understand how vital it is that the changes in this bill do not create negative unintended consequences or additional administrative burden for our hard-working healthcare professionals, because right now it is undeniable that primary healthcare is in crisis under this government. Acting Deputy President, the Coalition remains concerned by the way that some of the changes in this bill have undermined the intent of the bonded medical places scheme. The Coalition established the bonded medical program, recognising the need for programs and initiatives to address workforce shortages that are felt far more acutely in regional, rural and remote parts of Australia. Despite the bonded medical program being designed to address the shortage of medical professionals in these parts of Australia in regional, rural and remote areas, the government's changes to distribution priority areas now allows doctors to work in major metropolitan cities and still meet their obligations under the program, further worsening doctor shortages in truly undeserved areas and obviating the intent of the program. And now in this bill, the government has sought to make changes that would make these changes retrospective and remove the financial penalties for doctors who take government scholarships but break their promise to work in rural areas. This further reinforces the harmful impact of the government's distribution priority areas changes and further weakens the incentives for young doctors to serve in the regions. It shows Labor's contempt for the regions by completely destroying the intent of this bonded medical program. The program is no longer meeting its original intent, and the Coalition will not be supporting the changes in this bill which further compromise the scheme's goals. The Coalition is standing up for regional Australia, which is why we will be moving an amendment to remove the proposed changes to the bonded medical scheme from this bill. Acting Deputy President, the Coalition is also standing up for Australians' need to have affordable access to primary health care. At the last election, we saw the Prime Minister wave around his Medicare card at every photo opportunity, declaring that under his government, all you need is your Medicare card, not your credit card. He said that Australians can see a GP for free under Labor. He made that promise at least 71 times during the last campaign. But his credibility on Medicare gets weaker and weaker by the day. The reality is that more Australians are having to use their credit cards to see a GP under Labor because the GP bulk billing rate is now almost 11% lower than when the Coalition left government in May 2022. Australian families paid more than $2 billion in combined out-of-pocket costs in the last year alone. That is more than $2 billion charged to Australians' credit cards, not their Medicare cards. This is a $2 billion black hole, and this means that Australians are now paying 75% more out of their own pocket to see a doctor under Labor. Shockingly, Health Department officials even admitted in Senate estimates that even though Australians are currently paying the highest out-of-pocket costs on record, an average of $49.14 per GP service, these costs, and I quote from Health Department officials, will probably go up, despite all of Anthony Albanese's promises. Officials have also exposed that Australians will not see a benefit from Labor's bulk billing policy for at least 4 years, well after the next election. This follows the Department of Health's incoming government brief, revealed under FOI, which estimates that a quarter of GP clinics across Australia will not take up the government's new bulk billing incentive. The Prime Minister promised that Australians could see a GP for free, but instead they will continue to pay more than they have ever done. Australians deserve a government that tells the truth about healthcare, not one that misleads them while costs keep rising. We know more Australians are having to take the difficult decision to avoid seeing a doctor because they just cannot afford it. That is the true cost of these Medicare lies. Now, Acting Deputy President, Labor promised to strengthen Medicare, but it has only been weakened. Since the Albanese government came to power, bulk billing has fallen from 88% to 77%, a decline of 11 percentage points. That's 40 million fewer bulk billed GP visits in the past year alone. Medicare mental health funding has been slashed in half. And despite all of Labor's false promises and misleading rhetoric, Australians are now paying the highest out-of-pocket average costs on record to see a GP. That is the stark reality of Labor's primary healthcare crisis. More than 1.5 million Australians last year said they avoided seeing a GP because of cost concerns. That's 1.5 million Australians forced to make difficult decisions about their health, decisions no Australian should have to make because of this primary healthcare crisis overseen by Labor. And while Australian families are struggling to afford to go to the doctor, the Prime Minister seems completely out of touch, more interested in political stunts with his Medicare card than ensuring all Australians actually have timely and affordable access to essential health care. Now, nowhere is this neglect clearer than in mental health. When Labor tore away Medicare subsidised mental health sessions from 372,000 vulnerable Australians, it ignored the advice of its own review and the pleas of mental health experts right across the country. And since that cruel cut, access to Medicare mental health support has fallen to its lowest level in at least a decade, right at the time when demand has never been higher. Labor has cut Medicare mental health sessions in half, abolished the National Mental Health Commission, and even ripped away the Suicide Prevention Research Fund. Their neglect of mental health is so significant that the former chair of Mental Health Australia was forced to resign in frustration at this government's lack of action. This is not the record of a government strengthening Medicare or supporting Australia's physical and mental health and well-being. It is the record of a government that says one thing and does another. Acting Deputy President, under the Coalition, Medicare funding increased every single year, despite what the Prime Minister claimed during various election debates. It increased from $18.6 billion in 2012-13 under Labor to more than $30 billion in 2021-22 under the Coalition. Bulk billing rose consistently throughout our term in office to more than a record 88% when we left government. In our final year, Australians received 167 million free GP services, which is 61 million more than under the previous Labor government. That's the Coalition's record, delivering affordable, quality healthcare. So, Acting Deputy President, in conclusion, while the Coalition acknowledges the technical objectives of this bill to ensure that efficiency in several elements of our health system, we will not let the government use it as a smokescreen for its broader failures. We condemn the Albanese government's broken promises and appalling record on Medicare, and we condemn the government's contempt for the regions by completely destroying the intent of the bonded medical program for regional Australia. The Coalition remains focused on ensuring that all Australians can access timely, affordable and quality health care, no matter where they live.
Senator Steele-John.
Thank you, Acting President. I am pleased to speak to this bill, the Health Legislation Amendment Miscellaneous Measures No. 1 Bill of 2025. For those watching at home, this bill introduces amendments to a variety of health policy areas. Speaking of health policy, let me just blink. My eyes are getting a bit strained at this late hour. Let's try that again. For those watching at home, this bill introduces amendments to a variety of health policy areas and changes a range of administrative items under our health system, from processes of becoming a doctor through the bonded medical program, getting a Medicare provider number, the processes for private health insurance rebates, and bringing Medicare administrative processes into the 21st century, and making it easier for healthcare providers more broadly. Now let us start at the top. This bill makes changes to how applications for a Medicare provider number are approved. As many in this chamber know, a Medicare provider number isn't just a piece of paperwork. It's what allows health professionals to provide services under Medicare. It's what enables people in our communities to stroll into a clinic and know that their care is covered. This bill aims to streamline that process by introducing some automation into the allocation system, while ensuring, and this is critical, that the decision to reject an application still requires human oversight. The Greens support the need to make these processes smoother and indeed more efficient, because ultimately our doctors and other health professionals should be spending their time delivering high quality care. and not wrestling with unnecessary red tape. And on that note, back in 2024, we debated the Health Insurance Legislation Assignment of Medical Benefits Amendment Bill. That legislation made significant changes to the way bulk billing processes operate by moving from a paper-based claims process to an electronic one. The Greens supported those changes at the time because we recognised the importance of bringing bulk billing into the 21st century so that our GPs can be freed up to focus on caring for their patients and not filling out forms. Those reforms were intended to commence on the 9th of January 2026. However, this bill will push back the start date to the 1st of July 2026, giving healthcare providers more time to prepare for the transition, which I think it's worth acknowledging this evening is what they have repeatedly asked for. This bill also tidies up some technical matters, including allowing for enduring and pre-agreed bulk billing arrangements. The Greens are supportive of these adjustments, as we are supportive more broadly of changes that protect and strengthen the ability to bulk bill appointments, because bulk billing remains at the heart of equitable access to health care in this country. Now, on private health insurance, this omnibus bill also seeks to make changes to the processes for claiming a private health insurance rebate. The private health insurance rebate allows eligible people to have their private health insurance rebate subsidised by the government. Now, right now, IT systems responsible for administering these rebates simply cannot meet the expectations set out in the legislation. And so this bill updates the law to better align the system, to be better aligned with what the system can actually deliver. The Greens have been clear on our position. Our priority should be in improving the strength of our public health system. Many Australians share the view that government funds should not be directed to private for-profit entities and instead should be directed to Medicare, to public hospitals, to community health, and not padding the profits of very wealthy private insurance companies. But that is a bigger debate for another day. The changes in this bill are minor and they are administrative. Now, one of the more significant parts of this bill is the amendments that it makes to the bonded medical program. I've spoken to many students and doctors who have been through this program, and I've heard firsthand the challenges that it presents. We have to ask ourselves, is the bonded medical program truly achieving its goals? Is it actually helping people in rural and regional Australia get better access to doctors? Or do we need to rethink the policy settings to actually make that happen? If we want to address the difference in access to healthcare between our cities and our regions, we have to have evidence-based initiatives that genuinely improve rural workplace retention. The Greens support some of the changes in this bill. We think they are fair and reasonable, and they recognise that life doesn't always go to plan, and that someone should not ultimately end up in debt to the government or in a situation where they are unable to practice medicine because of circumstances beyond their control. The program should be flexible enough flexible enough to reflect real life. We support measures to reduce the financial penalties faced by students who need to withdraw from medical school. And we want to ensure our health workforce has the skills and that they are being put to the best possible use. While also we work to continue to ensure that the entire resource of the federal government is placed behind achieving the goal that people in rural and regional communities can access high-quality healthcare close to home.
Senator Steele-John, I'm just going to advise you that we're coming up to a hard marker.
Yes.
And I wonder if I'm advised you have a second reader if you wish to move that at this point in time before we transition across.
Yes, I would, Chair. Thank you very much. I would like to find the piece of paper in time. I would like to move the second reader circulated in my name.
Thank you, Senator Steele-John. You will be in continuation. Given that it is now 7:30, I propose that the Senate now adjourn. And I will call Senator Darmanin.
Thank you. Young people across Australia are too often spoken about, spoken to, spoken down to, or just spoken at. But this week, I'm very pleased to see many young leaders across our Parliament House, many of whom have been advocating passionately and pertinently for their communities. The Work Exposure Program in government this week has brought over 50 First Nations students from years 10 to 12 to Canberra, including from Warrawa Aboriginal College in my home state of Victoria. There's also been the young Palestinian Australians who have likewise been in Parliament this week with the Australian Palestinian Advocacy Network and the Australian Foundation for Youth. These young people are courageous and generous advocates for their community, especially in relation to rising anti-Palestinian racism they and their friends and families continue to experience at school, university and in the workplace. They are a credit to our community and it is a privilege to hear from them. This week is also Raise Your Voice in Parliament Week, which gives young people the chance to be heard and have the Parliament hear their vision for Australia's future. Charlotte, a 17-year-old from Victoria, has tackled an issue close to my heart, gendered violence, and I now have the honour of reading her words. Gendered violence is everywhere, but when I said the word violence, what was the first thing that goes on inside your head? Physical abuse, domestic control, possibly even rape. But what about the unseen side of gendered violence that contribute to our everyday lives? The joke your friends made at lunch, in the expectation that your mum will take your plate after dinner, the way you praise a woman for something but criticise when a man does it. Gendered violence isn't just what makes headlines, it's what happens in the silence, in habit, in the spaces that we don't question. And until we confront the invisible roots, we'll never dismantle the consequences we've created. Conversational sexism is one of the most hidden forms of gendered violence, not because it's loud, but because it's quiet. It slips into our everyday speech, disguised as humour, tradition, or just the way things are. Phrases like "man up" or "don't be such a pussy" may seem harmless, but they carry weight. They are reinforcing the idea that masculinity is a synonym to strength, dominance and emotional detachment, while femininity is weak, fragile and irrational. These comments don't just reflect bias, they teach it. They condition us to accept inequality as normal and worse, laugh at it. Over a period of time, these messages can become internalised. With girls as they learn to apologise for taking up space, that their authority isn't earned, and competition is the only way to get approval. As boys learn to suppress vulnerability, act tough and emotionless, This quiet violence doesn't leave bruises. No, it leaves scars. And hey, I'm not saying every person who's made a sexist joke intends harm, but intention can't erase impact. The normalisation of these phrases wires us to more forms of gendered violence than we can comprehend. We are unintentionally creating a world where disrespect is tolerated, and if we truly want to see an end to gendered violence, we must start by challenging the language that keeps it alive, not just in the courtroom, but in the classroom, in group chats, and at the dinner table. Our common speech has led to the end of lives, and that is the violence. Thank you, Charlotte, for raising your voice, and to all the other young people in this place this week and in our communities who inspire other young people to take up leadership roles and advocate for all young people in Australia.
Thank you, Senator Dalman. Senator Kovacic.
Thank you, President. I'm rising to speak about the ongoing corruption in the CFMEU and the call from the Coalition for there to be a Senate inquiry into the administration of the CFMEU. There are a couple of points I want to make based on some comments in this chamber today, and I think they are really important. Some of the comments on the other side suggested that this is an ideological fight or an ideological battle on our side. It is not. This is about ensuring that corrupt and criminal conduct does have no place in organisations in our country. The CFMEU is a powerful, powerful union. Delegates of the CFMEU sit on the national executive of the Australian Labor Party. They sit at the same decision-making table as our Prime Minister. They influence the expenditure and investment into key building projects of the Australian super funds. They are tied to each other. And that's why it is so important. That is why it is so important that we can be assured that the administration of the CFMEU is being conducted as it should be. If there are no problems there, if there is nothing to be seen there, then the Minister, Minister Rishworth, the Prime Minister, the Albanese Labor government should not block this Senate inquiry. That is very, very simple. This is not about coming after the rank and file membership of the CFMEU, good, hard-working construction workers who pay their dues to the people that then go and spend that money and use those resources in a manner that is not acceptable. That is what this is about. We are bringing this inquiry because we want the administrator to come to this Parliament and explain what is going on and answer some basic questions. Tim Wilson, the Shadow Minister for Industrial Relations, put many of those questions to the administrator in a letter on the 13th of October. He is yet to have any response to that letter. And this was before the damning allegations from 60 Minutes on Sunday night. So this was before we heard from Charles Ferrugia and the things that had happened to him and his family. An individual storming into his home and frightening his wife and children. This is before we heard about what had happened in relation to gifts of jewellery, gifts or loans of cars, houses being built, land being acquired for the children of senior CFMEU members. And that CFMEU member in particular, John Perkovic, he was brought in, he was elevated by this administrator. So we are not talking about things that happened before the administration. Many times today, there have been comments around, 60 people were sacked by the administrator. We're not talking about those people. We are talking about the people that are still influencing the CFMEU today after the administrator was placed in charge of the CFMEU. I'll read you some of the questions from Mr Wilson's letter to the administrator that we are still waiting answers for, and they're not unreasonable questions. When did the meeting between Mr Zach Smith and Mr John Setka take place? Did you personally approve this meeting in advance? Because if he hadn't, there would have been even more significant issues for Mr Smith. However, we need to understand why the administrator would approve such a meeting when he indicated that there was no place for Mr Setka in the CFMEU. Are you aware of any other meetings between these two individuals in either a social or formal capacity? If so, how many have there been? Because in his role as administrator, he should know. What inquiries have you made of meetings between these two individuals or other like characters, including underworld figures, heads of bikie gangs or leaders of organised crime networks or formerly disgraced CFMEU officials? Have any other CFMEU officials requested approval to meet with Mr Setka? If so, did you approve those meetings? These are not hard questions, and they're completely relevant questions, and we expect an answer to them.
Oh, sorry. Thank you, Senator Kovacic. Senator Whish-Wilson.
Thank you, President. I did a German in here last night talking about shark nets, the so-called shark control program in Queensland and New South Wales, and how cruel it is and why it's state-sanctioned torture of our precious marine life and federally protected marine life, and how people are sick and tired every day of seeing video footage of humpback whales, mothers and their calves, dolphins and their baby dolphins, turtles, dugongs caught in these shark nets that don't work to protect our beaches. But I was still shocked this morning when I got into my office and my staff showed me video footage of a mature humpback whale dead in shark nets off the coast of Wollongong. Strikingly, other footage showed a feeding frenzy of sharks that appeared to be bronze whalers to me at the most popular surfing beach in the country, at Snapper Rocks in Queensland, which also happens to be the most netted shark beach in our country. So here we have these two stark images of a dead humpback whale caught in a fisheries device that we call a shark net, and a pack of sharks doing what sharks do, feeding in the ocean at a surf break inside shark nets. The same beach where tragically only a few years ago a surfer was killed by a white shark inside the shark nets. So when are we going to change this? We have spent years as a country fighting Japan over their illegal whaling in the Southern Ocean, and eventually Japan retreated. Yet here we are killing whales off our own coastline with stupid, archaic policies that Australians don't support. So the Greens are going to continue to prosecute this, President, but most importantly, the Environment Minister has before him right now the ability to stop this from happening. This state-sanctioned cruelty for marine life is only happening off our coasts because the state government in New South Wales and Queensland have federal exemptions under EPBC law, the continuous use exemption, section 43B. That can be reviewed with environment laws and removed. But also, from estimates questions, we found out that TQ, the Environment Department, are talking to the Queensland Government about the Queensland Government's program or plan to expand the shark cull program, put in more fishing nets. They're going to kill more protected sharks and more protected marine life, or even attract more sharks to the area and give people a false sense of security. Well, the Environment Minister can say no to that and send a very strong message that this barbarity has got to stop. And while I've got a few minutes left, I just wanted to make some comments about the new environment laws that we're expecting into the Australian Parliament any day now. 3 times since I've been a senator, coming up to 14 years, I've seen governments attempt to reform environment laws. And they've all failed. And I predict that this one will fail too, Mr. President. And I can tell you why. Because Australians, like the Greens, want a set of laws that will protect the environment, not protect the interests of big business. And I have one question for Australians. Out of all the stuff that it's going to be thrown at them in the weeks and months to come, all the advertising campaigns, one question for them, a simple one. Who do you trust to protect the environment? The Australian Greens, a party that formed nearly 50 years ago, in fact over 50 years ago, to protect the environment. Part of a movement to get people into places like the Australian Federal Parliament and campaign for the environment and campaign for climate action. Do you trust the Australian Greens or do you trust the Labor government? Because that's going to be the simple decision you have to make. A government whose very first thing they did when they got elected on the back of a significant mandate was approve the biggest fossil fuel project in our nation's history, the North West Shelf Extension out to 2070. The last thing they did in the last parliament was weaken environment laws for the salmon industry so species can go extinct in Macquarie Harbour, the Maugean Skate, a species I've been talking about in here for nearly 14 years. Who do you trust? It's actually a very simple question. And I suspect for the majority of Australians, the answer is going to be very simple to that too. They trust the Australian Greens to protect the environment. That's what we got into Parliament for nearly 50 years ago. That's why thousands of people like myself have worked really hard to do whatever we can to protect the environment. And they will back us.
Senator Whish-Wilson, your time has expired. Senator Scarr.
Thank you, President. My thoughts this evening are with the Sudanese Australian community, with the horrifying reports of the massacre of more than 2,000 civilians by the Rapid Support Force Group in the famine-stricken town of El Fasher in Sudan. Humanitarian research labs at Yale have actually been monitoring the awful situation in Sudan at the moment. And I want to quote to you from Nathaniel Raymond. And what they do, the research centre, is actually use satellite imaging to try and work out what is actually happening on the ground. This is his quote. "We are only at the beginning of a wave of violence. I have never seen a level of violence against an area we are seeing now. This is only comparable with a Rwandan-style killing in the first 24 hours." End quote. The situation in Sudan is a human catastrophe. There are 14 million people displaced, 30 million dependent on foreign aid, and over 150,000 killed. It is a human catastrophe. And I know the impact this is having on the Sudanese Australian community here in Australia, including in my home state of Queensland. I know that members of the community feel as if the world has forgotten this conflict, as if they have been forgotten. And I know the burden that places upon them. I know, because I've heard from members of the community, what it is like to wake up in the morning and check your phone to see if your loved ones are still alive. I know what it feels to obtain news that your loved ones are now deceased, that they've been lost forever and there is nothing you can do about it because you're located thousands of miles away from them. Just recently, on a visit to Melbourne, I met one family who told me of the pressure that they're under after mother and a mother-in-law had come to visit their newly born grandson here in Australia before the war broke out in April 2023. Their homes have been destroyed. They have nothing to go back to. They've put in visa applications seeking sanctuary here in Australia, and they're enduring the pressure of not knowing whether or not they will be able to safely reside here in Australia with their family, a family who in so many ways is contributing to Australia. So, President, I call upon the Australian Government to do everything that it possibly can to support our Sudanese Australian community at this very, very difficult time. I call upon the Australian Government to consider humanitarian pathways for those who are currently in Australia with loved ones, with family members, so they do not have to return to the catastrophe, the human catastrophe unfolding in Sudan. I call upon the Australian government to do everything it possibly can through international forums to hold those people accountable who are committing these human rights atrocities in Sudan, to hold accountable those foreign actors who are providing arms to the people who are perpetrating these monstrous crimes in Sudan. And I call upon the Australian government to provide whatever aid it can provide to assist the tens of millions of people in Sudan who have been displaced and who are suffering from starvation at this difficult time. Earlier in the year, I attended an awards event which was organised by the Sudanese Community Association of Queensland. And it was a joy to attend that event, to see members of the Australian community who are contributing in so many different ways to our beautiful country. And that was a time, it was a moment when they could celebrate those successes and just for a moment forget what is happening in Sudan, if it's possible to forget that. They are wonderful people, a wonderful community, contributing to our beautiful country. And I just want to make sure that the community knows they have not been forgotten and we need to know and follow what's happening in Sudan.
Senator Roberts.
Thank you. Australians are sick of the benefits of our natural resources and critical infrastructure being siphoned off to foreign multinational companies. Chinese company Landbridge will operate Darwin Port for 99 years. Make no mistake, that means it's under Chinese Communist Party control. While Australia differentiates between private companies and government, there's no such separation in Communist China. Every company is a direct arm of the ruling Communist Party and serves its purposes. So the Chinese Communist Party is running Darwin Port. It's not just a profit-making venture. It's Australia's most strategic major northern port. Darwin in general is crucial for our Defence Forces deployment. It's crucial for securing our borders and the millions of square kilometres of Northern Ocean. The security implications of having a potential foreign adversary decide how the Darwin port is developed and used over the next 99 years are obvious. Australians should own Australian assets, especially ones as critical as our Darwin port. To be clear, One Nation supports Australians with Chinese heritage, living here as Australians since our gold rushes in the 1880s. And we support the Chinese people. We oppose, though, the government of China, the Chinese Communist Party, with their totalitarian abuse of humans, censorship and rule using fear. Prime Minister Albanese this week said Communist China is a friend. Let's see what our friend says about Australia. During our diplomatic freeze for asking where COVID came from, a Chinese government official said, quote, "Why should China care about Australia?" And phone calls would be meaningless, he said. In 2020, Communist China issued 14 demands of Australia, criticising us for not censoring the press and for having honest conversations about China's activities. They've illegally waged trade war on Australian lobsters, beef and barley, trying to coerce Australia because we dared to ask, where did COVID really come from? This year, Communist China's Navy circumnavigated Australia, conducting unannounced live-fire exercises, diverting aircraft flights. This week, Chinese aircraft harassed and released flares in front of an Australian aircraft over the disputed Paracel Islands, the latest in a string of similar dangerous incidents. Very weird behaviour for a friend. They seem to mean it when they say, why should China care about Australia? The United States seems to know the strategic value of Northern Australia better than it does our own government. They've been encouraging us to develop and fortify our infrastructure there so that we may have a chance of defending ourselves in a conflict. A US official reportedly said, quote, "We are surprised this issue has not yet been settled, and we are closely watching what the Albanese government is doing. There has been some concern that getting back control of Darwin Port is no longer a priority for Australia." End of quote. It's hard to disagree. Before the election, we heard again and again and again, as early as February this year, a big decision was right around the corner. Since the election, we've heard nothing. Another broken election promise. In July, Prime Minister Albanese met with President Xi from China and had the chance to sort it all out. Instead, when asked if he raised the port, Prime Minister said, quote, "I don't need to." Gutless. So should this foreign government have a 99-year hold on our most strategic northern port? On security alone, One Nation's answer very clearly is no. Putting aside the security and sovereignty issue, there's basic common sense. As I've outlined, Darwin Port is essentially under the Chinese Communist Party government control for 99 years. They will operate, develop and profit from Darwin Port for nearly a century. A foreign, communist Chinese government will reap the profits from Australia's most northern strategic port. There's a reason a foreign government would seek to get a stranglehold on a critical asset like Darwin Port for 99 years. To develop it, of course, and then squeeze every dollar they can out of it to return a tidy profit back to their treasury reserves in China. If any government is reaping some kind of profit from critical infrastructure, it should be the Australian government and the Australian people. At the minimum, it should be a publicly owned, wholly Australian company. This extends to Australian farmland, water, critical power infrastructure, residential homes. All critical assets in Australia should be in our Australian hands, not in the hands of a foreign government or foreign multinational corporation. Labor, get some courage and integrity and put Australia first.
Thank you, Senator Roberts. Senator Thorpe.
Thank you. As part of Raise the Voice, I'd like to read out the messages of two impressive young people on what their vision is for the future in this federal parliament. Lucy, who is 12, is the first young person. Hello, my name is Lucy. I am 12 years old and live in the electorate of Goldstein. I strongly believe that the government should improve disability inclusion within schools to build a better and brighter future for everyone. I believe this because I have lived with cerebral palsy all my life. Disabilities are diverse in schools, from cerebral palsy to ADHD, ASD and dyslexia. I'm lucky because at school people help me do hard things and my friends show kindness and empathy. I would like the government to make education about disabilities compulsory, because then students become empathetic and kind because they have an understanding of the diverseness of disabilities. This would make the disabled people feel happy and included in their school. Thank you for listening to what I have to say. And Flynn, who is 12. Hi, my name is Flynn from the electorate of Goldstein. I am 12 years old and know the way to a better and safer tomorrow is through putting more money into youth mental health. Youth mental health is so important, especially Indigenous mental health, as 33% of Indigenous Australians suffer from mental health problems. I think if we give more money into mental health, then we can make services of support more accessible for people who need them. Even more, we could add lots of counselling facilities in most areas. Suicide is the leading cause of death amongst young people. By increasing the funding in this area, young people could have more access to support services and prevention programs. If people can just get the support they need, we will be a much better place and a healthier society. I think that these solutions would provide help where it's needed and give guidance where it's wanted. Thank you to these two incredible young people.
Thank you, Senator Thorpe. The Senate stands adjourned and will meet again tomorrow at 9 a.m. Good night, Senators.